of all, 1901. It is difficult to picture Andrew Carnegie depressed, but there is no other way to describe his state of being in the months following his retirement. Carnegie confessed as much in an early draft of his autobiography, but the editor John Van Dyke, chosen by Mrs. Carnegie after her husband's death, perhaps thinking his melancholic ruminations would displease her, edited them out of the manuscript. In March 1901, before leaving for Skibo, Carnegie sent a farewell letter to his managers at the Carnegie Company. But as this written and farewell sounded in my heart, there was yet to come the saddest days of all. I had to sail for our customary holiday in Scotland, and where were my boys, several of whom were always sure to see me off on the ship? Who of them were to be our guests the coming summer in Scotland? Alas, alas, here was the keenest pang of all. I realized for the first time that I had lost my boys. I was no longer their business parent. I was alone, and oh, so lonely as we drove to the pier. All was changed. They had gone from me and were now merely employees of stockholders. We were no longer one family. We were all changed in our relations to each other, all saddened, and oh, the difference to me. Carnegie, as elsewhere in the published and unpublished sections of his autobiography, was exaggerating for effect. The truth was, while he professed close ties with his boys, he was not particularly intimate with any of them, except for Charlie Schwab. Still, he counted them all as his protégés, took great pleasure in their achievements, had dinner with them when they were in New York, and enjoyed nothing more than showing off his Scottish estates and teaching them to fish in his locks. The vast difference between life in retirement and as chief stockholder of the Carnegie Company was brought home to him as he prepared to leave for Britain in the early spring of 1901. For close to 30 years he had scurried about for weeks prior to sailing, tying up loose ends. There were documents to be signed, instructions to be left with his partners in Pittsburgh and his private secretary in New York. Retirement brought an end to this round of activities, and a strange, inescapable melancholy. The only antidote was activity. He set out at once to refocus his attention, as he had told Morley he would, from piling up dollars to distributing them. The news that he had given away $10.2 million, $5.4 billion today, for New York libraries and his former Pittsburgh employees was announced after he sailed for Europe. It created quite a stir in the daily newspapers. The Hearst papers supplemented their coverage with a Frederick Opper cartoon, How It Looks to Some of Mr. Carnegie's Fellow Millionaires, which showed the close-fisted brigade of millionaires exclaiming, "Good gracious, he must be crazy." A St. Paul, Minnesota newspaper, calling attention to the New York City Library bequests, ran a cartoon of Carnegie standing in his hallway hidden behind a pile of letters. In the front yard, a mailman, the sweat pouring off him, unloads by shovel letters from a cart marked "Requests for Libraries." The caption reads, "Speaking of libraries, how would you like to be the mailman?" Arriving at Southampton, the New York Times reported on March 21, 1901, that Carnegie was greeted by delegations from various eleemosynary institutions that want checks. The offices of the steamship company and the American consulate were crowded yesterday with people inquiring when the St. Louis was likely to arrive. The local manager of the American line, who has 160 letters and telegrams from all parts of the kingdom for the philanthropist, says the envelopes indicate that they are from all sorts and conditions of people, from university presidents to mendicants. Carnegie, warned of the throngs of reporters and check hunters awaiting him on shore, remained on the ship until the last minute. Then, just as the train for London left Southampton, jumped into a reserved compartment. To the correspondent from the New York Times, one of the few to reach him, he expressed surprise that his donation for New York libraries had caused anything of a sensation. Informed that there was movement afoot in New York to run him for mayor, he pooh-poohed any inspirations in that direction. Instead of staying in London, as was usual, Carnegie took his family to Antibes on the French Riviera. He was 65 years old now, with a 4-year-old daughter. Baba, an adorable-looking child with a broad face like her father's and blue eyes, did not as a young girl see a lot of her father, who traveled a great deal without her. She claimed to remember the trip to Antibes, one of the first she took with her parents. the night before they were to leave Antibes for the train ride north to Aix-les-Bains. Daddy stopped the carriage, took me out with him into the night. It was mysterious and wonderful. I had never seen the sky at night, and he pointed to a star and told me it is the star in the Dipper that points to the North Sea. We turned in another direction, and he pointed to the bright stars on the constellation of Orion. I am sure I did not understand all he was talking about, but I never forgot the wonder of the experience. Aix-les-Bains, where her parents rested and took the cure for 3 weeks, had less to offer a 4-year-old. There was not much for me to do, but I loved walking along the country roads and finding new and lovely wildflowers. J. Pierpont Morgan was, coincidentally or not, staying there at the same time. The New York Times correspondent reported that the two men had several conferences. Though there is no mention elsewhere of any discussions between them, they certainly had a lot to talk about and may have discussed the future of U.S. Steel and Charles Schwab, who was one of the candidates for chief executive officer. The Carnegies' next stop was Paris, where Daddy met and talked with men he knew, and Mother shopped for evening dresses and especially for the hand-stitched towels, sheets, pillowcases, and tablecloths for which Paris was famous. A great deal of linen was needed for both Skybo and 2 East 91st, and she bought lavishly. And then it was off to London for a fortnight at the Langham Hotel on Portland Place. Again Andrew met with his friends, including John Morley. Louise went shopping. Baba was bored. Her mother had her doll's pram shipped from Skybo, and Baba, with Nana alongside, wheeled my baby doll up to Regent's Park and walked through Regent Crescent. Or at least this was what she claimed to have remembered 70 years later when she sat down to write her journal. Carnegie was determined to begin at once to give away the $200 million in gold bonds he had just acquired. He had, he wrote Morley, received thousands of newspaper clippings, letters, and cables congratulating him on his retirement and offering suggestions on how he might spend his money. These nerve me for the long campaign upon which I have just entered. No parade to Pretoria, I well know, but one requiring me to clinch my teeth and stand it. I don't see it needs the same principles as acquisition, but it needs some of these: tenacity and steady sailing to the haven we clear for, a supreme confidence in one's own ideas, or conclusions rather, after thought, and above all placing use above popularity. Morley had forwarded 2 clippings from the Times of London about a committee that had been established to raise funds to enable the Scottish universities to compete with their English, American, and German counterparts. Morley did not suggest outright that Carnegie contribute to the cause, but the implication was unmistakable. On arriving in London, Carnegie sent for Lord Shaw of Dunfermline, an MP from Scotland and an old acquaintance. In 1897, Shaw had written an article for the 19th Century in which he argued, as he had at the dinner table at Cluny the year before, that university fees should be abolished for worthy Scottish students. Now, several years later, his interest in the Scottish universities having been piqued by Morley's clippings, Carnegie informed Shaw that he was disposed to realize your idea. Shaw replied that £1 million would do the trick. Carnegie asked Shaw to draw up a proposal, and the two put together a list of men they wished to serve on the board of directors of the trust that would administer the grant. Shaw claimed in his memoirs that he left Carnegie soon after, tumbling there and then into a hansom cab at the Langham Hotel, and was taken directly to Westminster, where he enlisted Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, the leader of the Liberals in the House of Commons, Lord Balfour of Burleigh, the current Secretary for Scotland, and Lord Ray, all of whom, on being told that Carnegie had committed £1 million, agreed to serve as trustees. Carnegie added several other names to the list of what would become the board of the Carnegie Trust for the Universities of Scotland. All seemed in order, but several of the lords chosen for the board, Shaw learned, had gone behind his back to suggest to Carnegie that it made no sense to abolish fees altogether, and that his money might be better spent on scholarships for the worthy poor, while the Scottish universities at Aberdeen, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and St. Andrews were not bastions of upper-class privilege like Oxford and Cambridge. The idea that they would be made free to all was too radical for many, including the editors of The Scotsman, a leading Scottish newspaper. Fees were only one part of the cost of sending a student to university, The Scotsman explained in a May 20, 1901 editorial. Carnegie's plan would inevitably lead to an increase in university students, which would mean an increase in the costs of university education borne by the state. The Scotsman editors insisted they did not want to derail the plan entirely. They asked only that the proposal be revised in a way that would not overburden the Scottish educational system. Arthur Balfour, at the time Chancellor of the Exchequer, suggested to Carnegie that his money would have a greater impact if it were spent improving university research facilities and faculties. According to my view, which I think you share, we ought to regard our universities not merely as places where the best kind of knowledge already attained is imparted, but as places where the stock of the world's knowledge may be augmented. And yet for sheer want of money our provision both in the department of teaching and that of research is deplorably deficient. John Morley had yet another perspective to offer. He hoped that history, philosophy, and literature will have at least an equal place in the new Carnegie-endowed Scottish universities. We expect you to show that you have not been the friend of Matthew Arnold for nothing, to say nothing of humbler folk, like John Morley. Carnegie's reply to his friend was rather testy. Why institute comparisons and thus provoke antagonisms? I have been repelled by such folly. We don't get it in the United States, and Harvard and Yale simply could not be commanding powers today if they ignored or slighted their scientific departments. You knew and I knew that for us, yes, even for me, practical as I am, the flavor and philosophy of poets and wise men is the sweetest of all foods, but for others not so, and these the vast majority who must earn a living. It was not going to be easy giving away his money, as Carnegie was quickly learning. Fortunately, he had enough to satisfy everyone. Almost. The main point is settled, he wrote Morley on May 31st. I got Shaw to give way as to abolition fees, which I am convinced was unwise, at least impracticable. I increased gift to £2 million, revenue £104,000 per annum. I believe the total endowment of the 4 universities is now only £72,000. The scheme is made a wide one. It is another proof of the adage, the gods send thread for a web begun. I began in total ignorance, but have had thread supplied by the gods, you being one. He had decided, he added in another letter to Morley the following week, to donate additional funds for scientific research because he considered science the Cinderella of the family of knowledge in Britain. Her haughty sisters, Miss Greek, Miss Italian, and others were not chosen. Now all branches will be equal soon in Scotland, I hope, none neglected. There was one outstanding question. How was he going to prevent well-off families from exploiting his good intentions? Like any British liberal, he opposed government or bureaucratic meddling in private affairs and had no intention of asking prospective students to divulge information about family incomes. His solution was to require them to apply for grants and trust that only students who needed assistance would do so. As your lordship is aware, he wrote the 9th Earl of Elgin, the first chairman of the trust, in a letter that was later distributed to all applicants, my desire throughout has been that no capable student should be debarred from attending the university on account of the payment of fees. I hope that the honest pride for which my countrymen are distinguished will prevent claims from those who do not require assistance. The Carnegie Trust for the Universities of Scotland would be the only one of his trusts to accept donations. It was Carnegie's hope that those who received assistance as students would later in life repay the trust. This will enable such students as prefer to do so to consider the payments made on their account merely as advances, which they resolve to repay, if ever in a position to do so, and that this will protect and foster the spirit of manly independence so dear to the Scot. It is difficult to overemphasize the impact of Carnegie's £2 million bequest, almost $10 million in 1901, more than $5 billion today. There had never before been a grant for student assistance for this purpose or of this magnitude. By 1910, the Carnegie Scottish Universities Trust was paying the tuition for fully half the students at St. Andrews, Aberdeen, Edinburgh, and Glasgow. Though some claimed that Carnegie had pauperized the universities by making it easier for the hordes to attend them, the students and parents who benefited directly, and the people of Scotland in general, applauded, and still applaud, the gift, and the good sense with which it has been administered. By the time the Carnegies arrived at Skibo, the begging letters from America were on their way. The news of Carnegie's first 3 gifts, totaling $20.2 million, had spread fast and widely. Frederick Halls, the peace activist and international lawyer, visited Carnegie in August and wrote Andrew White suggesting that he do the same. I found my visit to him extremely interesting from a psychological point of view, for the specimen of the genus Homo who not only has 250 millions to give away, but who has been uncautious enough to say so, is very rare, and hence its observation is particularly interesting. Carnegie, Halls wrote White, had always been characterized by his canniness, but to this had been added a certain restlessness tinged with suspicion of the intentions of every person who comes near him, and resulting in the most contradictory states of mind coming in rapid succession, if they do not actually exist at the same time. He wants to speak about his money and what to do with it, yet he does not want to speak about it. Carnegie had almost grown wary of conversation, afraid that at any moment he would be solicited for funds. Yet at the same time that was precisely what he wanted, proposals on how he should spend his money. He strongly impressed me with the idea that he is feeling the approach of old age and contemplating the possibility of his early death. The most disagreeable communication was probably the one from James Bridge, his erstwhile secretary, researcher, collaborator, and, most recently, blackmailer, who resurfaced to demand that he be given the rights to bring out a 3rd edition of Triumphant Democracy. The great prominence which you have attained has greatly enhanced the value of all your books, most of all the one which has always been associated with your name and principles. And I am assured that a new edition of Triumphant Democracy, published at once while the whole world is talking about you and your unparalleled benefactions, will sell, if skillfully handled, into the hundreds of thousands. I am unwilling to relinquish placidly and gratuitously my rights in this book, now that they have for the first time attained a high commercial value. While Carnegie ignored Bridge's request, as he had the blackmail threat 3 years earlier, his former secretary decided to take advantage of his relationship to Carnegie by writing an inside history of Carnegie Steel. Fortunately for both men, the inside history of the Carnegie Steel Company, published 2 years later, was not nearly as incendiary or defamatory as Carnegie feared it might be. The news that Andrew Carnegie had given $10 million to Scottish universities must have come as a surprise to American university presidents, who for years had had their requests turned down. But Carnegie had decided long before that America's largest universities, such as Harvard and Columbia, were large enough, that further growth was undesirable, that the smaller institutions, the colleges especially, were in greater need of help, and that it would be a better use of surplus wealth to aid them. If he was going to spend money on higher education, it was going to be for smaller colleges and technical institutes. Having learned in November 1900 that the Pittsburgh Board of Education was contemplating the opening of a new technical school, Carnegie informed the mayor that he would donate $1 million if the city provided an acceptable site for it. Asked whether Pittsburgh would need another school when it already had Western University, which would in 1908 change its name to the University of Pittsburgh, he answered that the institute he intended to fund was not a university, but an institution to provide technical training for manual laborers or their sons in the crafts and scientific vocations so as to produce skilled workmen such as machinists, mechanics, decorators, and so on. The model he had in mind was New York's Cooper Union, to whose support he had been contributing for several years. Simultaneously with setting up the Scottish Universities Trust, Carnegie had in fact been in correspondence with Andrew White and Daniel Coit Gilman, who was retiring that summer from the presidency of Johns Hopkins after 25 years. White had suggested that he donate money for a national university in Washington, D.C., but Carnegie decided that rather than establish a university that might compete with Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, he would give Hopkins funds to set up a new campus in Washington. "What do you think of the idea?" he wrote White in April. "Governor Stanford made a useless rival, as you and I saw when in San Francisco, to the State University at Berkeley. I could be no party to such a thing. Don't care 2 cents about future glory. I must be satisfied that I am doing good, beneficial work in my day. Better come to Skibo and confer." White agreed to join Carnegie and Gilman at Skibo to discuss the possibility of a national university in Washington. In May, White dispatched a long memo setting forth the rationale for establishing a large university in D.C. that looked surprisingly like the one he had been president of in Ithaca, New York. White had known Carnegie long enough not to be surprised by anything he did. Still, even he was astounded by Skibo. The attractions of this wonderful domain, 40,000 acres, with every variety of scenery, ocean, forest, moor, and mountain, the household with its quaint Scotch usages, the piper in full tartan solemnly going his rounds at dawn, and the music of the organ swelling morning and evening through the castle from the great hall, all helped to give me strength. White was in mourning at the death of his son. At Skibo that summer, White and Carnegie discarded plans to either establish a university at Washington or a branch of Johns Hopkins. Instead, they came up with the idea for an entirely new type of institution, one without students or a permanent faculty. The Carnegie Institution in Washington, D.C. was to be a research institution, which would supplement the work of established universities by providing financial support to scientists to engage in basic research projects. The objectives were broad and rather vague, the organizational structure undetermined. Carnegie intended to work out the specifics when he returned to the United States in the fall. By the summer of 1901, the main building at Skibo had been transformed through the efforts of hundreds of local artisans and laborers, directed by teams of architects and contractors, from the Gothic mansion built by the previous owner, into a marvelously anachronistic 20th-century castle, with Gothic revival battlements and towers, 200 rooms, 400 glass windows, electric lighting, modern plumbing, and leaded stained glass windows in the front entryway, which, when completed in 1902, would tell the story of the lairds of Skibo, from Serd, the 10th-century Viking chief, to Andrew Carnegie. One of the final touches remaining was the library, which was as yet empty of books. Hugh Morrison asked Lord Acton, the owner of the grandest of all private libraries, for advice. "I have been thinking of the books people would like to find at a country house on a rainy day," Acton replied. "You know Mr. Carnegie's tastes better than I do, and I hope you will warn me where I go wrong and strike out whatever seems absurd." The castle had been mostly completed by the spring of 1901, but there remained, as Joseph Wall has written in his History of Skibo, several even more ambitious projects under way but far from finished. The new lake that Carnegie had ordered to be created to the west of the castle, Loch Ospesdale, to be stocked with brown trout which one could fish from the bank, the smaller ponds, Lake Louise and Margaret's Loch, for water lilies and other aquatic plants, the building of a dam at the mouth of the Evelix River to create Loch Evelix with a salmon ladder so that the salmon could still go up to the Evelix to spawn and to be caught, the 9-hole course, and Carnegie's special pride and joy, a great enclosed swimming pool. There were plans as well for new farm buildings, dairies, barns, stables, coach houses, cottages for the tenants and laborers, and a baronial-style lodge house for the chief forester and his wife, the gatekeeper. All that was now lacking from Carnegie's wish list was a waterfall, and that would soon be purchased from the Duke of Sutherland, with thousands of acres of moor that nearly doubled the size of the new laird's land holdings. The oversized splendor of Skibo stood in contrast to the restrained elegance of the new mansion he was simultaneously building for his family on Fifth Avenue between 90th and 91st Streets. Carnegie felt much more comfortable spending millions on himself in Scotland than he did in the United States. The old world was used to such display, the new world was not. He had no trouble whatsoever adapting to his role as Laird of Skibo. No man, Bertram later recalled, ever had a stronger feeling of possession. Those 40,000 acres were his, and he felt it in every fiber. He used to walk over them and survey them, and he found vast satisfaction in adding to them. Nor would he suffer unwarranted trespassing. He was as set against poaching in his lochs as the veriest medievalist. He was especially jealous of Loch Mygret, and would not let uninvited people fish it. Carnegie did not hunt, but as a Scotsman he understood full well the importance of the glorious 12th, August 12th, the opening day of the grouse season, which he celebrated by organizing massive hunting parties on his lands. The freshly killed game was plucked, packaged, and sent south to his British friends. "What, more grouse?" Herbert Spencer wrote on receiving his package in September. In June he had been sent a package of trout pulled from Skibo's lakes. "You will bankrupt me in thanks. I doubt not that these products of the Sutherlandshire moors will be employed as were the preceding ones, and there will be in the course of the ensuing week, for we leave this day week, time enough to enjoy them. I hope the bracing air of Skibo Castle is working its due effects after the excitements you and Mrs. Carnegie have passed through." That summer, Carnegie, as he had been since 1898, was preoccupied with an anti-imperialism campaign. He had done all he could to prevent the American annexation of the Philippines, but failing to do so had turned his attention to British adventurism in South Africa, which he considered no less an abomination. That the two branches of the English-speaking race, the two most civilized nations of earth, had engaged their armed forces in such mindless violence as had occurred in the Philippines and South Africa disturbed him no end. The immediate problem in Britain was that his friends in government, Morley, Harcourt, Bryce, and Campbell Bannerman, all of them outspoken anti-imperialists, were in danger of losing the next election and their leadership positions in the Liberal Party to imperialists like Rosebery, who openly supported the war against the Boers. Carnegie, a congenital optimist, could not accept the fact that British voters and political leaders might continue to support irrational imperialist adventures in South Africa. With childlike exuberance, he informed Morley and Campbell Bannerman, in separate letters in the early summer of 1901, that he had told Rosebery, implying that Rosebery had listened, that South Africa was a lost cause and would have to be abandoned. There would never be, he insisted, sufficient British emigrants to make the Transvaal republics truly British. It can't be done. No use. Dutch can live out there. Britons can do better elsewhere. As one who wishes my native land well and would save her from disaster, I hope that she will never have to undertake the task of suppressing the Dutch. It can't be done. They are too much like the Scotch. Carnegie's solution was to offer the Boer republics the opportunity to federate with the British Empire for a certain number of years. After that, to be as Canada and Australia are, free to go. Campbell Bannerman mildly questioned Carnegie's rather preposterous suggestion that the Boers might agree to a trial membership in the British Empire. Lord Rosebery dismissed the federation idea by reminding Carnegie how the United States, 35 years earlier, had dealt with the secessionist movement. You laid your country waste, spent hundreds of millions, and gave hundreds of thousands of lives to prevent that right. Just now, when we have spent 200 millions, and will have spent more in a war to prevent the Boer states being a menace of danger to South Africa, people would not be in a favorable mood to receive your proposition. It would indeed keep up a permanent condition of unrest during the period. Carnegie did not accept the analogy. No twists of historical logic were going to deter him from his anti-imperialism. As he wrote Sir John St. Lo Strachey, the editor of The Spectator, in October 1901, he felt very keenly for my native land. South Africa is lost, but this will not injure Britain. It is the years during which Britain will essay the impossible and waste men and money and incur the bitterest hostility of all nations, including the United States. Truly, you are in the greatest danger, and all for nothing worthwhile. In late September, as the family prepared to return to New York, Carnegie summed up his summer in one of his strangely disjointed, all-encompassing, newsy letters to his cousin Dodd. Baba continues to amuse and surprise us, is now grasping management of some departments from her mother. Angus, the organist, gets his list of tunes to be played from her. Nothing like a day at sea for me. Yacht goes into house October 1st, for season. Sorry it's over, very. I am so well and so happy up here away from the maddening crowd. The family and entourage returned to the United States in October. Carnegie discovered that even without the demands of business, he had more than enough to occupy his time. One of his first and most welcome tasks that fall was organizing the annual St. Andrew's Society dinner. You will receive a letter from the secretary of St. Andrew's Society begging you to be one of us on dinner night and speak on what is supposed not to exist, Scotch humor, he wrote his friend Sam Clemens in mid-November. It is my solemn duty, in total disregard of merciful consideration for you, to support the Society's prayer. I remember the gods formerly came down and visited mortals, and if your wings are in order, you may sail down on the night of the 30th. Let me tell you that many dining-out men have assured me that there is no dinner given in New York equal to St. Andrew's for sparkle. I have presided for 2 years. Every ticket is sold long before they are on sale. How's that? We cannot supply the demand. I think this has come about principally because I made a rule: no manuscript, no knowledge or instruction, and no boring. 15 minutes is the rule. Clemens liked nothing more than trading wits with Carnegie, one of the few men who could keep up with him. "Dear friend, St. Andrew," he replied 2 days later, "I find I am to be there. Mrs. Clemens came in a minute ago and furnished the information. If I had had another 18 hours, I could have made up my mind myself. At bottom I am afraid of religious banquet, but now that the matter is settled I am not feeling so worried as I was. To me the clatter and clash of 200 or 300 men rattling dishes and talking is maddening. So you must let me feed at home and take my doze and my smoke and arrive at Delmonico's at 9:20 or 30. Scotch humor. That will do, let it stand. For lack of ammunition I may possibly apologize and talk about something else when I get there, but that won't matter. I can't prepare a talk. This is not for a lack of laziness, but lack of time. Put me in the speaker list about number 3, can't you? Not earlier and not more than 1 later." As promised, Clemens arrived only after Carnegie had offered the obligatory toast to Theodore Roosevelt and Edward VII of England. Traveling, feasts, and ceremonial dinners accompanied by the clatter and clash of 200 or 300 men rattling dishes and talking did not by themselves fill the vacuum in Carnegie's life. He continued to spend every morning in his library, with his secretary at his side, but instead of going over reports from Pittsburgh, he read begging letters and proposals for funding and decided how best to distribute his millions. He began by expanding his library giving. State and city governments had, by the turn of the 20th century, begun to accept it as their responsibility to build, maintain, and staff hospitals and schools. But they resisted doing the same for libraries. Carnegie intended to change this. Private philanthropy, no matter how generous, could not be expected to substitute its largesse for costs that should have been borne by public tax moneys. So, as James Bertram explained it to Burton Hendrick, Carnegie hit upon his scheme to get action out of the public authorities, which in the last resort meant the politicians. This was to offer communities a building on condition that they would fill it with books and tax themselves for its maintenance. Carnegie himself described this as a bribe to cities and towns to establish libraries. His offer would crystallize public sentiment and force the hands of councils and boards of aldermen. His real purpose was not to found libraries himself, but to force the communities to do so. Since his gift of $5.2 million to New York City for branch libraries had received the widest possible publicity, there was no shortage of requests from other cities and towns. Bertram was given the task of developing a system for responding to these requests. He designed a schedule of questions which required applicants to supply information on the name, status, and population of the town they represented, whether or not it had a library, and if so, where it was housed, whether it was private or public, and how many books it had. Applicants had to provide assurance as well that there was a town-owned site available, and a willingness on the part of the population and the politicians to raise funds through taxation to support the library. Carnegie trusted Bertram to make the decisions, though from time to time he would question a particular application to make sure Bertram was paying attention. The communities that were approved were notified to go ahead with the buildings and that payments would be made on their order as construction proceeded. The financial office, that is, Robert Franks, would be instructed to honor these demands as they occurred, and that ended the matter. The applications poured in. The money poured out, in the form of U.S. Steel bonds. Bertram's record-keeping was as meticulous and detailed as that of the accountants and department managers who had worked for Carnegie at his iron and steel companies. Every donation was recorded in a daily register of donations. Money was never given all at once, but dispersed gradually as the project for which it was given neared completion. Bertram had determined, and Carnegie agreed, that the amount of money allocated for each library should be calculated on the basis of $2 a person. Bertram relied on census data to verify the population figures the library promoters provided. Some libraries, perhaps a third, carried the Carnegie name, but this was never a requirement. Carnegie was often invited, but seldom attended formal dedications in the United States. When library trustees requested busts, portraits, or life-sized photographs to display at their openings, Bertram forwarded the name of commercial outlets that might supply them, but refused to pay for them. Carnegie's first libraries had been attached to his steel mills or given to the municipalities of Allegheny City and Pittsburgh. Through 1898, only 4 Carnegie libraries had been funded outside Pennsylvania, and one of these was for Pittsburgh, Texas. As the profits ballooned at his steel works in 1899 and 1900, he extended his library giving to 37 cities, 31 of them outside Pennsylvania. What he called the wholesale phase of the program began only after his retirement in 1901. In that year alone, he gave 132 library grants, followed by 128 in 1902 and 203 in 1903. $1.5 million went to Philadelphia for a public library system like New York's. The librarian from Philadelphia had requested funds for 30 new branch libraries and asked for $20,000 to $30,000 for each of them. Carnegie wrote back that he did not think this sum would be enough. You should have lecture rooms in these branch libraries, and our experience in Pittsburgh is that we have not spent enough upon them. I think, therefore, it would be well for you to spend $50,000 for these branch library buildings, and it would give me pleasure to provide $1.5 million, provided that the city agreed to maintain the libraries at a cost of not less than $150,000 a year. Speaking at the dedication of the Washington, D.C. Library in January 1903, Carnegie whimsically declared that in philanthropy as in manufacturing he had become a concentrator. I have seldom or never known a great success made by a jack of all trades, the board member in 20 companies, the controller of none. I am in the library manufacturing business and beg to be allowed to concentrate my time upon it until it is filled. During his lifetime, Carnegie would give 1,419 grants at a cost of $41 million, several billion dollars today, for 1,689 public libraries in the continental United States, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico. 160 library buildings were built in Indiana alone, 142 in California, 106 each in Illinois, Ohio, and New York, 101 in Iowa. From Honolulu, which got its grant in 1909, to Devil's Lake, North Dakota, which got its in 1908, from Holton, Maine, 1903, to Santa Rosa, California, 1902, the national cityscape would by 1919 be marked with sturdy Carnegie libraries. An additional $15 million was spent to build 660 libraries in Britain and Ireland, 125 in Canada, 17 in New Zealand, 12 in South Africa, and smaller numbers in the West Indies, Australia, and Tasmania, the Seychelles, Mauritius, and Fiji. James Bertram proved so adept at systematizing library giving that he was placed in charge of a related program, the donation of organs to churches. This, too, was a carryover from earlier years. Carnegie donated his first church organ to the Swedenborgian chapel he and his father had attended in Allegheny City, and several more to churches in and about the Pittsburgh area. It was in churches that most working men and their families were introduced, as he had been, to sacred and classical music. So it was to churches that he gave his organs. As he told his friend William Stead with a smile, "The organ performance in the morning at Skybo is my substitute for family prayers." As with the library program, church communities anywhere in the English-speaking world could, and did, apply. The demand for organs was even greater than for libraries. By 1919, some 40,000 applications had been received and processed by Bertram and the administrators who succeeded him after the organization of the Carnegie Corporation. During Carnegie's lifetime, 7,689 organs were given away, costing more than $6.25 million. 4,092 in the United States, over 2,119 in England, 1,005 in Scotland, and hundreds more in other English-speaking nations and colonies. What was remarkable about the library and organ programs was how little time or energy Carnegie invested in them. He and Bertram had designed their own scientific corporate system of giving, one that guarded against sentiment and made decisions based on hard data about population, taxation, and site availability. The benefit of such a program was that it did not overwhelm Carnegie with details and small-scale decision-making. His staff, knowing clearly what he intended to pay for, followed his instructions as precisely as they could without bothering him. He had turned his giving into a business, a very efficient one. The Daily Register of Donations for 1908 has 10 to 20 entries for each day. Amounts vary enormously, from $625 for an organ for North Warren on March 14th to $10,000 for a library in Charlotte the next day. Not a day goes by without some money dispersed to libraries and organs in the United States and Britain. Carnegie had designed a decentralized and highly efficient bureaucracy for giving away his money. His personal staff of secretaries, assistants, and bookkeepers at East 91st Street looked after library and church organ donations. The trust for his workers was administered by the management of the old Carnegie Steel Company in Pittsburgh. The New York Library grant was administered by the New York Public Library. His Scottish Universities Trust was ably managed by Lord Elgin. Only the National University proposal which he and White had worked on at Skybo required his direct attention. Part of the allure of the Washington University project was that it brought him back into contact with the Republican leadership. Nothing delighted him more than visits to the White House and closed-door meetings with party officials. These he had willingly put in jeopardy with his outspoken criticism of President McKinley and his weird, though short-lived, flirtation with William Jennings Bryan. The little Scotsman from Pittsburgh, his Republican friends were beginning to conclude, was a loose cannon ready to explode in unpredictable directions at any moment. Carnegie was not unaware of these perceptions and tried to soften them, but not to the point of tempering his anti-war, anti-imperialist rhetoric. His rather studied silence from late spring of 1899 had eased tensions somewhat, but not entirely eased the discomfort occasioned in Republican circles by his dalliance with Bryan. In the fall of 1900, the North American Review provided him with an opportunity to reaffirm his commitment to the Republican Party by inviting him to contribute to a pre-election symposium, Bryan or McKinley. Carnegie seized on the occasion to deliver yet another attack on McKinley, but then in a rapid about-face endorsed him for re-election. President McKinley at present stands for war and violence abroad, but Mr. Bryan stands for these scourges at home. The Democrats' reckless critique of the Supreme Court, their proposal for an income tax, and their relentless championing of the silver standard were far more dangerous than the Republicans' missteps overseas. President McKinley's policy only requires our soldiers to shoot down men abroad guilty of the crime of fighting and dying for their country's independence. Bryan, as president, would unleash a war at home that would last far longer and pose an infinitely greater danger. Class once arrayed against class at home, all is lost. Restoration of peace and order could only come in a far distant future. Carnegie's endorsement of the president's re-election was harsh and, because of that, effective. Few men of standing in the nation, Democrats or Republicans, had opposed McKinley's policies in the Philippines as strenuously as he had. For him now to come out in support of the president was a signal to other anti-imperialists to do the same. To ease his way back into the inner sanctums of the Republican Party, Carnegie contributed generously to the re-election campaign, though precisely how much we do not know. McKinley was again elected in 1900 by a plurality of 850,000 popular votes and almost twice as many electoral votes as Bryan. His second term, officially inaugurated in March, came to an abrupt and bloody end 6 months later in Buffalo, New York, at the Pan American Exposition, while he was shaking some hands after an afternoon reception. One of those standing in line to greet him was Leon Czolgosz, a thin, well-groomed man who, as he approached the president, pulled a revolver out of the handkerchief in his hand and fired twice at point-blank range. One bullet was deflected off a button of McKinley's waistcoat. The second hit him squarely in the abdomen. A week later he was dead, and Theodore Roosevelt had become President of the United States. "President McKinley gone. Isn't it dreadful?" Carnegie wrote Dodd from Skibo when he heard the news. "I was quite depressed by the shock and not very confident about Roosevelt's wisdom, but power may sober him." In November 1901, Carnegie took the train to Washington to meet with the new president, whom he had only the year before referred to in a letter to Andrew White as a dangerous man. He was accustomed to visiting Washington regularly to discuss tariff schedules, negotiate armor contracts, and meet with Republican Party officials and colleagues in the steel industry. This time he came in his role as philanthropist to personally apprise Roosevelt of the plans he had formulated that summer with White to build a national scientific research institution in Washington. Past presidents had carefully cultivated their relationships with the star-spangled Scotchman, but none with the elan of the cowboy aristocrat who had been so unexpectedly thrust into office. Theodore Roosevelt was a master of seduction. Like Carnegie, he was full of energy, always in motion, and relatively small, though his broad shoulders and puffed-out chest made him appear larger. He welcomed Carnegie to Washington like a long-lost friend. Not unaware of the rumors being spread that he was a trust-busting radical and a danger to businessmen everywhere, Roosevelt could only benefit from having the former Pittsburgh steelmaker on his side. Carnegie was happy to oblige. On November 28th, Thanksgiving Day 1902, a few days before his meeting with the president, Carnegie sent Roosevelt his plans for a Carnegie Institution in Washington. "Mr. President, believe me that I am made a very happy man this day of Thanksgiving by the thought that I have been so favored as to be enabled thus to prove, at least in some degree, my gratitude to and love for the Republic to which I owe so much." After his visit to the White House, Carnegie wrote again, this time from the Willard Hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue and 14th Street. Thanking Roosevelt for his cordial reception, he added that he had all along felt sure you would be captivated by the scheme. He then, rather presumptuously, gave the president permission to "pray take your own good time for sending matter to Congress." He closed by reminding him in a postscript that, unlike the corporations Roosevelt had attacked in earlier speeches, Carnegie Steel Company was no trust but a limited partnership, no stock for sale. I never bought or sold stock on the exchange. My money was all made in making iron and steel. No gambling. Carnegie wanted to give the government $10 million, more than $5 billion today, in gold bonds to establish an institution which would be organized, like the Smithsonian, as a national trust. Roosevelt and his advisers wisely concluded that the government could not accept and retain securities from a private corporation, especially one as controversial as U.S. Steel. Carnegie immediately shifted course and vested control of the $10 million in bonds in the Board of Trustees of a federally incorporated trust, the Carnegie Institution of Washington. The board was comprised, as the board for the Scottish Universities Trust had been, of the nation's most influential politicians, including Secretary of State John Hay, Secretary of War Elihu Root, Secretary of the Treasury Lyman Gage, former President Grover Cleveland, and, as ex officio members, the President of the United States, the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, the Smithsonian Secretary, and the President of the National Academy of Sciences. Daniel Coit Gilman, who had just retired from Johns Hopkins, was selected as the institution's first president. The mission of the Carnegie Institution, as opposed to the Carnegie Institute in Pittsburgh, was both visionary and vague. Its stated goal was to encourage investigation, research, and discovery, show the application to the improvement of mankind, provide such buildings, books, and instruments as may be needed, and afford instruction of an advanced character. Precisely how any of this was to be accomplished was left to the trustees. On New Year's Eve, 1902, the president sent Carnegie a personal note assuring him that he would serve on the new institution's board with the greatest pleasure. "Let me congratulate you upon the very high character, indeed I may say the extraordinary character, of the men who you have secured as trustees, and I congratulate the nation upon your purpose to found such an institution." The deed of trust and the $10 million in U.S. Steel gold bonds were transferred to the trustees in late January. The Carnegie Institution began life with a $10 million endowment, to which Carnegie added an additional $2 million in 1909 and $10 million in 1911. Rockefeller's Institute for Medical Research, the precursor to Rockefeller University, was launched with a grant of $200,000. In 1903, Rockefeller donated an additional $660,000 for a tract of land on which to build a permanent home for the Institute on York Avenue. In 1907, he responded to a request from his directors for a $6 million endowment by giving $2.6 million. In 1908, he gave another $8 million. Carnegie, as might have been expected, was extraordinarily pleased with his new institution and with himself for having pulled it together so quickly. On January 10, 1902, he wrote Lord Elgin to tell him he had taken the liberty of sending Lady Elgin the gift of a buckboard, a four-wheeled, horse-drawn wagon. He also enclosed a clipping about the Carnegie Institution. The enclosed will show you how I am trying to do something for the Republic. We hope ultimately to make this the country that is looked to by the world for the solutions of new problems in science. Germany is so now, at least in some considerable degree, although Britain is not barred by any means. That same day, he sent Sir Campbell Bannerman another clipping, this one headlined, "Cleveland heads Carnegie Trustees." "You see from the enclosed what I am about here," he wrote in his accompanying letter. "I believe we shall make the Republic the country looked to hereafter for the solution of many problems. I am very happy in this work. A note from the President, with whom I have consulted freely, congratulates me upon the extraordinarily high character of my trustees, but I am used to this quality of trustees," a reference to the Scottish University's trustees, of whom Campbell Bannerman was one. Despite its rather prosaic name, the Carnegie Institution of Washington was among the most imaginative of the Carnegie gifts. It is difficult to know where Carnegie got the idea for his non-teaching, non-degree-granting university. There were, at the time, medical research centers like the Koch University in Berlin, the Pasteur in Paris, and the one Rockefeller was funding in New York City, later to become Rockefeller University. But the Carnegie Institution, with its emphasis on non-medical pure research, was different. Carnegie was, as Harvard President James Bryant Conant would comment in 1935 on the centenary of his birth, more than a generation ahead of most businessmen of this country in understanding the importance of science to industry. He recognized far better than his peers how vital basic scientific research was to the applied research that industry fed off. George Ellery Hale, an astronomer and astrophysicist, later to be the chief architect of the National Research Council, was astounded when he learned of Carnegie's commitment to pure research. The provision of a large endowment solely for scientific research seemed almost too good to be true. Knowing as I did the difficulties of obtaining money for this purpose, and devoted as I was to research rather than teaching, I could appreciate some of the possibilities of such an endowment. Hale applied for funds to build an observatory on Mount Wilson in California, and got what he asked for. It would take until 1909 to build and install a 60-inch reflecting telescope in the observatory. In 1917, a second 100-inch telescope, the largest in the world, was added. The Mount Wilson Observatory, and the work of its astronomers and astrophysicists, was only one of the projects funded in the early years of the new institution. Another, of which Carnegie was equally proud, was the outfitting of the Carnegie, an ocean-going yacht with auxiliary engine, built of wood and bronze so that it could collect geophysical data without the errors inflicted on compass readings by iron and steel. The ship was launched in 1909. By 1911, Carnegie could claim that the scientists on board had already been able to correct several significant errors on navigational maps. In his deed of trust, Carnegie declared that his research institution in Washington should discover the exceptional man in every department of study whenever and where found, and enable him to make the work for which he seems specially designed his life work. That notion would remain the driving philosophy behind the institution over the next century. Some of those exceptional scientists supported by Carnegie money were the astronomer Edwin Hubble, who, revolutionized astronomy with his discovery that the universe is expanding, and Barbara McClintock, whose work on patterns of genetic inheritance in corn won her a Nobel Prize. Though his Washington institution got less publicity than his other trusts, Carnegie thought enough of it to later add an additional $12 million to his initial gift of $10 million. The institution's endowment now stands at $600 million, which, with government grants, supports an annual budget of $60 million for the work of scientists, fellows, and technical staff in 6 different departments, 2 in Washington, 1 in Baltimore, 2 in California, and observatories at Mount Wilson, California, and Las Campanas, Chile. The Carnegie Institution's administrative headquarters remain in Washington, D.C., where they have always been, though 4 of its 6 departments are located elsewhere. The Department of Embryology, founded in 1913 in Baltimore, the Department of Global Ecology, the newest edition, established in 2002 at Stanford University, also the home of the Department of Plant Biology. The Departments of Terrestrial Magnetism and the Geophysical Laboratory remain in Washington. Chapter 33. A Fine Piece of Friendship, 1902 to 1905. The Carnegies returned to Britain in the spring of 1902. After their annual sojourn in London and a speech at Guildhall where Carnegie was honored by the Worshipful Company of Plumbers, they traveled north to Skibo. With the grand reconstruction of the castle and the outbuildings, Skibo had expanded to the size of a large resort hotel. There was no end of rooms inside the castle and manor houses, most of them filled all season long by guests. During the summer of 1902, the Rockefeller boy, John Jr., whom Carnegie had always had a special liking for, arrived with his wife Abby to spend a few days. So did the Polish pianist Ignatian Paderewski, who had made his triumphant Carnegie Hall debut in 1891 and returned many times in the years since then. Paderewski, Carnegie wrote Morley after his Skibo visit, proved to be a charming man as well as supreme pianist. The highlight of this and future social seasons was the visit of King Edward VII, who had the year before ascended the throne at the death of his mother, Queen Victoria. One afternoon in October 1902, Burton Hendrick writes, with details that could only have been supplied by Louise and Margaret, a telegram came to Skibo. This conveyed the information that King Edward was on his way to call on Mr. and Mrs. Carnegie. At the moment, Carnegie was enjoying his daily siesta, and the news when he was awakened rather startled him. He jumped up, however, and prepared to give an appropriate welcome. Glancing out the window, the King's motor was visible proceeding up the driveway, and Carnegie, clad in his informal togs, met His Majesty at the doorway. The piper had barely time to get into his Highland garb, and the organist, who had been in the swimming pool, just managed to scramble into his clothes and strike up God Save the King as the royal guest appeared. The King, who was in the process of remodeling Buckingham Palace, had come to see how Carnegie had managed to incorporate all the modern amenities, including electric lighting and indoor plumbing, into his castle design. He stayed for tea, which he took American style with lemon, greatly pleasing Louise, who also took her tea without milk or cream. 5-and-a-half-year-old Margaret was presented, and though she forgot to curtsy, triumphed nonetheless. I had been naughty, Margaret recalled 70 years later, and as usual on such occasions, after Mother had talked to me, I was sitting alone in the upstairs sitting-room to think matters over until I was ready to say I was sorry. Mother never hurried me, but this time she had hardly left the room until she was back. The next thing I knew, I was in the garden picking roses with Nana. Then, freshly dressed, I was standing in the drawing-room with the flowers. A tall, bearded man was bending over and asking if I would give him a kiss. I never liked to kiss bearded faces, with the exception, one hopes, of her father. They had sloppy, wet lips, but this face was very different. This man knew how to kiss little girls. I gave the roses to him for the Queen, and a rosebud for your own self, which he put in his buttonhole. The visit with King Edward, though harrowing, turned out well, Louise wrote Robert Franks in New York. It was delightfully informal, and he seemed to enjoy it as much as we did. The King, as Carnegie later wrote William Holland, the director of his museum in Pittsburgh, had been attracted during his brief visit to the drawing of Diplodocus Carnegii on the wall. He wants one for British Museum badly. Carnegie took the king's offhand request quite seriously, and that winter made a formal offer of a duplicate dinosaur to the British Museum. Museums were in the practice of exchanging specimens with one another, but never the size of a dinosaur. On Carnegie's instructions, William Holland got to work constructing a duplicate. He hired 2 Italian modelers to make molds of each bone, then used the molds to build plaster replicas. As there was no room in the museum for such a task, the work was done at the Western Pennsylvania Exposition Society Hall downtown. In December 1904, the duplicate plaster bones were shipped to England, where, after a laborious process of unpacking and assembling, the duplicate Diplodocus was displayed in May 1905. The molding process went so smoothly that in the years to come additional casts would be made and replica dinosaurs dispatched, as gestures of friendship, to Berlin, Paris, Vienna, Bologna, and St. Petersburg. Carnegie's newfound fame, the result of Morgan's purchase of his company, created new opportunities for him to spread his gospels of wealth, anti-imperialism, and peace. He seized on every one of them. In early 1902 he agreed to Frank Doubleday's recommendation that it was an apt moment to bring out a new collection of his essays. The first of many editions of the book, entitled The Empire of Business, was published by Doubleday, Page & Company in 1902. As Carnegie explained to Lord Avebury, to whom he sent a copy of his book in June, he found himself in a strange position, the reported publisher of 2 books, Gospel of Wealth, published by Century magazine in book form and edited by the daughter of Richard Gilder, the Century editor, and this other. I only said to my 2 friends, "Help yourselves, you are welcome to publish anything I have written which I am free to give you." They went to work and selected. I got first copies as presentation copies, that's all. In that same year, 1902, Bernard Alderson, an English journalist, published the first full-length biography of Carnegie. Frank Doubleday, after checking with Carnegie, bought the American rights and in June wrote Samuel Church, secretary of the Carnegie Institute in Pittsburgh, to ask his assistance in revising the book for an American audience. Will you be good enough also to mark anything which occurs to you as untrue or improper, and to add memoranda of any facts or interesting incidents which occur to you and which have not been touched upon? After this has been done, Mr. C. has expressed his willingness to read the book again and make any suggestions he thinks desirable. Doubleday was a shrewd enough publisher to know that the public was not going to accept simply a sort of glorification of a controversial figure. On the other hand, he had no intention of defaming his subject, whose essays he was bringing out simultaneously with the biography. Although the Homestead strike had occurred a decade earlier, the public had not forgotten it. Doubleday confessed that he felt hopelessly at sea as to how to discuss Homestead in the biography. "Could you not send us some material about this strike?" he asked Church, "or write or dictate for us a few paragraphs which would help us in this matter? Anything also that you could help us to get hold of as to what has been done for Homestead and for the workmen, in the way of information or illustrations, we shall be extremely grateful for. As soon as I can get these things in shape, I'm going to set them all in type, and we will send it to Mr. Carnegie for his reading." Church asked William Corey, who still worked for Carnegie Steel in Pittsburgh and had been around at the time of the strike, to write the Homestead paragraphs, but Corey refused to do so. "Mr. Corey thinks that the Alderson book is a mass of errors," Church wrote Doubleday, "that it is not written by one who is familiar with what he is describing, and he thinks the point of view is so far away from the truth that the only way to correct it would be to write a new book from beginning to end. This he is not prepared to do, and he therefore asks me to return the book to you. There is no lack of friendly desire to assist you in the matter, either on the part of Mr. Corey or myself. But to those of us who know Mr. Carnegie intimately and who are familiar with the record of his past enterprises in Pittsburgh, this biography seems so far from being a true portraiture of the man that it is simply hopeless for us to give it any real value by any amount of tinkering that we might attempt to do with it." Doubleday went ahead with the biography without Church's or Corey's assistance. In October, when the American edition of Andrew Carnegie, The Man and His Work, was published by Doubleday, Page & Company, Alderson wrote a rather plaintive letter to James Bertram, requesting that Carnegie buy copies of the book, or at the very least acknowledge it in some way. "A word from him would greatly enhance the progress the book is making, and I wish that he could see his way to accept the biography. There is no record of any reply from Bertram or from Carnegie, who apparently agreed with his colleagues in Pittsburgh that the Alderson book was, though laudatory, useless. He was already collaborating with another writer on another biography. We don't know how Joaquin Miller, the California-based writer and poet, got involved in the project, but by July 1902 he wrote Carnegie, "I have my, or rather your, biography blocked out, about 200 pages done, but it is crude, only the skeleton, no soul or heart in it yet, as I must go to Pennsylvania and absorb anecdote and incident. Not that I want Washington's hatchet stories or Franklin's Poor Richard philosophy, but it is the little things that show the big man and go to the heart of humanity. And I must have all your books and pictures of your castle and roomy estate, also that of the old-time loom, if possible. In truth, as I go forward, the work, while fascinating, grows almost formidable. I must leave everything else alone for the time if I am to do it well. I enclose the preface. Please read it at once. I am sure that the work will do good. But you are so much wiser than I that I shall defer entirely to you, and if you do not greatly approve of the plan and purpose of the book, I shall regretfully lay it aside. I see that you are busy entertaining bishops, big men and little children, yet I hope for an early and an encouraging answer." Miller's biography never saw the light of day. It may have proved too formidable a project for him to continue, or perhaps Carnegie, having read the preface, did not encourage him to finish it. In December, William Stead published yet another profile of Carnegie in Christian Endeavor World, in which he remarked, almost in passing, that while Carnegie remained an inveterate optimist with an invincible faith in progress, his faith in the future had taken one very ugly knock when his countrymen went crazy for a time over the Philippine conquest. Although Carnegie had stopped protesting against America's imperialist turn, he had never ceased to mourn it. In the spring of 1902, when asked by the peace activist Frederick Halls to contribute funds for a peace palace at The Hague, he refused. "Please let the idea rest for the present. Let us get our English-speaking race at peace. This forcing ourselves upon unwilling peoples and shooting resistors down is so incongruous with Hague peace ideas. I am not going to think of it at present." A month later, the inveterate optimist had once again let his faith in the future get the better of him. In May 1902, Carnegie published a surprisingly hopeful article for the North American Review, fittingly entitled "The Opportunity of the United States," calling on the Roosevelt government to grant independence to the Philippine Islands, as if in that act it could erase the damage caused by the war. On April 30th, just before he sailed to Britain, he sent a copy of his article to President Roosevelt with a handwritten note. "Will the President of the United States carefully weigh this article from one who wishes him well? Yours for true Americanism." Scrawled across the top of the note, Carnegie added, "Don't fear the people. They will rally round you if you once spoke the word." The President's response was vague, but could be interpreted as encouraging if one sought encouragement as much as Carnegie did. "It was a pleasure to hear from you. As soon as you get back, I would like you to come to see me either here at Washington or at Oyster Bay. I am much interested in what you say about Cape affairs," the Boer War, "and I want to go over the Philippine business in its present aspect with you." The cessation of hostilities in the Philippines had not brought an end to the controversy over the war and its legacy. Letters from American soldiers published in newspapers across the country described in almost clinical detail the use of the water cure and other tortures to secure information from captured Filipinos. At a meeting in New York at the Plaza Hotel on April 29th, chaired by Charles Francis Adams, the Anti-Imperialist League established its own Philippine Investigation Committee, to which it appointed Carnegie in absentia. In July, while Carnegie was at Skibo, the committee delivered its report to President Roosevelt. It began by praising him for his attention to the question of troop demoralization and the brutalities that might have resulted from it, but respectfully dissented from his and the U.S. Army's conclusion that instances of torture were isolated. The committee had, on the contrary, found that torture was not only widespread and systematic, but often condoned by superior officers. It asked Roosevelt to take action to investigate American atrocities and punish those soldiers and officers found guilty of perpetrating them. The concluding paragraph, to which the signatures of the members were affixed, informed the President that Andrew Carnegie had been a member of the committee, but as he was overseas it had been impossible to consult him in preparing this communication or to obtain his signature to it. Instead, a copy of the report had been forwarded to him in Scotland, with a request that he will, after due consideration, communicate with you directly concerning it. The committee had indeed sent its report to Carnegie at Skibo, but he had never acknowledged receiving it. Only after it was made public did he explain to Adams why he had not wired to sign my name. President has written asking me to come to him either at Washington or Oyster Bay or wherever he is upon my return, as he wishes to confer with me upon present state of Philippines. I believe I can do more good by abstaining from further action publicly after my outburst in the North American Review. That President Roosevelt would not like to see the Filipinos independent and our republic out of the mess I cannot believe. Now let us see if we cannot help him. What may be our duty next presidential election is another matter. Meanwhile, I am going to do what I can to get our party right. 3 days later, Carnegie wrote President Roosevelt to explain why he had not signed the address made to Your Excellency in regard to the deplorable excesses which have occurred in the Philippines. His reasons were several. First, war is hell. Such hellish things as have occurred in the Philippines occurred in the Chinese War, in South Africa, and will always be the accompaniment of war. In my opinion, therefore, the responsibility rests with the statesman whose policy leads to war. Another reason that I did not sign the address to you is because I believe that you have done what the President of the United States was called upon to do. He did not elaborate. A third reason: I have faith in you and in Secretary of War Root. There was a final reason: that I had received your very flattering invitation to call upon you and talk over the Philippines question in its present phase. I believe that one so privileged can exert whatever influence he possesses more wisely and more effectively in friendly consultation with the President than he can possibly do by appealing to the people. It is a privilege which I have enjoyed with 3 of your predecessors, and in more than one instance I have been assured that I was able to do them some service. If I can be of service to the 4th, it will be one of the most pleasant satisfactions of my life. Carnegie grossly exaggerated the importance of the President's invitation. The fact that Roosevelt was young and inexperienced in international diplomacy convinced Carnegie that he was being called on to play a major advisory role. This was, of course, far from the truth, as Charles Francis Adams tried to suggest. President Roosevelt, Adams wrote Carnegie in late September, was running for election. He might speak out against the severities in the Philippines as he did against the excesses of the trusts, but he would take no action against either. Carnegie was in no mood to listen. He had all his life been far too trusting of men in power and men whose intelligence he respected. Since James G. Blaine, he had not come across an elected official he admired or wished to befriend as much as he did Teddy Roosevelt. He was not only more powerful and energetic than Blaine had ever been, but more accomplished as an historian and a man of letters, and entirely accessible. I never enter the presence of the President without awe and reverence, Carnegie wrote Morley in the late summer of 1902. With friend Roosevelt, however, this feeling vanished before I knew it. A hearty shake, a slap and hail fellow well met, and he was Teddy. A splendid fellow, but original. I am writing him today on the Philippines as requested and shall go direct to see him upon my return. It is our duty to obtain influence with those in authority, therefore I always keep in view what effect my action may have there. Carnegie was indeed so in awe of the presidency in general, and Roosevelt in particular, that he criticized Nicholas Murray Butler for not bowing to the President before he gave his inaugural speech on being installed as President of Columbia University. I cannot understand how a man can be in the presence of the President without being awed. I have known 3 presidents intimately before they were presidents, but when I entered their presence after election, they were surrounded by a halo, and I was somewhat of a worshipper. Butler's only response was that he was not guilty of disrespect, but had indeed acknowledged the president before he spoke. Carnegie was entirely captivated by Roosevelt, and had been so kindly treated that he had begun indulging in fantasies of becoming his chief adviser, perhaps even his Secretary of State. He wrote Morley that Roosevelt had asked me to advise him upon British question, Canada. Troublesome just now, so you see if you cultivate the king and I the president, there's no saying what we can do when we get our reward. You premier, don't laugh, character sometimes wins, and I Secretary State. We'll keep things straight. No war. Now in his late 60s, Carnegie, whose appearance had changed little in a quarter century, was beginning to take on the look of an old and rather strange white-haired man. The large head set on the trim body was more gnome-like, his face increasingly puffy. He also shrank in size, or appeared to. Almost every visitor and description noticed his lack of height, but no one wrote about it quite like his friend Sam Clemens, who, in an unpublished section of his own autobiography, felt obligated to dwell for a moment upon Carnegie's stature, if one may call it by that large name, for the sake of the future centuries. The future centuries will be glad to hear about this feature from one who has actually looked upon it. In truth, Mr. Carnegie is no smaller than was Napoleon. He is no smaller than were several other men supremely renowned in history, but for some reason or other he looks smaller than he really is. He looks incredibly small, almost unthinkably small. I do not know how to account for this. I do not know what the reason of it is, and so I have to leave it unexplained. As they aged, Louise's height stood out a bit more, though she had learned to compensate for it by slouching a bit and leaning in toward him when they stood together. Her features had softened with age, and, unlike her husband, she had grown more handsome. As her cheeks filled out, her eyes seemed to recede deeper into her face. There was a placidness, a gentleness, almost a world-weary calm to her. Neither husband nor wife had allowed age to slow them down. Carnegie was, at 70, as at 30, incapable of sitting still or remaining in one place for long. While he seldom appeared at the dedication ceremonies for his American libraries, he never turned down a chance to open a British library and to receive the greatest honor a British town could give. Its freedom of the city, a medieval designation that offered the honoree the privileges of the burgher, enumerated on a parchment scroll encased in an elaborately carved casket-shaped, usually jeweled box. Every summer, with Louise at his side, Carnegie traveled from town to town collecting his freedoms and being feted with parades, dinners, receptions, and adulatory speeches. 54 caskets and 133 certificates are currently stored at the Birthplace Museum in Dunfermline. Carnegie took this aspect of his life very seriously. Every library he opened, every freedom he received was another opportunity to preach his gospel. For years now he had been publishing his speeches in pamphlet form. When James Swank, the former secretary and chief lobbyist for the American Iron and Steel Association, retired in 1904, Carnegie hired him to assemble, publish, and distribute these pamphlets. With regard to title, etc., make cover of pamphlet more or less the same as the sample I sent you, heading it More Busy Days, and below Dr. Carnegie at Dingwall, Tain, etc., etc. With regard to the paternity, put underneath compiled and edited by James M. Swank, Philadelphia. No introduction or preface required. Color of cover brown or gray. In mid-July 1902, Carnegie traveled to 8 different functions, then returned in August to a castle full of visitors. Morley was due to arrive in mid-September. I am looking forward to 5 days of pleasant roving, rambling talk. Only I beseech you, don't ask me to go anywhere or to do anything, for I'm as tired as a hound. What a pleasant time we'll have. A month later, after the visit of Paderewski had closed the season, Andrew was off again, with Louise in tow, on another round of visits and speeches. Madam and I this week orate at Perth. Freedom, he wrote Dodd on October 1st. Thursday, Falkirk Library opening, also evening. Friday, Greenock opening, also evening. Saturday, Stirling. Monday, travel to Liverpool. Tuesday, Haywarden Library speech. Wednesday, Library Liverpool. Banquet and evening. 12 speeches is a big contract, but I'm in fine fettle and shall no doubt go through all right as usual. Madam has two functions herself. Hoopla! Morley, on being sent a copy of his friend's speaking schedule, warned him to slow down. "Take care of yourself, my friend. This progress of yours will be a strain. The strain has to be paid for in malt or in meal. Don't make so many engagements for a short span. Spread them out, or don't make them. Look how well I am. The Oxford people want me to speak at the banquet on the tercentenary of Bodleian next week. No, say I." Carnegie pushed on through his 12 speeches, then proceeded to St. Andrews for the most important engagement of the summer. The students at St. Andrews, the oldest university in Scotland, founded in 1411, had the year before elected Andrew Carnegie as their rector, no doubt in recognition of his $10 million gift to the Scottish universities. Carnegie had begun planning his inaugural address the summer before by reading through a recently collected volume of addresses delivered by his predecessors. As many of these touched on questions of religious sentiments, Carnegie decided to explain to the students how his own had developed and crystallized from year to year. There was, he recognized, one objection to the choice. It involves a highly personal address. But there is one advantage. It will show you the flesh and blood man behind, and I do feel desirous to get in close touch with you. Let us know each other. Religion was not a new subject for Carnegie. He had been a vocal agnostic since adolescence. His refusal to believe in a personal deity had left such an impression on one old friend, Bobby Pitcairn, that when Pitcairn's wife died, he felt obligated to remind Carnegie that not only she but his dear father had been a believer. God bless him. Would that you had this consolation. Carnegie, who had taken such delight in religious disputation and debate as a young man, continued as he grew older to find enormous satisfaction in playing the enlightened man of reason in debate with fossilized, superstitious believers. His Dunfermline friend Lord Shaw, who helped organize the Scottish Universities Trust, recalled in his memoirs the great gap that stood between him and Carnegie on the spiritual side. The old rigidity most righteously he despised, but the noble underlying spirit of Christianity, such things made him impatient. And he would, at least to me, for I declined positively ever to lower my flag to him, he would fling out at your savage tenets of the Old Testament as if they were religion. Far and wide he voyaged, to Confucius, to Zoroaster, to the world's sages, seeking the truth if haply he might find it. And I do believe that after all those voyagings and storms of argufying and declamatory monologue into which an uneasiness of mind seemed ever to draw him, that at last his bark landed on the Christian shore. Despite Shaw's protestations and Pitcairn's hopes, Carnegie never would be reconciled to Christianity, though in time his hostility to the organized religion whose tales of eternal damnation had so frightened him as a child diminished. In his mid-60s he even consented to accompany Louise and Margaret to church in Dornoch. That summer of 1902, in preparation for his rectorial address at St. Andrews, he took up again the subject of religion in discussion and correspondence with his British friends. In a letter to Richard Haldane, he proudly recalled that as a young man he had thrown over our dogmatic theology of our Bible and our Christ and all the fables of an ignorant past. Then science brought me back to true religion. In the draft of his address, Carnegie denied that science was an enemy of religion. On the contrary, every discovery of science has exalted and must exalt the creator of these startling wonders to which science alone keeps the keys. Like Herbert Spencer, he believed in the truth that there is an inscrutable existence, an infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed. And like him, he denied that there was any one preferable way to refer to this unknown or worship it. Carnegie's speech, though charming in parts, was unwieldy. He rambled on, dropping names as he went to show the undergraduates and their professors that, though unschooled, he was not uneducated, that though an opponent of organized theologies, he was a religious man. Principal James Donaldson of St. Andrews, after reading the draft, suggested that Carnegie might choose another topic, as theology and religion was at that moment in Scottish history too controversial a subject to be treated so personally. Carnegie, too, apparently had his doubts as to whether this rather informal autobiographical address was appropriate. He stowed the talk away, It would not be published until after his death. As a replacement for his address on religion, he took up a subject he knew well, American industrial ascendancy and the economic future of Europe and Britain. This speech, delivered on October 22, 1902, and widely reprinted, charted the decline of British industrial dominance. The present, he declared, belonged to the United States because of its enormous home market and abundance of natural resources, and to Germany, which had become Britain's chief rival in Europe. The German economy had overtaken the British, its population was greater, it was closing the gap in naval armaments, and it was led by a dynamic, ambitious ruler, Kaiser Wilhelm II. Parroting Richelieu's warning to the French king about Cromwell, Carnegie announced to his Scottish audience that a great man has arisen in Germany, the Emperor. It is impossible to follow his doings without feeling that here is a personality, a power potent for good or evil in the world. He is at once the Emperor and the vital force of the empire. In his bluff, almost confrontational manner, Carnegie was using the St. Andrew's address to alert and reconcile the British to the changing balance of power. 9 years earlier, in the essay that became the concluding chapter of his new edition of Triumphant Democracy, he had proclaimed that the only way for the British to retain their exalted place in the world was to join with Canada and the United States in an English-speaking union, with its headquarters in Washington. Now, speaking before an audience of Scottish college students, he declared that the days when such a federation might have rescued the British were gone. Britain was too small in size and population to remain great in material products or material power. All thought of material ascendancy, even with the empire united, must therefore be abandoned. There was no hope for the British. They would, in the years to come, have but two choices: to assume a subordinate place within Europe or within an American-led English-speaking federation. Having thoroughly depressed his audience by pointing to the inevitable decline of British wealth and power, Carnegie concluded, bizarrely for a successful businessman and capitalist, by suggesting that material ascendancy was not all that important. Gentlemen, assembled in Scotland's oldest university, the thought that fills your heart and appeals to mine is what value is material compared with moral and intellectual ascendancy. Supremacy not in the things of the body, but in those of the spirit. What matters what part of the world makes the steel, iron, cloth, or ships, if you produce the highest poets, historians, philosophers, statesmen, inventors, teachers? Let others make more of the food for the body of man, if from you come the best books for the soul, or the highest examples of lives grandly lived. Let more of the millions of the people be clothed by other lands and other hands, as long as you educate and apparel the minds, leading men in the higher paths. Carnegie's 1902 address at St. Andrew's was his way of setting his priorities in order, personally and publicly, as he entered the final decades of his life, of telling the men of letters in his audience that he wanted to be thought of as one of them. The St. Andrew's students responded 2 years later by electing him to a second term as rector, therefore guaranteeing that he would have one more chance to address them formally. Louise accompanied her husband to St. Andrew's, as she did to most of his speeches. She had grown into the role of companion to the great man, but she was also, day by day, assuming greater responsibilities of her own. At Skibo, her duties as lady of the manor had increased to the point where they occupied her full time. With the assistance of her personal secretary, Louise planned for the arrival of new guests, decided where to put them, welcomed them personally, and saw to it that they were escorted to their rooms and their bags unpacked. Every morning she met with the chief butler to determine how many guests might be expected at each of the day's meals and to arrange for the vehicles that would transport them to the golf course, or to fish in the Shin River, or shop in Dornoch. She also planned the day's musical selections with the organist and met with the housekeeper and cook to discuss the day's menus. In late morning, after her chores were done, and then again after lunch, she consulted with the gardeners, looked after her personal gardens, picked flowers, and joined her guests for a walk, a swim in the pool, a few holes of golf, or a carriage ride. By mid-afternoon she was back in the castle to pour tea in the drawing-room. After tea she retreated to her private rooms for a half-hour with her daughter and husband, then answered her correspondence, dressed for dinner, heard her daughter's prayers, and, having wished Margaret a good night, went downstairs again, where, escorted by the piper, she led her guests into dinner. On Sundays there were the rounds to make, visits to the stables, kennels, poultry-house, dairy, greenhouses, nurseries, and calls at the cottages of senior staff members, then the carriage ride into Dornoch for church services and hymn-singing. In the afternoon she and her daughter together gathered blossoms for the ladies' finger bowls. Louise, though uncomplaining, was exhausted by the strain of the Skibo season. Carnegie, for his part, doted on her, fearful that her health might give way. Their only major disagreements came when she tried to interfere in his grooming and get him to discard well-worn or replace ill-matched articles of clothing. He deferred to her on all household decisions, but at the same time, as he heaped more responsibilities on her as lady of the manor, he wanted her with him everywhere, when he played golf or yachted or drove into town or took guests on a picnic in the moors or traveled to other towns to receive his honors. He expected her as well to help him welcome and entertain the presidents of the 4 Scottish universities for Principals Week in September, and the 25 trustees of the Carnegie Dunfermline Trust on their annual visit in July. In mid-October 1902, after their first guest-filled season at Skibo, Carnegie wrote to tell Morley that he was taking the family to Lake Geneva to give Madam and Baba 2 weeks in high air. Madam should have a rest between houses, palaces, alas, alas. I don't like going so far on continent, but Madam needs a rest, I think, and that settles it. From this point on, upon arriving in Britain in the spring and before departing in the fall, the family would spend at least 2 or 3 weeks at grand hotels in London or on the continent, so Louise could enjoy a vacation from housekeeping responsibilities. In the fall of 1902, the first family vacation in Switzerland was interrupted when all 3 Carnegies came down with food poisoning. Louise and Baba recovered quickly, but Andrew, either from the food poisoning or some other malady, did not. They returned to London, where Carnegie spent the next 10 days recuperating. The newspapers kept daily watch on his health and celebrated his return to New York on December 11th. The New York Times reported the next day that although he said that he had never felt better in his life, he looked a little pale and shaken, and his step had lost some of its accustomed sprightliness. Asked if he was going to present his new Fifth Avenue mansion as a Christmas present to his daughter, he laughed. "I haven't seen the house yet." At the conclusion of the interview, Carnegie, Louise, and Baba were driven uptown and through Central Park to their new home at 2 East 91st Street. It was quite unlike any other Fifth Avenue mansion, and that was precisely how the Carnegies had planned it. He was reported as having told his architects that he did not want a palace, but a house that was modest, roomy, and plain. To make sure he got this, he steered clear of the usual society architects and hired Babb, Cook, and Willard, who had designed several important buildings but no palaces. In 1976, the Carnegie Mansion became the home of the Smithsonian Institution's Cooper Hewitt Museum. Harry Phipps had constructed a beautiful, large but plain marble home for himself on the corner of 87th Street. The Carnegie's mansion was larger than Phipps's, but less elegant and much more domestic. Instead of being built of marble or granite, it was constructed of red brick with white stone trim, giving it a Georgian look, like an English city mansion, complicated by a French Beaux-Arts-style canopy of bronze and glass. It did not resemble the monumental structures further south built by the Vanderbilts and Huntingtons in the 1880s, or the massive building that Henry Frick would construct for himself in the 1910s. There was a colorful, lively feel to the property. The front entrance was of yellow brick. Large blocks of pink granite faced along the sidewalks. The entire property was surrounded by a black iron fence, but a decorative one that invited passers-by to look inside between the well-spaced pickets. The property extended the entire block from 90th to 91st Street, but the house appeared to have been pushed back toward 91st Street so that the south side of the property could be given over to Louise's gardens. As at Skibo, but miniaturized, there would be a central lawn with paths and a variety of shrubs and flowers chosen to bloom in the spring and fall while the Carnegies were in residence. Around the edges of the property, full-grown maples, poplars, and elms were planted, though with the exception of a single poplar, none survived long. The iron fence did not provide the Carnegies with much privacy, From the moment the family moved in, as Louise remarked in her diary, there were very troublesome reporters buzzing about. Everyone in town knew where the richest man in the world lived and what he looked like. Carnegie was not one to hide out. He spent time in his garden in full view of passers-by and made full use of Central Park just across the avenue. Every afternoon at 4 p.m. he entered the park for his 2-mile circular promenade around the reservoir. He sometimes made 2 circuits, often with a friend or one of the journalists who lay in wait for him along the path. The ground floor of the house was divided into 2 wings, one for the family, the other for Carnegie and his assistants. Visitors entered through a small vestibule. If on business, they were directed to the right, through an anteroom and up a flight of stairs into a waiting room, then into James Bertram's office. Just behind Bertram's office was a wood-paneled lobby that opened onto Carnegie's private library, the largest room in the mansion. Behind the library was Carnegie's study. Carnegie did most of his work in the library at a table so large he looked elf-like sitting at it. In front of the table was his soft, easy chair with footstool, where he sat to give dictation to Bertram. Other visitors and friends opened a second set of doors directly in front of the entrance. These led to a foyer and a short stairway into the great hall, paneled in Scottish oak. The public and entertainment rooms, parlor, dining room, reception room, breakfast room, conservatory, and gallery, were comfortable, but not large by millionaire standards. There was no ballroom or banquet room, no outrageously expensive paintings or sculpture in the art gallery, no Florentine furniture, oversized medieval tapestries, or ornately gilded ceilings. The private family rooms on the second floor were reached by staircase and an elevator so modern it was featured in newspaper stories. Andrew and Louise had adjoining bedrooms with a dressing room for Louise. There was a family library and sitting room and a day and night nursery for Margaret. On the third floor was Stella's room, some guest rooms, and storage space. The servant quarters on the fourth floor housed 10 female and 4 male servants. The chauffeurs and some other staff lived on 90th Street at the Carnegie's garage. The basement held the kitchen, laundry, rooms for the steward and chief housekeeper. In the sub-basement were state-of-the-art twin boilers that were fueled by coal delivered at the east end of the house and transported over a small railroad track from the bin to the furnace, a 1/4 ton at a time. Carnegie's daily routine was much the same as at Skybow, with one slight difference. In Scotland, the household was awakened by the piper. At 91st Street, they rose earlier at 7 a.m. to the sounds of the great organ Carnegie had installed in the lower hallway, played by an organist from the Broadway Tabernacle. After a leisurely breakfast, Carnegie repaired to his private study, where he read through the morning newspapers and the letters Bertram thought he should look after. He dictated answers, memoranda, and instructions, and met personally with those rare petitioners who were granted an interview. His work was generally concluded by lunchtime, leaving the rest of the day free for other activities. Most of the Carnegie's entertaining was done at the mansion, including his annual literary dinners, held jointly with his friend Richard Gilder of the Century. Every year a different man of letters was honored: Sam Clemens, John Morley, Charles Eliot Norton. The tradition was for each of the guests to sign their names on the tablecloth. The names were then embroidered and preserved as a record of the event. Carnegie also held luncheons and smaller dinners at his home for visiting dignitaries and special events for his Carnegie Veterans Association and the various organizations he belonged to and supported. Within weeks of returning to New York and taking up residence in his new home in the fall of 1902, Carnegie took the train to Washington to meet with President Roosevelt and be honored at the dedication of his Washington Library. Carnegie, still courting and being courted by the president, returned every compliment. Theodore Roosevelt, he told his audience, was not just the President of the United States, but a prince in the Republic of Letters. I doubt not that of the books taken from this library, his will rank high in the list. We hail him today, therefore, in the dual capacity of president and author, positions unsurpassed in their several spheres, a rare and wonderful combination. Had they been closer in age, or had Roosevelt had the time or inclination to visit Carnegie at Skybow, they might have become friends. Of Andrew Carnegie's gifts, the one least appreciated was his talent for befriending men he admired. He selected his friends as he chose his dinner companions, for their intellect, their ideas, and their wit. Having chosen those he wanted to befriend, he cultivated them carefully. His letters are replete with invitations to dine, visit, yacht, golf, fish, and travel with him. His warmth, his flattery, his deference, when called for, his loyalty, and his dogged pursuit usually bore fruit. In the end, even the most restrained, refined Englishmen, like William Gladstone, Matthew Arnold, and Herbert Spencer, were won over by his devotion. His extraordinary freshness of spirit, John Morley wrote in his Recollections, easily carried Arnold, Herbert Spencer, myself, and afterwards many others, high over an occasional credulity or haste in judgment, such as befalls the best of us in ardent hours. Carnegie gravitated toward those who, like him, had a puckish, self-deprecating sense of humor, could turn a phrase, had published a book or two, and were liberals in the British style, that is, advocates of limited government and opponents of socialist experiment and imperialist adventure. It was perhaps not coincidental that many of his friends, Frick, Morley, Phipps, Hay among them, were small like he was. Those chosen to enter the Carnegie circle were showered with gifts, usually from Scotland, grouse, trout, and the finest, smoothest Scotch whisky available, which he dispensed with good humor and in large quantities. "This is the best as well as the most fashionable medicine of the day," he wrote Richard Gilder in early 1904. "Please take half glass in water lunch and dinner as I do and report result. Then take good care of yourself and especially take exercise. Come and golf with me, for instance. P.S. The liquor is from the King's vat, which Queen Victoria had for 30 years. Sip reverently. Don't gulp it." Dozens of friends were rewarded with Scotch whisky, usually from John Dewar, on birthdays, holidays, special occasions, or when they fell ill. At one point, Clemens, having perhaps run out, informed Carnegie by note that he had been in bed since last Sunday, slowly wasting away under an attack of bronchitis complicated with other unnecessary maladies, and I cannot get any Scotch whisky that isn't rank and frank poison. If you will lend me half a bottle, I'll be and remain gratefully your friend. Every year, sometimes twice a year, Carnegie would send a new supply, and Clemens would find a new way to thank him. "Dear St. Andrew," he wrote in February 1906, "the whisky arrived in due course from over the water. Last week one bottle of it was extracted from the wood and inserted into me on the installment plan, with this result, that I believe it to be the best and smoothest whisky now on the planet." And again in January 1908, "That whisky came very handy. I had a very wild and exasperating cold, but a pint of the whisky tamed it in 3 minutes by the watch, and I did not wake up again for 10 hours. I shall be out of bed tomorrow, I think, and I'll break straightway for Bermuda." 3 weeks later, having received yet another batch, he wrote that it had come at the right time. Of course, for whisky never comes at the wrong time. And a year later, "Many thanks for the whisky. It goes to the right place and finds a hearty welcome there." Grover Cleveland, who not only received Scotch whisky but a personal visit in Princeton during his illness, responded more solemnly to his friend's thoughtful friendliness. "In the midst of your many and large public benefactions, I hope you find an especial gratification in the kind things you do within the sphere of man-to-man relationships." While Carnegie was extraordinarily generous with his gifts and in paying for his friends' travel and vacations, he wisely stayed away from entering into business deals with them. He turned down Blaine's offers to invest in coal mines, Stead's proposal that he join with him in publishing a partisan, opinionated morning newspaper, and several of Clemens's hair-brained business ventures. Clemens was somewhat of a wild man when it came to investing his own and his friends' funds. No sooner had he gotten out of the debts incurred because of disastrous investments in a publishing and printing company than he tried in 1900 to inveigle his friends in new schemes. He urged his financial advisor and savior, Standard Oil Vice President Henry Rogers, to share an exclusive option for U.S. rights to an Austrian carpet-weaving machine, and when that failed, attempted to interest Rogers in investing with him in the U.S. and British rights to another Viennese product, plasmon, a food additive extracted from the waste milk of dairies. When Rogers refused, Clemens, tongue-in-cheek, contacted Carnegie's daughter to invite her to convince her father to invest. "You are so little that you probably can't remember so large a bulk as I am," he wrote Margaret, at the time aged 3. "But that is no matter. I remember you very well, and this is only a business letter anyway. My scheme is this, a kind of conspiracy, you to be head conspirator, partly on account of your inexperience and partly on account of your influence with your father, which I judge is considerable. Very well. When your mother is not around, give him 5 or 6 fingers of Scotch and then talk. This will mellow him up and enlarge his views, and before he solidifies again you will have him. That is to say, you will have his cheque for £500 drawn to order of Plasman Syndicate Limited, which you will send to me, and you and I will be personally responsible that the money is back in his hands in 6 months, and along with it 500 shares in the Plasman Company, all paid up." There followed a 3-page prospectus, written in Clemens's exquisite hand, on the future of Plasman. Though no doubt amused by his friend's outrageously imaginative pitch, Carnegie declined to invest in this scheme, as he declined to invest in Clemens's publishing company. Carnegie's reluctance to back his friend's business schemes was no indication of stinginess on his part, and was not taken as such. On the contrary, as everyone who knew him recognized, if ever there were a man who contradicted the stereotype of the tight-fisted Scotsman, it was he. He was the most grateful man in the world, and he would always reward any kindness done him or his family. He never forgot, Hugh Morrison later recalled. His favorite device for helping out his friends in old age was to provide them with private pensions, almost always unsolicited. For years there was an old lady in Edinburgh who drew a regular pension. Her only claim was that the Carnegies, emigrating to America, slept in her father's house the last night before they sailed. Hundreds of friends, family members, and former associates were pensioned off with Carnegie funds. In late 1901 or early 1902 he offered Grover Cleveland a private pension, fearful no doubt that the only ex-president still alive might suffer the gruesome fate of Ulysses Grant, who was rescued from poverty when Sam Clemens offered him an advance of $10,000 and an oversized royalty to write his memoirs. Cleveland had no such life story to draw upon. Though a bill was winding its way through Congress to provide ex-presidents with an annuity, its outcome remained uncertain. Not willing to trust to Congress to provide for the former president, Carnegie offered to fund a pension by himself. Cleveland turned him down. "I was so touched and overcome by your last letter that it has taken me some time to get myself to reply to it," he wrote in January 1902. "So far as the present is concerned, I am getting on, I think, as well as I deserve." Cleveland closed by asking Carnegie's permission to approach him again if "the fates are so hard with me that I must have a strong, friendly hand. And whether I have this permission or not, let me assure you that your kindness and what you have offered to do will always remain among my most cherished possessions." Carnegie, knowing how proud Herbert Spencer was, never offered him a pension, but according to Hugh Morrison, supported him in his later years by surreptitiously supplying money to his housekeeper. Carnegie's closest friend remained John Morley. The two had been friends for more than 20 years, though they could not have been more dissimilar in temperament, background, and appearance. Carnegie was ebullient, outgoing, optimistic, decisive, white-bearded, and the unschooled son of a Dunfermline weaver. Morley, to the contrary, was dour, depressive, cynical, a procrastinator, clean-shaven, and the Oxford-educated son of an Anglican surgeon. They had met at a London dinner party in 1883, when Morley was 45 and Carnegie 48. Morley had already made a name for himself in London circles as an essayist, editor, and adviser to Gladstone and the Liberal Party hierarchy. In the decades to follow, Morley's output as an author would remain prodigious. Philosophical ruminations, history, literary criticism, and biographies of Cobden and Gladstone. But he never permitted his literary career to interfere with his political. He had been first elected to the House of Commons in the early 1880s, and had joined Gladstone in fighting for, but failing to secure, a greater measure of home rule for Ireland. His influence within the party grew steadily through the 1890s as an advocate of home rule and an outspoken opponent of the Boer War and imperial adventurism. All this only endeared him further to Carnegie. Morley did not fish or golf or motor, but he was, like Carnegie, a great reader with a prodigious memory, and though a bit diffident in the company of others, an enthusiastic conversationalist. The two friends spent their time together walking and talking. They were frequently disputing. Morley was a somewhat ponderous thinker and lethargic talker, according to Hugh Morrison, while Carnegie's chief quality was nimbleness. His mind skipped around rapidly and gaily. It was difficult to drive it into a corner. Morley was more subtle and, of course, much more profound, but in a verbal set-to these characteristics are not the most useful. In 1902, Carnegie offered Morley the gift of Lord Acton's library, which, with some 60,000 volumes, was believed to be the largest private collection in London. Carnegie had become acquainted with Acton and his library in 1890, when he learned from Gladstone that Lord Acton was deeply in debt and going to sell his books. Carnegie offered to pay the interest and principal on a $10,000, about $1 million today, loan on the condition that his intervention be kept secret. When Acton died in 1902, the library passed into Carnegie's hands. Andrew White, who did not know of Carnegie's connection to the library, wrote to suggest that Carnegie purchase it and donate it to an American institution. Britain has, in the British Museum and elsewhere, doubtless, collections as good or nearly as good. America has none. Why not send it there? Of course, Cornell would be glad to take it, and I should be proud to see it there, but probably the best place for it would be either the New York Public Library or the Library of Congress. Morley, to whom Carnegie forwarded White's letter, wrote back at once, "The enclosed does not at all surprise me. If I were an American, which I am heartily glad that I am not, I should say just the same. Only don't overlook the fact that if you do send it over, you will lose a good slice of popularity in this country. I mean England." Carnegie reassured Morley that he had never had any intention of acceding to White's request. "Now, I sent you White note to show what he, a scholar, thought of Acton Library. I wish to impress upon you its value. I have no idea that it should ever go out of England. My intention has been and is now declared. The library goes to my friend John Morley. Your refusal of it because you have not room is no bar. You give it as you think best. I pay all expenses, but I advise you to throw upon the recipient the labor of attending to it. Otherwise you will be troubled with details. You keep your mind upon your present great work. The institution to whom you give it has libraries and a staff. Let them see to it." Morley was overwhelmed. "Your letter, my dear Carnegie, moves me deeply. It breathes an air of friendship and true kindness of feeling that refreshes me more than you can suppose. Your gift is the most magnificent compliment that ever was paid to a man of letters. If I were by your side, and I wish I were at Skibo, I should deprecate it with all my might. As you well know, I am not covetous of splendid possessions, and this is indeed a splendid possession. But it would be ungracious and morose if I were to persist in balking your most gracious purpose. So in short, I accept the noble charge you have laid upon me with the keenest sense of the honor that you do me. I don't think I've written the letter I meant to write, but you will know, my good friend, all that I feel." Though his gifts were both generous and thoughtful, it was in his condolence notes that Carnegie revealed the depths of his regard for his friends. Childhood deaths were more frequent in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but no less painful to the parents left behind. Carnegie lived through that pain with several of his friends and colleagues, including Henry Clay Frick, James Blaine, Samuel Clemens, and Grover Cleveland, whose daughter Ruth died at age 13. "Mrs. Carnegie and I could not write you. Silence, silence was the word that came to our mind," read his note to the Clevelands. "What words would not be an intrusion upon you in your grief? Mrs. Carnegie and I think of you at short intervals. We feel in our hearts like going to you and asking, cannot we do something? Is there no avenue for us to pick a thorn out of your pathway? That you may both be able to suffer and not give way entirely is our earnest prayer." The prose is awkward, even labored, the sentiment a bit strong for our early 21st century sensibilities, but the sincerity is unmistakable. His friends were, especially in his retirement years, dearer to him than anything else save his wife and daughter, and he wanted them to know this. Carnegie got on best with men with whom he had no business relations. He befriended several of his young partners, only to later turn around and gossip about them or berate them in public. William Abbott, who left Carnegie's employ as a relatively young man, recalled years later that while Carnegie never treated his associates other than justly, he would also abuse them, call them fools, he called me that many times, and behave in a most outrageous manner. That these outbursts were purely temperamental and quickly subsided did not reduce the pain the young men suffered. Carnegie was cursed with a loose tongue and a looser pen. He was frighteningly unforgiving when he thought his partners had suffered moral lapses. Charlie Schwab, who had replaced Frick, doubled profits and then arranged the sale of the Carnegie Company to Morgan, was, according to his biographer, nearly destroyed by Carnegie's criticisms. During the winter of 1902, Schwab, who had moved without a break from Carnegie Company to U.S. Steel, took a long-awaited and desperately needed vacation in Monte Carlo, where he was spotted by a reporter at the casino tables. The American newspapers took direct aim at the boy wonder who had engineered the largest merger in American corporate history, with elaborately exaggerated stories about his gambling and poker games. Though Schwab was no longer employed by Carnegie, the older man felt personally betrayed by his protege, and suggested that Schwab resign at once. He wrote Morgan directly, apologizing for having recommended Schwab to him. "I feel as if a son had disgraced the family. Never did he show any tendency to gambling under me, or I should not have recommended him, you may be sure. He shows a sad lack of solid qualities, of good sense, and his influence upon the many thousands of young men who naturally look to him will prove pernicious in the extreme. I have had nothing wound me so deeply for many a long day, if ever." Morgan made light of the matter and rejected Schwab's offer to resign. Carnegie was not, however, prepared to drop the matter. He had spent his lifetime trying to disabuse the public of the notion that capitalists were gamblers, and now his chief protege had been caught red-handed. It was his worst nightmare. Carnegie kept at Schwab with letters and cables letting him know over and over how disappointed he was. In March 1902, he invited Schwab to visit him at Skibo, but Schwab turned him down, saying, "I have not as yet been able to muster up sufficient courage to come to see you. Your very severe letters to me, and especially your letter to Mr. Morgan, has depressed me more than anything that has ever occurred. I cannot see how you can have so fully condemned me without ever giving me a hearing. No one else did." Though Morgan accepted his apology, Schwab's days at U.S. Steel were already numbered. From the outset he had sought the same degree of power at the new company that he and Carnegie had exercised at the old. When he learned that this was not to be, he backed away, defeated. Though he had just turned 40, his health suffered, from overwork, anxiety, stress. In August 1902, he fled to Europe again. Arriving at the Ritz in Paris, he found another letter from Carnegie filled with new accusations. Someone, we don't know who, had been spreading further stories about Schwab's gambling problem. Schwab could no longer tolerate the old man's meddling. "That you would be willing to listen to and believe the stories someone has seen fit to tell you was indeed a surprise to me. I am no gambler, and if the stories published were true, of course I should be condemned. But they are not true. But be what I may, there is no condition of affairs that would make me even listen to a tale of such a character concerning you. I'd defend you or any of my friends until I knew the truth. I admit I have made a serious mistake, and one I shall probably never be able to rectify, and I will pay the penalty. I have cabled Mr. Morgan again today saying that he must accept my resignation. My chief pang is not my loss of position or loss of public opinion, but the loss of your confidence and friendship. Do not send for me, for I should not come." Like summer storms, Carnegie's bursts of anger soon blew over. When they did, he made believe they had never happened. There were no apologies, no offers of reconciliation, and except in the Frick case, no excuses or explanations offered. In 1906, learning that Schwab was ill, he sent advice as he would to any of his old friends. "Have been on the eve of wiring several mornings to ask for the truth about you, but desisted, fearing reply might reach the press. Don't like abscess on the thigh in one so young. Blood out of order. Be a model like me and keep well." His recipe for recovery was a simple one. Baked apples, oatmeal, chicken, breakfast. Fish or chicken, oysters when in season, lunch. 2 spoonfuls old Scotch. Soup, oysters, no meats, simple pudding, dinner. Sago, tapioca, or rice, 2 spoonfuls old Scotch. Exercise every day, golf often, retire about 10 or 10:30. No wine, no liquor between meals. Listen to Madam. She will approve this, I'm sure. Carnegie enjoyed good health for most of his retirement, but as he aged, so did his friends, and they were not as fortunate as he. Other men might have solace in the thought that there was an afterlife where all would meet again. Carnegie did not. "Every year," he wrote Clemens from Skibo in the summer of 1905, "when I return to New York, I am mourning the absence of one or more. Why? Why? The everlasting why? No response, least of all in the realms of present theology, which gives an answer too terrible for credence. My friend, we have this only: do our duty here, obey the judge within, and bravely meet the fate awaiting us. It is not any future I dread. I ask for nothing better, only give us immortality here with one another. I don't want to miss you, my friend. No, sir, heaven enough for me with those around me, the loved ones. Well, well, press the lips and bear it. It is something that we lived and loved. Let us so live that our remaining band of friends repeat Burns's lines over us. If there's another world, he lives in bliss. If there be none, he made the best of this." Chapter 34. Apostle of Peace, 1903 to 1904. "The great event in my life of its kind has happened," Carnegie wrote Morley in March 1903. "I am Laird of Pittencrieff, biggest of all titles to me. King Edward not in it." Pittencrieff had been the estate of the Hunt family, relative newcomers to the aristocracy, who had extended their holdings by encroaching on Dunfermline's common lands. Carnegie's maternal grandfather and uncle had fought back, and as a result the Hunts had banned all Morrisons and their descendants from entering the estate on the one day a year it was opened for townsfolk to visit the ruins of Malcolm Canmore's 11th-century tower. As was the fate of so many of the lesser nobility, and a symbol of evolutionary justice for Carnegie, the Hunt family had, by the early 20th century, fallen into debt, and sought out John Ross, Carnegie's Dunfermline solicitor, to see if the Scots-American industrialist was interested in buying Pittencrieff. After 2 years of negotiations, a price was agreed to, and Pittencrieff became the latest jewel in the Carnegie empire. "This Pittencrieff ownership," Carnegie wrote Henry Campbell Bannerman, who had grown up in nearby Glasgow, "is the sweetest event in my life in the way of material satisfaction. Bailey Morrison, my uncle, and all Morrisons were excluded from it by the then owner. He and Uncle Lauder and my grandfather before them had disputed the Hunts' right to the palace ruins and surroundings, and finally triumphed in restoring part to Dunfermline Abbey grounds. Pittencrieff is the world of charm to me and has been since childhood. No title as precious in all the world as Laird of Pittencrieff." Carnegie, who already had a fine estate at Skibo, had no intention of returning to live at Pittencrieff. "I'm going to make it a public park and present to Dunfermline," he informed Morley soon after the purchase. "At least this is my idea, but mum for the present." He toyed with building a house for himself or his family or the Lauder family in the park, but decided against it after Ross made it clear that such an idea might not be a welcome part of an otherwise magnanimous gift to his home town. Dunfermline in 1903 bore little resemblance to the small town Carnegie had been born in. The handloom weavers were gone, long ago displaced by mills and factories. The one constant was the trade with America, which was still the major market for Dunfermline textiles. The population had nearly doubled in a half-century to feed the demand for laborers in the power loom factories. As the town grew in population, open spaces like the town green were encroached upon. Dunfermline, in short, had become an industrial town, not as grimy and sooty as Birmingham or Pittsburgh, but not the ideal place in which to raise one's children. Carnegie now sought to change that, and he may have succeeded in doing so. He couldn't create better jobs or raise the pay of the girls in the factories, but he could bring sweetness and light into their lives, or try. Carnegie's gift to Dunfermline was like no other. To pay the cost of transforming the moldering Pittencrieff estate into a modern people's park, and maintain it and his other Dunfermline benefactions, he donated $2.5 million in U.S. Steel bonds to the newly founded Carnegie Dunfermline Trust. In 1911 he gave the trust an additional $1.25 million. The money was not to be spent for university fees or a new research institution, or for another library or church organ. It was intended instead, as Carnegie put it in a letter to the trustees, to bring into the monotonous lives of the toiling masses of Dunfermline more of sweetness and light, to give to them, especially the young, some charm, some happiness, some elevating conditions of life which residence elsewhere would have denied. My retirement from business enables me to act in my own lifetime, and the fortunate acquisition of Pittencrieff, with its lovely glen, furnishes the needed foundation upon which you can build, beginning your work by making it a recreation park for the people. Remember, you are pioneers, and do not be afraid of making mistakes. Those who never make mistakes never make anything. Try many things freely, but discard just as freely. The trustees did as they were instructed and spent Carnegie's money on 60 acres of beautifully landscaped park close enough to Dunfermline's factories, workshops, and residences to be used on a daily basis. Unlike Central Park in New York, whose founders had a half-century earlier done everything they could to discourage working people from playing games and ruining the pastoral paradise with sweat and noise, the Dunfermline trustees constructed and maintained playing fields for football, hockey, and cricket, and greens for bowling. They built paths for walking, erected swings for the children, added a tea-house, sponsored open-air concerts, and created a Dunfermline Trust Band to play for them. Encouraged to range far and wide in their benefactions, the trustees spent part of the endowment to expand and improve the Carnegie Baths and Gymnasium and the Carnegie Library. They paid for medical examinations for the town's school children and set up separate medical and dental clinics for them. They established Scotland's first College of Hygiene and Physical Education, as well as a craft school and a women's institute. Seldom before or since has a town profited so much from the largesse of a native son. Though Carnegie had successfully reinvented himself as a full-time philanthropist, he still took enormous pride in his past accomplishments as businessman, capitalist, and steelmaker. One of the nasty byproducts of the fight with Frick had been his junior partner's allegations that Carnegie had played only a minor role in the making of Carnegie Steel. The summer he became Laird of Pittencrieff, these allegations were put before the public once again, when Carnegie's former secretary, collaborator, and blackmailer, James Bridge, published The Inside History of the Carnegie Steel Company, A Romance of Millions. In April, Carnegie had been warned by his old friend Tom Miller that Bridge was out to get him. Bridge had called on Miller ostensibly to ask for a photograph, and then charmed him into conversing and giving up some documents. As he was writing up a history, I felt it due to myself to give him such facts as I possessed, and now I am sorry I did so, for I am quite sure he is biased, and I fear my statements may be distorted. Bridge's objective was to write an exposé demonstrating that every success Carnegie had had was due to the genius, perseverance, and diligence of one or another of his partners or associates. His brother Tom, Harry Phipps, and Andrew Cloman in the iron mills, William Coleman, Captain Jones, and especially Henry Clay Frick in steel. In the course of his research and writing, Bridge had been assisted by Frick, who, Bridge later acknowledged, provided him with the company minutes, sent me half a dozen fat volumes of newspaper clippings covering the entire period of his connection with the Carnegie interests. Some of these scrapbooks can now be found at the University of Pittsburgh archives, and arranged for Carnegie Steel lawyer, now Attorney General Philander Knox, to read the proofs to make sure no illegalities had been incurred by publishing hitherto confidential documents. In August, the Inside History of the Carnegie Steel Company was published in 2 different American editions. The first, of 50 copies, sold to subscribers for $100. The second, limited to 450 copies, was sold for $25. Much speculation was indulged in yesterday as to the purpose of the book, the New York Times reported on August 9th, the day after publication. By some it is believed that it may be intended as a campaign document to be used by Democrats in the next presidential campaign, and this belief was strengthened when it became known that the intention is to get out a popular edition at a cheap price. The same week, Carnegie wrote to Herbert Spencer's private secretary, asking him to inquire of Mr. Spencer if he remembers writing me a letter putting me on guard against Mr. Bridge, to whom he had given a note of introduction. Mr. Bridge has been trying to levy blackmail upon me for some years, and has now vented his spleen upon me for my dropping him completely. He has written a distorted account of the Carnegie Steel Company, which I am told shows great personal spite. What I would like to have is simply a statement that Mr. Spencer recollects having done so, as I do not know where his note is. There was no response from Spencer. Apparently contemplating action to block publication of an English edition, Carnegie wrote William Stead in September, soliciting his help. Engaging in a bit of character assassination himself, Carnegie claimed that he had dismissed Bridge when he found out that he had married a rich American widow, even though he had a wife in England. We have no way of knowing if this was true. We do, however, have evidence that Bridge had tried to blackmail him on several occasions. Carnegie asked Stead to approach Everett and Company, which was planning to bring out a British edition of the Bridge book. "If this house be men of standing, would you do me the favor and tell them just as much or little of this as you think due to honorable people? I do not wish to become identified with Mr. B. or his book, least of all to notice it. That would boom his venomous attack. Be very careful not to get me into public notice in the matter. Bridge has tried blackmail upon the wrong kind of a man. He's a bad one, sure." As a second P.S., Carnegie added his kicker. "Of course, if Everett and Company publish the book knowing the facts, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. It is possible I may have to take action." In the end, the company did not publish the Bridge book, though Limpus Baker, a London publisher, did. Carnegie took no action against Bridge or his publishers other than to ask Harry Phipps to write a letter to the New York Herald refuting a few of Bridge's claims. The book, which accused Carnegie of no crime other than being jealous of his more accomplished partners and ruthless in disposing of them, did no real harm. It was not a flattering portrait, but there was certainly nothing libelous in it. It remains today an excellent source and one of the better histories of Carnegie Steel. For all he had accomplished, Carnegie remained at heart the undersized outsider with the funny accent who had been uprooted from his home at age 13. His reaction to the Bridge book was symptomatic of his need to protect and nurture his standing in the world. In his adopted land, he was the intimate of a president in Washington, an ex-president in Princeton, mayors, congressmen, governors, senators, and cabinet members, as well as Samuel Clemens, America's most famous writer, and Richard Gilder, the editor of The Century, its most respected literary journal. In Britain, his circle of acquaintances was, if anything, larger, grander, and more regal still. He had conquered every personal, corporate, political, and ancestral foe, including the Hunts of Pittencrieff. It was not enough. His insecurities about class and status were legion. Now approaching 70, and if not the richest, then surely one of the richest men in the world, he still sought out and gloried in the approval and recognition of his contemporaries. It was one thing, and quite understandable, for him to worry about his place in history. But what was most remarkable about Carnegie was that he appeared less concerned with the judgment of history or his business peers than with the judgment of those beyond the capitalist classes. Some of his Scottish friends, like Lord Shaw of Dunfermline, mistook his solicitousness toward men above him on the social ladder as a real weakness towards the aristocrat. But this was not the case. His best friends in England, Gladstone, Spencer, Arnold, and Morley, were not aristocrats, though John Morley would late in life become Lord Morley. His first desire, and Shaw got this right, was to be associated with men of power. He wanted to be known and honored not simply for what he had accomplished, but for the company he kept. In sections of Clemens's memoirs that were withheld from publication during his and Carnegie's lifetime, he painted a portrait of his friend that was exaggerated and cruel, but captured his egomaniacal side. "If I were going to describe him in a phrase, I think I should call him the human being unconcealed," Clemens wrote in 1907. There was something triumphantly transparent about his friend. "He never has any but one theme, himself. He is himself his one darling subject, the only subject he seems stupendously interested in. I think he would surely talk himself to death upon it if you would stay and listen." Carnegie never bragged and seldom mentioned his achievements as a businessman, steelmaker, or capitalist. Instead, he boasted continually of the company in which he now traveled and of the great men who had paid him compliments. "He talks forever and ever and ever and untiringly of the attentions which have been shown him. Every honor, every appreciation was carefully stored away, none ever forgotten. He keeps the whole list, keeps it complete, and you must take it all along with the new editions if there is time and you survive. It is the deadliest affliction I know of. It is not possible to divert him from his subject. In your weariness and despair, you try to do it whenever you think you see a chance, but it always fails. He will use your remark for his occasion and make of it a pretext to get straight back upon his subject again. It was necessary that everyone he met, old friends and new, knew how important Carnegie was. At 91st Street and at Skybow, he would escort his visitors from room to room, wall to wall, pointing out mementos, scrolls, presentation books, autographed letters, photographs, and so on, buzzing over each like a happy hummingbird, for each represented a compliment to Mr. Carnegie. He was shamelessly unaware of the impression he made on others with his constant pursuit of more attention, more praise, more compliments for his good works. He was that rare human animal possessed of equal portions of modesty and vanity. The problem was that he was modest where he should have been proud and vain where he should have been modest. He is an astonishing man in his genuine modesty as regards the large things he has done, and in his juvenile delight in trivialities that feed his vanity. His letters and conversations were sprinkled, as Clemens knew firsthand, with news that this or that president or great man had sent for him. If you let Carnegie tell it, he never seeks the great always seek him. He was incapable, Clemens thought, of reflection or self-knowledge. Mr. Carnegie is not any better acquainted with himself than if he had met himself for the first time day before yesterday. He thinks he is a rude, bluff, independent spirit, who writes his mind and thinks his mind with an almost extravagant 4th of July independence, whereas he is really the counterpart of the rest of the human race in that he does not boldly speak his mind except when there isn't any danger in it. He thinks he is a scorner of kings and emperors and dukes, whereas he is like the rest of the human race. A slight attention from one of these can make him drunk for a week and keep his happy tongue wagging for 7 years. 4 years before, King Edward had visited Skybow, and Mr. Carnegie cannot leave the king's visit alone. He has told me about it at least 4 times in detail. When he applied that torture the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th times, he certainly knew that it was the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th time, for he has an excellent memory. He has likable qualities, and I like him, but I don't believe I can stand the King Edward visit again. And yet, despite all these qualities, Clemens sought Carnegie out, listened to just about everything he had to say, and when given the opportunity to dine with him, even if the occasion was one of the frightening businessmen's banquets Clemens had come to abhor, grabbed it. Carnegie was, he had to admit, always a subject of intense interest for me. I like him, I am ashamed of him, and it is a delight to me to be where he is if he has new material on which to work his vanities where they will show him off as with a limelight. Clemens's portrait, though insightful, was incomplete. Carnegie's conundrum was that while he truly believed he belonged in the company of the world's most powerful men, few of his friends or contemporaries shared this belief, and so he took it upon himself to persuade them that he was indeed the confidant of kings, presidents, and emperors. His enormous success as businessman and capitalist marked him, he was convinced, as a man of destiny, one whose talents were perfectly suited for the era in which he lived. He had demonstrated in the accumulation of millions of dollars that he understood the way the world worked and the directions in which it was moving, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or as Spencer had described it, citing the French historian and premier François-Pierre Guizot, progress and at the same time resistance. Carnegie had prospered and survived through periods of progress and of resistance, and in so doing had proved himself among the fittest of his generation. His belief that he embodied a new species of modern-day industrial-era philosopher-king was not pure hubris, but a logical extension of the Spencerian evolutionary philosophy he lived by. Was there anyone living who better understood the workings of the world that industrial capitalism had made? He thought not, and had over $200 million of 5% U.S. Steel gold bonds in his safe as evidence. He expected to be called upon for advice, and for that advice to be followed. McKinley's assassination and Roosevelt's ascension had reopened doors in Washington, and Carnegie was ready to march through them into the corridors of power. He was not interested simply in socializing and being seen in their company, as Clemens implied, but in influencing their future actions and setting the world right again after the recent follies in the Philippines and South Africa. It was, he well knew, fruitless to argue any longer, as he had in years gone by, that America should be satisfied with tending its own garden. As the boundaries of time and space receded, with new advances in transcontinental communications and transportation, Americans had been thrust onto the world stage. Carnegie's self-appointed task was to define the role his nation would play in the developing international drama, not as a competitor in the race for colonies, but as an honest broker, committed to organizing new institutions dedicated to the peaceful settlements of international disputes. The globe was marked by points of tension that might easily escalate into war. Though hostilities had ceased in the Philippines and in South Africa, the British and the French remained at loggerheads in the Sudan, the Austrians and the Russians in the Balkans, the British, the French, and the Germans in Morocco, the Russians and Japanese in the Far East. Had the British been more cognizant of the dangers and more willing to confront them realistically, the threats to world peace might have been diminished. But under conservative leadership, with Joseph Chamberlain as colonial secretary, the British government was unprepared to compromise or cede its dominant role as the world's leading imperialist power. It was clear to Carnegie that with the British and Germans at one another's throats and the globe pockmarked by danger zones, only the organization of some sort of international conference, court, or tribunal could prevent war, the inevitable denouement of the race for empire. A permanent court of arbitration had been established at The Hague in 1899 to settle disputes between nations, but it remained largely ceremonial and restricted to hearing cases that were voluntarily submitted to it. As neither the Germans nor the British appeared likely to make any moves towards strengthening the international court, Carnegie hoped to capitalize on his newly renewed entree to the White House to enlist Theodore Roosevelt to take the initiative. Roosevelt, it was true, had been on the opposite side of Carnegie on every major question of foreign policy since the Venezuela crisis of 1895, but he had flattered the older man by inviting him to the White House, seeking out his opinions, and making a show of reading his articles. It was, ironically, Roosevelt's actions in a second Venezuela crisis, in late 1902, early 1903, that convinced Carnegie that the young president might be the man of destiny he was looking for to assist him in setting the foundations for world peace. The Germans and the British, in a rather unique display of international cooperation, had joined forces to blockade Venezuela, which both governments claimed had refused to pay its debts. The Venezuelan government responded by calling on the United States to arbitrate the dispute. The British appeared to agree to the proposal, the Germans did not. Roosevelt, fearful that Kaiser Wilhelm had declined arbitration because he had designs on Venezuelan territory, threatened the German ambassador with military action to protect Venezuela should the Kaiser not stand down. The Kaiser agreed to arbitration, and Roosevelt, wisely, instead of arbitrating the matter himself, announced on December 26, 1902, that the issue would be submitted to the Hague Tribunal. The world took a long step upward yesterday, Carnegie wrote the president on December 27th, and Theodore Roosevelt bounded into the short list of those who will forever be hailed as supreme benefactors of man. Later that week, in a New Year greeting published in the New York Tribune, Carnegie repeated the tribute in public. Theodore Roosevelt, in breathing life into the Hague Tribunal, the permanent High Court of Humanity, for the peaceful settlement of international disputes, had taken action toward the coming banishment of the earth's most revolting spectacle, human war, the killing of man by man. The complete banishment of war draws near. Its death wound dates from the day that President Roosevelt led opposing powers to the Court of Peace, and thus proclaimed it the appointed substitute for that which had hitherto stained the earth, the killing of men by each other. In his New Year's greetings to his friend John Hay, whom Roosevelt had asked to stay on as Secretary of State, Carnegie was exultant. The United States, he declared, was, under Roosevelt and Hay's leadership, firmly set on a new path in international relations, as a peacemaker among nations. I am so happy, and proud, that I have known you, John Hay. You make the Republic what its founders intended, something different, something higher than the governments which preceded its birth. Teddy Roosevelt's sudden and rather shocking rebirth as a man of peace had proved a godsend for Carnegie. Carnegie had always preferred the company and friendship of practical men of action to dreamers. He moved closer to Roosevelt and Hay because he placed them in the former category. In February 1903, in response to a request for funds for the Anti-Imperialist League, Carnegie wrote a $2,000 check but insisted in a note to Charles Francis Adams that he did not want the money to go toward the work of the committee investigating American atrocities in the Philippines. "I do not believe in that. It is good in its way, but I am satisfied it will be an impediment to our obtaining the greater end we have in view. We have only to dub ourselves as blackeners of the American troops to render ourselves impotent for all good to the people of the Philippines. P.S. I expect men to be beasts when they go out to kill other men. War is hell, as General Grant said." The year before, in a mood of bitter despondency, he had refused to give money to establish a permanent headquarters for the International Court of Arbitration that had been established at The Hague. Now, in April 1903, his spirits lifting after the agreement to submit the Venezuela dispute to arbitration, he wrote Baron Gevers, a representative of the Dutch government, committing $1.5 million for the erection of a courthouse and library, a temple of peace. Carnegie found himself agreeing with the new president on a number of issues, including the best route for an Isthmian canal. There had been talk for decades of the need for a canal across Central America that would provide access for the U.S. Navy and commercial vessels to move from east to west and vice versa without having to circle South America. The routes contemplated were through Nicaragua and through Panama, which was, at the time, part of Colombia. Roosevelt favored the Panama route, as did Carnegie, who made his opinion known in a series of open letters to Senator Thomas Platt of New York. In January 1903, Secretary of State Hay negotiated a treaty with the Colombian ambassador, which granted the United States the rights to lease a 6-mile-wide zone in Panama for 99 years for a payment of $10 million and an annual rent of $250,000. The U.S. Senate approved the treaty in March. The Colombian Senate delayed until August and then unanimously rejected the treaty, demanding more money and more sovereignty over the leased land. Roosevelt was left with two options: renegotiate the treaty with the Colombians or build the canal in Nicaragua. He manufactured a third and let it be known that he would provide naval protection for Panamanian rebels should they declare independence from Colombia. On November 2nd, the Nashville, an American battleship, arrived at Colon, Panama. On November 3rd, the nationalist junta secured control of the isthmus and declared independence. On November 6th, the Americans recognized the new government of Panama and urged Colombia to do the same. The Colombians, who could not send troops overland through the jungle and were blocked by the U.S. warships from landing them by sea, had no way to reclaim Panama. A new nation the size of South Carolina was born. The only deaths were a Chinese citizen who had gotten trapped in some desultory shelling, a dog, and, according to some reports, a donkey. The anti-imperialists mercilessly attacked Roosevelt and Hay for their blatant disregard of international law in blockading Panama so that the Colombians could not send troops to put down an illegal secessionist movement. Carnegie held his fire, though he too was dismayed and not a little disgusted. His greatest fear was that the president's action would give the Democrats a weapon with which to dislodge him from the White House the following November. "We are all just a little frightened about our irrepressible president," Carnegie wrote Morley on January 11, 1904. "He's so rapid. Lunched with him recently. His re-election endangered. People afraid to trust him. Panama badly done. Democrats have a good chance as matters stand at present." On January 18th, in his regular Sunday letter to John Morley, he expanded on his fears. Roosevelt's management of Panama and other impetuosities endanger his election provided Democrats nominate Cleveland. He would probably win, any other not so probably. Still, one of the three others, being discussed as candidates, would make close contest. This Panama folly has hurt many people and alarmed them, so needless, game flying to our hands, patience only required. Now we are in false position with our southern republics naturally jealous or afraid of us, all for nothing. Many friendly to President asking if he does such wild, impetuous things now, what won't he do if in for 4 years? Roosevelt's adventurism in Panama notwithstanding, Carnegie supported him because he believed he was committed to international arbitration, and would, with prodding from his friends, agree to negotiate a bilateral treaty with Britain, pledging each nation to arbitrate future disputes. "We shall get an arbitration treaty this time," Carnegie wrote Morley on January 11th. President, Secretary of State, senators, etc., feeling strong for Britain. There was a new buoyancy to Carnegie's political activism, brought to the surface by his sense that he was now working with the White House. Carnegie regarded Roosevelt much as he had Frick and Schwab, as a brilliant young man with the best of intentions who needed his guidance and advice to realize his potential. Roosevelt had convinced him that on essential questions of domestic and foreign policy they were in full agreement. The President continued to respond promptly to Carnegie's letters, to invite him regularly to the White House, and had arranged for him to meet his friend, conservationist Gifford Pinchot, and his new Secretary of War, William Howard Taft, with whom he hoped Carnegie would have a chance to discuss Philippine matters. Carnegie was spending more time than ever in Washington as a peace activist rather than a businessman. In January 1904, he addressed a mass meeting called by the National Arbitration Conference to draw attention to efforts underway to pass an Anglo-American arbitration treaty. Mr. Carnegie, the New York Times reported on January 13th, was introduced as the great apostle of arbitration and peace. He recalled that it was 18 years ago when he first appeared in Washington to urge arbitration. He said he appeared again today to labor in the same cause which had risen phoenix-like and could not fail. "We have abolished the duel," he said. "Let it be our race that takes the first step to abolish international dueling." The following day, Carnegie accompanied a committee of notables from the conference to present President Roosevelt with resolutions recommending the negotiation of a treaty with Great Britain. The President, the New York Times reported on January 14th, welcomed the committee and stated that he was heartily in accord with its recommendations. In March, Carnegie signed a petition to the nominating conventions of both political parties, asking them to pledge their constituents to secure to the people of the Philippines independence upon terms similar to those under which Cuban independence was established. The petition drive had been organized by Charles Francis Adams, who had assembled a distinguished list of peace activists, writers, clergymen, and college presidents to sign it. Taft, the former governor of the Philippines, answered the petition on behalf of the President and the Republican Party. At a dinner of the Ohio Society, to which Carnegie had been invited but was unable to attend, Taft argued that the U.S. government would grant independence as soon as the Filipinos were ready for it, and not a moment before. Carnegie was disturbed by the tenor and content of Taft's remarks and wrote the President to say so. "Up to the time of the Ohio dinner, I had reason to believe that Judge Taft could not possibly make a mistake. But he talked 2 hours after dinner, so I know he is human and vulnerable. My dear Mr. President, he is like an ostrich, only his head is hid, his whole body exposed." Why, Carnegie wanted to know, was Taft dissembling and disguising Roosevelt's policy, which he assumed was to grant independence to the Philippines? He urged Roosevelt to set the matter right by declaring his intentions. "Judge Taft is peculiarly anxious for the Filipinos. Now, I confess I am more anxious for the good of the Americans in what I urge. I see grave complications probable in the unfair attempt, as I think it, of enforcing the Monroe Doctrine on our own continent, and yet claiming the right to interfere in other continents. America for Americans implies Europe for Europeans, Asia for Asiatics, etc." Carnegie thanked Roosevelt for suggesting that he meet with Taft to talk over the Philippines, but regretted that he would have to postpone, as he was about to sail for Europe. He looked forward to Roosevelt's nomination by acclamation in June, and assured him that he intended to be here in the autumn to cast my humble vote for you, offering up in silence and anxious prayers that the lesson of the day will continue to exert its sacred influence over you. He closed with a bit of name-dropping by attaching to his typewritten letter a handwritten postscript marked Private, in which he gossiped about British politics, wrongly predicting the fall of the Conservative government and the offer of a high cabinet position to his friend Morley. He also informed the President that he had been invited to visit German Emperor, Queen Holland, King Belgians, but that he considered all these proposed meetings poor affairs compared with President in Washington. The Carnegie family sailed for Britain on March 20th on the St. Paul. For Carnegie, the spring ocean passage to Europe remained one of life's treasures. His beloved Baba, now 7, felt much the same way. On board ship, she had her father to herself in a way that was not possible on land. Our voyages across the Atlantic, Margaret recalled in her journal, were full of memories. Many of the family and friends came to the ship to see us off. It was all very hectic until the whistle blew half an hour before sailing, and the stewards went along beating on gongs and calling all visitors on shore. Masses of flowers and fruit kept arriving at our staterooms after the ship sailed. It was all very exciting to me and fun to watch. The first thing father and daughter did was to see that the supply of tripe that Kelsch, their butcher, had sent along for the ocean trip was safely stored in the ship's refrigerator. During the voyage, Daddy feasted on this and always included me in the feast. Though she still spent more time with Nana than with her parents, she enjoyed special moments with her father on board ship that were possible nowhere else. They visited the engine room and watched the huge pistons and the stokers who kept the engines going. Daddy always made friends with the chief engineer, who took us around. We stood on the bridge and watched the sailor who was steering the ship. I was allowed to put my hand on his and feel how he did it. The westward voyages in the fall were often quite rough, but Baba appeared to be as fine a sailor as her father. Daddy took me up to see the waves. We would stand as far forward on the deck as we could get and watch the plunging bow, spray washing our faces at times. When the ship steadied down for a bit, Daddy recited Shakespeare, Henry IV. It was wonderful to hear those words spoken so beautifully by Daddy while standing with him on a pitching ship. We always waited for one more big wave. Then Daddy would raise his arm and shout, "What care these roarers for the name of King?" Most passages ended with a formal dress concert for the benefit of the seamen's charities. My father was always asked to be chairman. Baba was immensely proud of her father at these moments. The audience responded to the remarks he made, warm and friendly, but full of fun and humor, with long and loud clapping. Carnegie was remarkably fit for someone approaching 70, though he was more likely now to be sidelined with some minor ailment, each of which it appeared was fully reported in the press. Louise had hoped and expected that his retirement would mean more time with the family, less running around, and fewer strains on his health. But that was not to be. To Louise's dismay, he pushed himself even harder than before. His campaign for international arbitration entailed regular trips to Washington. He had accepted election to the Executive Committee of the National Civic Federation, to the Rectorship of St. Andrews, and to the presidency of the St. Andrews Society in New York and the Iron and Steel Institute in London. Each position brought with it specific responsibilities, dinners, receptions, speeches. "I am to be busy while in London. 3 or 4 of the old guilds honor me," he wrote Morley in February 1904, his schedule for the coming spring already beginning to take shape. "Can't decline." That spring was spent in London, with Carnegie racing from one honorary event and speech to the next. As the weather got warmer, the family moved north to Skibo to enjoy a month alone before the visitors descended. "We are all so happy up here," Andrew wrote Dodd in late May. "I am free of lionizing, which is harder than you can know, but having got into harness one has to live up to it. Bertram says one day last week he refused 5 invitations to perform functions. Just now I'm a drawing card, and like the trombonist, when a fly lighted on his music, he blayed him, but I'm cautious now and don't comply. 2 electric motors here, George and his men learning fast. They will, I think, relieve many horses for station work. Trout plenty, salmon not running now, our new organ fine. I say my prayers with more unction. A good word." When a month later James Donaldson of St. Andrews asked if he would stand for re-election as rector, he agreed. Anent re-election, this is new, had not dreamt of it. I cannot deny I am pleased with my position and think often of it, and do really just love the dear old lady University of St. Andrews, but Madam says she wishes me to give up some things that involve attention. I point out that the rectorship doesn't. She thinks it does, but an address every 3 years isn't much. We have adjourned the subject. Louise insisted that Andrew slow down and spend more time with her and Baba. Running what had become a virtual resort hotel at Skibo was becoming too much for her. In past years, Carnegie had given her a month off in London before and after the summer season at Skibo, but that was not enough. He decided to rearrange the Skibo schedule so that the family could spend 3 weeks by themselves in total retreat at Auchendraic, a stone lodge on a hilltop about 25 miles from Skibo. Even his dearest friend John Morley was asked to reschedule his visit so as not to conflict with Louisa's vacation. Touching July 23rd, the family go into retreat July 22nd to August 10th, away up the high moors Auchendraic, cottage on the Shin River. Madam thinks higher air for 2 weeks best for Baba. She also gets a rest preparatory to shooting season. It is an experiment we are to try, I think a wise one. She wished to postpone it until next year when you wrote you could come, but I insisted you could and would come later, or sooner. Carnegie, who had been invited to write a life of James Watt for a famous Scots book series, seized upon the enforced retreat to get started. As he wrote Morley from the lodge, the hilltop experiment had proved a decided success. Lou and Baba and I get a chance to live with each other. We are enjoying our holiday in this delightful, cozy lodge. Everything very nice. He was particularly delighted with his new writing project. It is fascinating. I tell you, I have a great mind, a genius to portray. I'm in love with my hero and enjoy leisurely penning a few paragraphs of the book. His full-length biography, well-researched and written with his usual fluency, was published the following May to good reviews. The book was an old-fashioned hagiography with a quite lucid description of the science that had gone into the invention of the steam engine. Much of it was composed of long passages imported wholesale from other writers, but such was the style of the day. Richard Gilder asked if he might have permission to serialize the biography in the Century. The stone lodge at Auchendraic, though off the beaten path, was close enough to Skibo for Carnegie to get mail and newspapers. With Roosevelt up for election to a full term in the fall, he kept a careful eye on American politics from his perch on the Shin River. On July 28th, he wrote Morley of his fears that Roosevelt might be defeated. Poor fellow, his path isn't so easy as it promised to be. He failed to keep in touch with our leaders in the Senate. I warned him and one or two of his set that all was not well. Then his extreme militancy, big navy, etc., chill many. Cleveland would have beaten him, and Alton Parker, the Democratic nominee, may. Odds slightly against this, however, I think. In October, the Carnegies sailed back to New York, accompanied by Morley, whom Roosevelt, after reading his biography of Gladstone, had invited to the White House. Carnegie, who had for years begged his friend to visit America, seized on the opportunity to plan a triumphant national tour, culminating in a visit to Pittsburgh to speak at Founders' Day, the annual tribute to Carnegie put on by the Carnegie Institute. Morley suggested a few possible lecture topics. Carnegie thought the man behind the book generally the more interesting, though he warned Morley not to expect too much, or for that matter too little, of his Pittsburgh audience. You will have a reading audience not in the main, but an element quite strong. Pittsburgh is the seat of materialism, Birmingham, but it has in the Scotch element a race that reads and is supposed to think after a fashion. The German is also to the fore, Scotch-Irish prominent also. Carnegie had, 3 years into his retirement, succeeded in shifting shape, from ruthless steelmaker to peacemaker and advocate of international arbitration. On Sunday, November 6th, 2 days before Roosevelt was elected to a full 4-year term, Carnegie sat down for an artfully illustrated interview with William Griffith of the New York Times. The article was headlined, "Andrew Carnegie, Apostle of Peace." Grabbing with both hands the pulpit offered him, Carnegie championed the Hague Peace Tribunal as the greatest and most enduring monument of modern civilization. Never has the eminent philanthropist and patron of the Peace Congress, the reporter gushed, expressed himself more clearly and comprehensively concerning a supreme ambition of his life, to see the dream of international arbitration come true, than in thus throwing the light of his searching and vigorous intellect upon many vital and far-reaching questions of the hour. Since returning from abroad a month ago, other interests with him have been subordinated to studying the Peace Congress idea in its many opposing phases. It was from a mind thoroughly saturated with the subject that the great ironmaster and donor of libraries delivered his remarkable prophecy as to the future amalgamation of the power of Europe. The Times interview marked a turning point in the public presentation of Andrew Carnegie. He was now the apostle of peace. There was no mention of tariffs, homestead, or strikes. Instead, Carnegie, with the authority of a seasoned statesman, discoursed on the Russo-Japanese War, the amalgamation of Europe into one centralized government, and the future of Canadian-American relations. When asked about the Philippine problem, he prefaced his remarks by reminding the reporter that he had just returned from Europe and had a pretty clear knowledge of European opinion. To bolster this assertion, he had his secretary fetch some letters and articles, evidence that his views were sought on both sides of the Atlantic. The illustrations that accompanied the article carried forward the theme. One showed Carnegie with head bent and hands touching as if in prayer. He looked older, wiser, determined, almost stoic. The article ended with Carnegie's taking his leave of the reporter to spend a brief half-hour hearing his favorite tunes, played by his organist. Perhaps he has taken a chair in front of the fireplace. Perhaps a mist has gathered between the shrewd gray eyes of the great philanthropist and the fire into which they are so intently gazing. Of peace, if not of peace congresses, the bowed figure is perhaps thinking and dreaming. As fawning as the portrait was, it was not untrue, though Carnegie would continue to attract more publicity for his library donations. He was personally invested in the crusade for world peace in a way he had never been in his libraries. For every other philanthropic endeavor he was involved in, he delegated authority to hand-picked lieutenants. The peace campaign alone required his personal attention, or so he believed. Money was not going to buy peace in the same way that it might purchase organs or libraries or college fellowships, or sweetness and light for the working people of Dunfermline. Only the world's leaders could bring peace to the world, and only Andrew Carnegie had access to all of them. Chapter 35. Inveterate Optimist, 1905 to 1906. As he entered his 70th year, Andrew Carnegie had become something of a national monument. With his distinctive accent, his deep voice, and his seeming joy in letting his opinions fly, he had long become a favorite of reporters. His words were now frequently illustrated with his likeness. The image of the small troll-like body with the full white St. Nicholas beard and dark, alternately brooding and sparkling eyes appeared with greater and greater frequency after the turn of the century. He took as much joy in being photographed and having his likeness portrayed as he did in being quoted. Lining the walls of his New York study were dozens of portraits, few of them terribly flattering. During an interview with the New York Times Sunday magazine published on November 6, 1904, he turned to the man sketching him and, citing a ludicrous caricature on the wall, laughingly warned the artist not to omit any lines from his face, lest he pass unrecognized among his friends. There was little danger of this. His had already become one of the most recognizable visages in the country. What captivated the press and the public was his willingness to speak his mind on so many different issues. He was seldom without a quip or a word of wisdom for the reporters who followed him. In an interview in the New York Times, published on April 27, 1905, Carnegie, before sailing for Britain, defied the reporters to ask him a question which he couldn't answer. He seemed to take great delight in the volley of questions fired at him, and when the newspaper men ran out of ammunition, Mr. Carnegie supplied them with new subjects. Asked what he thought about his niece Nancy marrying a riding master, he responded that he was delighted that she had not married some worthless duke. That comment, of course, called for a rebuttal, quickly forthcoming from the Duke of Manchester, who defended the nobility, thereby giving Carnegie yet another opportunity to make his point. Articles about him appeared with great regularity. When he came down with food poisoning in Switzerland, indigestion in Atlanta, and lumbago in New York, the incidents were fully reported on, with follow-up stories as his condition improved. Every time he gave a speech it was excerpted or summarized in the next day's papers. His views were entirely unpredictable. In the fall of 1905 he told reporters that he considered William Randolph Hearst, an independent candidate for mayor for New York, extraordinary and sincere, and endorsed his call for municipal ownership of public utilities. The following year, when Hearst ran for governor, this time as a Democrat, Carnegie attacked him fiercely, maintaining that the contest between Charles Evans Hughes, the Republican candidate, and Hearst was not a simple party contest, but a contest of the best people against the worst people. He was willing to support Hearst when he took on Tammany Hall, but not when he ran against Republicans. Carnegie's attack so rankled Hearst and Clarence Shearn, his campaign manager, that the latter felt obligated to go after this unlettered laird of Skibo, Scotland, with remarkable venom the next morning, declaring that Carnegie was guilty of all sorts of foul deeds, from stock watering to manufacturing defective armor to corrupting Pennsylvania officials to defying the laws of the United States by taking millions in secret rebates. Carnegie's appearances at public meetings were guaranteed to draw attention. In December 1903, he attended the annual meeting of the Educational Alliance, held at Jefferson Street and East Broadway, and was accompanied into the hall by a phalanx of reporters. By what he said formally and informally, Andrew Carnegie added interest, the New York Times reported on December 14th. During the reading of the 11th annual report by the President, Isidor Straus, Mr. Carnegie looked wonderfully like a man who was dozing, but in his speech afterward he showed that he had lost no point in the document. He came out vigorously in opposition to attempts to regulate or restrict immigration, then praised the immigrants' capacity for assimilation. "Ladies and gentlemen, language makes race. Show me the man who speaks English, reads Shakespeare and Bobby Burns, and I'll show you a man who has absorbed the American principles. Let's say a Russian come here, and he will soon learn that any man's privilege is every man's right. You needn't be afraid that he won't become an American." He continued to perform for the reporters long after the speeches had ended. Out in the hallway after the meeting, while a solicitous friend was tying a muffler about his neck, Mr. Carnegie held a little reception. "I think the Scotch are a pretty smart people, but I must say I think the Jews are smarter. I think I'm a little afraid of them." "You needn't fear, Mr. Carnegie," replied Mr. Straus promptly and good-naturedly. "The Jews are not likely to invade Scotland. That is the only country in which they cannot live." By the turn of the century, the Andrew Carnegie story, told and retold in his own articles, books, and speeches, and paraphrased in dozens of interviews and profiles, had become so well known that an enterprising Cleveland woman, Mrs. Cassie Chadwick, used it to manufacture a sidebar all her own. In 1902, the year after Carnegie retired with his $226 million in U.S. Steel gold bonds, Chadwick confided to some rather prominent Cleveland lawyers and bankers that she was the illegitimate daughter of Andrew Carnegie, who, being a forthright, responsible man, wished to establish a $10 million trust to care for her after his death. With these rumors, reinforced by a forged trust agreement and several forged notes, Mrs. Chadwick borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars from men who were only too happy to lend Andrew Carnegie's daughter whatever she asked for. By the fall of 1904, as her debts approached the $1 million mark, creditors began to call in her loans. Unable to pay back anything, she tried to declare bankruptcy and escape unharmed, but as it became clear that she had defrauded almost every bank in Cleveland, local authorities indicted her for forging Carnegie's name to a series of documents. The newspapers seized on the story with gusto, not because they put any credence in Chadwick's claims, but because she had been so brazen in her larcenies. Day after day, Carnegie's name appeared in news headlines in Cleveland and across the country. Would he or would he not be subpoenaed to verify that the signatures were not his own and that he was not related to Mrs. Cassie Chadwick? Would he comply? Carnegie, of course, would have preferred to have been left alone in New York. When the first subpoena arrived in December, he claimed that he was too ill to travel to Cleveland and delivered a note from his medical adviser, Dr. Garmany, who confirmed that his patient was suffering from acute lumbago. By March 1905, he could hold out no longer and made the trip to Cleveland, by private railway car. He arrived in time for jury selection, spent a day in the courtroom, and then left without giving testimony or making any statements to the press. Though the defense attorney tried to make much of Carnegie's disappearance, it did Cassie Chadwick little good. She was sentenced to jail, where she died in late 1907. Though news of the Cassie Chadwick scandal was splashed across the front pages from November 1903 through the spring of 1904, the story has not been covered in any of his biographies. It is significant nonetheless, not because there is a scintilla of evidence that Cassie was Carnegie's illegitimate daughter, she most certainly was not, but because the construction of the story and the notice it was given in the daily press tell us a great deal about Carnegie's place in American culture and society at the turn of the century. Cassie Chadwick was no fool. She had chosen Carnegie, not John D. Rockefeller or James J. Hill or Henry Clay Frick, because Carnegie, almost alone among the robber barons of his generation, was not known as an ascetic. He was instead a man who took his pleasures seriously. He was also extraordinarily generous. Had he fathered a daughter out of wedlock in his 20s, he would have supported her lavishly for the rest of her life, as every one of Cassie's dupes believed. From the mid-1900s on, Andrew Carnegie began to gather more headlines, though of a quite different nature, by adding his name and dollars to the cause of simplified spelling. He had been persuaded to enter the campaign by two rather distinguished New Yorkers, Melville Dewey, the inventor of the Dewey Decimal System, and Brander Matthews, a Columbia professor and drama critic. Carnegie seized on the idea of simplified spelling as not only a logical evolutionary improvement of the language, but as a vehicle for world peace. Simplified spelling would bring English-speaking people closer together by eliminating the inconsistencies between English and American English spelling, and promoting English as a truly global language. It would also have made life simpler for Carnegie, who was a notoriously poor speller. The Simplified Spelling Board, supported in large part by Carnegie funds, recommended that the first steps toward reforming the language include substituting F for PH, dropping the U the English used to spell honor and labor, and eliminating silent E's everywhere. The movement, though endorsed by President Roosevelt, who urged his administration to use simplified spelling in official documents, went nowhere. One by one, the distinguished gentlemen who had signed on returned to the old ways. Only Carnegie refused to capitulate. Since his days at the telegraph office, he had employed a form of telegraphese in his letter writing, with incomplete sentences connected by lots of dashes. From about 1906 onward, he insisted on using spellings like enough, E-N-U-F, delight, D-E-L-I-T-E, heart, H-A-R-T, have, H-A-V, offered, O-F-F-E-R-D, in his personal letters and public communications. The effect was maddening. Even Sam Clemens tried to wean his friend from his new obsession. At a dinner given for Carnegie at the New York Engineers Club in December 1907, Clemens admitted that while Carnegie's face was fairly scintillating with fictitious innocence, as if he had never committed a crime in his life, he was in truth more dangerous than Torquemada. That old fellow shed some blood in the Inquisition, but Mr. Carnegie has brought destruction to the entire race. I know he didn't mean it to be a crime, but it was just the same. He's got us all so we can't spell anything. After dutifully forwarding $25,000 a year to the spelling board and winning a few victories, catalog, C-A-T-A-L-O-G, and through, T-H-R-U, among them, Carnegie abandoned the campaign in 1915. A more useless body of men never came into association, judging from the effects they produce, he wrote of the Simplified Spelling Board directors. I think I have been patient long enough, E-N-U-F. I have much better use for $25,000 a year. While the newspaper-reading public may have been titillated by the Cassie Chadwick scandal and amused by Carnegie's forays into simplified spelling, it could not help but admire the way the star-spangled Scotchman was setting an example for his fellow millionaires. As the New York Times reported in a Sunday magazine cover story on June 12, 1904, Carnegie was a major figure in the transformation of private charity into organized business. According to the figures supplied by the Charity Organization Society, $80 million had been expended in philanthropical and charitable donations over the past 12 months. $40 million of it by individuals residing in New York City. Giving away money on a large scale, the Times reported, has become a regularly organized business. Leading the way was Andrew Carnegie, who not only dispersed far more funds than any other individual, $95.9 million to Rockefeller's $32.9 million, but had evolved the most highly developed and methodical system for doing so. Perhaps the general public has the illusion that Andrew Carnegie shelved his business cares and responsibilities when he retired from active commercial life. A glance at his daily life in his Fifth Avenue mansion will dispel this illusion. Carnegie's most recent endowment had been $5 million for a hero fund. The impetus for the new trust had been the January 1904 mining accident in Harwick, a town about 15 miles northeast of Pittsburgh, in which 179 miners, the majority of them boys in their teens, had been killed. In the aftermath of the disaster, there were 2 more deaths, of heroes who descended into the mine to rescue survivors. Carnegie's first impulse had been to establish a private pension fund to support the families of the deceased. But as he thought more about the disaster and read Richard Gilder's poem about the heroes of the land, he decided instead to establish a new trust to provide for these and other fallen heroes. In March 1904, before sailing for Britain, he signed the deed of trust conveying $5 million in U.S. Steel gold bonds to the Carnegie Hero Fund Commission, which was to be overseen by 21 hand-picked commissioners. Included among the men he chose as commissioners were his old Allegheny City friends Bobby Pitcairn and Tom Miller, Thomas Morrison, his distant cousin who had earlier managed the Duquesne and Edgar Thompson plants, Thomas Lynch, who as president of Frick Coke had once been his sworn enemy, and William Abbott, whom he had blamed for the 1889 homestead settlement but subsequently reconciled with. The Hero Fund, like Carnegie's other philanthropies, was run as a business operation. Responsibility for oversight was delegated to commissioners who were charged with seeking out heroes who deserved honor and support for their deeds. The grants were intended for private citizens or those who worked in the peaceful vocations. No grant was to be continued unless it is soberly and properly used, and the recipients remain respectable, well-behaved members of the community. Medals would accompany all rewards. Carnegie was prouder of his Hero Fund than he was of any of his other programs, because it was the only one he had created from whole cloth, without any help from friends or advisers. In a letter to the English writer Frederick Harrison in June, he referred to the Hero Fund as my pet child. Here's worship of humanity in its highest form, heroism. No one suggested it to me, he explained in his autobiography. As far as I know, it never had been thought of. Hence it is emphatically my ain bairn. The Hero Fund, Frederick Lynch, one of the original commissioners, insisted, could only have been conceived by Andrew Carnegie. It grew out of his intense conviction that it took just as much heroism to save life as it did to take it, whereas the man who took it got most of the recognition. How often I have heard him say, "The more men you can kill, the greater hero you are." And again, "Most of the monuments in the world are to somebody who has killed a lot of his fellow men." There was, as Carnegie knew, something both innovative and untimely in his attempt to draw attention from the martial virtues by honoring civilian heroes. As a disciple of Herbert Spencer, Carnegie not only hoped but believed that the age of barbarism, savagery, bloodlust, and war was coming to an end, and would be succeeded by an era of peace in which non-martial values and definitions of true manliness would prevail. The heroes of barbarism passed, wounded or killed their fellows. The heroes of our civilized day serve or save theirs. Such the difference between physical and moral courage, between barbarism and civilization. The first 12 heroes honored included a 17-year-old boy from Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania, who had risked his life rescuing 2 drowning friends, and a miner from Sherrodsville, Ohio, who had died attempting to save a comrade from suffocation. Recipients of awards, or their heirs, received medals with the inscription from the New Testament, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." In its first 100 years of operation, the Carnegie Hero Fund Commission, based in Pittsburgh, disbursed $27 million to honor and support over 9,000 Carnegie heroes in the United States and Canada, with cash awards, college fellowships, pensions, and medals. Hero Fund commissions remain in operation today in the United Kingdom, the United States, and 9 European nations. Carnegie was delighted with Roosevelt's election in 1904. As an unelected president, Roosevelt had been constrained to follow the mandates of the man whom the people had elected in 1900. Now, after March 1905, he could jettison the legacy of imperialism handed him by McKinley and become the statesman for peace he was meant to be. Carnegie was still not entirely comfortable with Roosevelt, and would never be. The president was too much of a militarist, too committed to building battleships, and too much of an imperialist. He needs to be watched, Carnegie told a New York Times reporter in a front-page interview on October 24, 1904. But really, he is a man of peace. Unbeknownst to Roosevelt, Carnegie had appointed himself presidential advisor on arbitration treaties. Early in 1905, after Roosevelt's election but before his inauguration, the Senate amended the arbitration agreements with Great Britain, France, Germany, Switzerland, Norway, and Sweden that Secretary of State Hay had negotiated, by adding a clause requiring explicit Senate approval before any matter could be submitted to international arbitration. Roosevelt, convinced that the Senate amendments rendered the agreements meaningless, threatened to withdraw them. Carnegie urged him not to do so. "May I venture, Mr. President, to pray you consider well before withdrawing these treaties? We shall have the substance, and this is what you are after, fit additions to your great service rendered peace by sending the disputing sides in the Venezuela conflict to The Hague." Roosevelt, barely containing his anger at Carnegie's presumption in offering him advice on diplomacy and how to deal with the Senate, responded bluntly in 2 separate letters. "I do not agree with you about the treaties. I am not willing to go into a farce," and approve treaties so weakened by amendments that they were virtually meaningless. In the second letter, marked personal, Roosevelt supplemented his note to Carnegie by stating that Secretary of State Hay agreed that the treaties should be vetoed. Carnegie let the matter drop. The president was in no mood to enter into debate with Carnegie on toothless treaties while events in the Far East required his attention. On February 8, 1904, the Japanese fleet had launched a surprise attack and siege on the Russian naval squadron at Port Arthur, Manchuria. Now, in the second year of the war, Roosevelt was trying to broker an agreement between Russia and Japan. In June 1905, he succeeded, when both nations accepted his invitation to negotiate peace terms in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. On August 30th, the newspapers, with banner headlines, announced that agreement had been reached on the terms for a final treaty. The following day, the New York Times published on page 2 a small item headlined, "Kaiser Wilhelm Overjoyed, Congratulates President who Thanks Him for His Cooperation." Directly underneath, given equal prominence, was a second article. "Carnegie and Guests Happy. Party at Skibo Castle Send Thankful Congratulations." Though Carnegie had had nothing to do with the negotiations, not even pretending to offer advice on them, in sending his congratulatory telegram and releasing it to the press, he was signaling to the president that, absent though he might be at Skibo, he was ever present in the campaign for international arbitration. The signatories on his telegram included the Archbishop of Canterbury, Columbia University President Nicholas Murray Butler, Secretary of Agriculture James Wilson, and John Morley, who had left Skibo the day before the telegram was drafted and sent. Carnegie, knowing how much Roosevelt admired Morley, had tacked on his name, expecting that it would add luster to his own. Morley was not amused. "Between such friends as you and me, frankness is best, and I have something to complain of," he telegrammed Carnegie on September 5th. "Surely it is rather a strong order to put my name to a message to the President without my leave, and not even to think it worthwhile to tell me that you had done so? Don't you think it is? At any rate, I do. In a very small way I am a sort of public man, and a public man cannot safely allow even his best friend to use his name at large, can he? I dare say I should agree with what you said. Still, I prefer to put things in my own way. I feel bound to make my humble protest and then pass on." Carnegie wrote back the same day, offering a rather offhanded apology in the form of a blow-by-blow account of how Morley's name had come to be appended to the telegram. "We celebrate peace, Madam keeps all flags, and table finely decorated, walls also. Proposal is made to cable congratulatory message to President. Carried. Much applause. A voice adds, we ought to have Mr. Morley's name with some others to the cable. I said if he were here he would be among first to sign. He is not entirely outside our party, his shade still hovers about us. I'll take responsibility, add his name. Had you not been of the party, no one would have suggested your name, of course, but it did seem you still had some share with us. You expected to be present, called away. While I must expert a stern verdict, let it be, please, not guilty, but don't do it again. I promise. I was and am still so certain that you would have been glad of the opportunity to sign that I cannot regret having got you in. I think it was Butler who suggested it, but I'm not quite sure. It was an enthusiastic moment. If ever the future looked bright for peace, it was now. The British and the French had, the year before, signed the Entente Cordiale, an historic treaty of friendship settling, they hoped forever, their disputes over the Sudan and Morocco. In a letter to the editor of the Echo de Paris, republished in the New York Times on October 9, 1905, Carnegie expressed his hope that America would join the alliance. It does not seem to me that this should be a chimera. Shall not this be the first achievement realized in the 20th century? And may we not see in the near future the incorporation in this Pacific alliance of the German power, already practically the kinsman of England and the United States? Then nevermore could the dangers of war be conjured up between Germany and France, America, or England, or between any other two of these powers. Truly, the world does move forward. That same month, Carnegie returned to St. Andrews to deliver his second rectorial address, in which he called upon the students to dedicate themselves to the cause of peace through arbitration. "You will find the world much better than your forefathers did," he began. "There is profound satisfaction in this, that all grows better, but there is still one evil in our day, so far exceeding any other in extent and effect that I venture to bring it to your notice. There still remains the foulest blot that has ever disgraced the earth, the killing of civilized men by men, like wild beasts, as a permissible mode of settling disputes." He then proceeded to reproduce citation after citation, in no apparent order, from Rousseau to Homer, Euripides, Buddhists, St. Irenaeus, Luther, all stating in their own words that war was hell. After many lectures on the history of reforms in war and the arbitration movement, he put away the results of his and his assistants' research and returned to the present. Not only was war immoral, uncivilized, ineffective, and contrary to the tenets of all the world's great religions, but preparation for it was sapping the vitality and prosperity of the great nations of Europe. Returning to the notion that had animated the development of his Hero Trust program, he attacked head-on the false and dangerous idea that war develops the manly virtue of courage. On the contrary, war enhanced only man's capacity for physical courage, which some animals and the lower order of savage men possess in the highest degree. According to this idea, the more man resembles the bulldog, the higher he is developed as man. Carnegie ended this overstuffed, overlong sermon with a direct appeal to the students of St. Andrews to commit themselves to this holy work and hasten the end of war by forming their own leagues of peace. Drop all other public questions. Concentrate your efforts upon the one question which carries in its bosom the issue of peace or of war. Lay aside your politics until this war issue is settled. This is the time to be effective. If in every constituency, he concluded, there were organized an arbitration league, it is surprising how soon both parties would accept arbitration as a policy. I know of no work that would prove more fruitful for your country and for the world than this. It is by concentrating upon one issue that great causes are won. For a man who believed in accomplishing reform by working from the top down with presidents and prime ministers, Carnegie's suggestion for the students of St. Andrews was rather startling. He was, it appeared, returning to the tactics used by his Chartist and Unionist forebears, who had organized local, often secret societies to agitate for reform in Dunfermline. "The way of the reformer is hard," he had written his cousin Dodd in March, but both Lauders and Carnegies were always agitators until present generation. Had any individual or group approached him at St. Andrews to ask for financial support to organize leagues of peace, he would no doubt have granted it. But as no one did, his idea was left to languish when, directly after the speech, he left St. Andrews and Britain to return to the United States. Just home, not yet settled, Carnegie wrote Morley from New York City on November 1st. Head whirls a little, much to take up and finish. 25 presidents' universities, all-day session here and lunch Wednesday, on 10 million pension fund. Carnegie was referring to the first annual meeting of the board of yet another of his trusts, the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. He had, as had become his practice, announced the establishment of the trust, endowed with $10 million of U.S. Steel gold bonds, in the spring before sailing to Europe. The foundation's mission was to provide retiring pensions for the teachers of universities, colleges, and technical schools in our country, Canada, and Newfoundland, without regard to race, sex, creed, or color. Faculty of public institutions were excluded because Carnegie believed the states would want complete autonomy in all financial matters. Because the interest on $10 million was not enough to provide pensions for all professors, and because he had no intention of giving money to institutions that were church-affiliated, he empowered his board to determine, within these guidelines, which institutions would be eligible for Carnegie pensions. It is doubtful that he had any idea, in doing so, of the unintended consequences of his action. His board of directors, comprised of the most distinguished presidents of the most distinguished American universities and colleges, did. Carnegie pensions would, in a relatively short time, change the face of higher education in America. Those institutions that were given the right to award Carnegie pensions reaped enormous rewards as potential professors gravitated to them. The most controversial aspect, and in the long run one of the most important of the provisions in the deed of grant, was Carnegie's prohibition on giving pensions to professors at sectarian colleges. Colleges and universities that had once been church-connected but were now free to all men of all creeds or of none were invited to apply. Those which were under control of a sect or require trustees, or a majority thereof, officers, faculty, or students to belong to any specified sect, or which impose any theological test, are to be excluded. Carnegie was adamant that these rules be followed. Institutions that sought pension support were required to fill out a questionnaire and attach a memorandum explaining sectarian connection. No exceptions were made, not even for schools like Brown and Northwestern, which considered themselves fully non-sectarian, but had provisions in their charter that reserved trustee seats for members of particular denominations. In the long run, one of the board's most significant decisions, with which Carnegie had little to do, was to restrict eligibility to institutions with endowments of at least $200,000, and to require that students accepted for matriculation must have previously taken a minimum number of academic courses in high school, later defined in terms of Carnegie units. As the biographer Joseph Wall, who served for many years as a college dean, would later remark, by 1909 the Carnegie Foundation had become the national unofficial accrediting agency for colleges and universities. It would function as such until at least 1949, when the National Commission on Accreditation was organized. In March 1908, Carnegie gave the foundation an additional $5 million so that it could begin funding pensions at state universities. In 1913, $1.25 million more was donated. When by 1918 it became apparent that the foundation would never be able to provide pensions for more than a portion of the nation's ever-expanding supply of college teachers, the trustees devised and funded a new contributory pension plan, known as the Teachers' Insurance and Annuity Association. Carnegie had long been in the habit of writing to his friend John Morley on Sundays. When, on November 2, 1905, a Thursday, he sent off his second letter in 2 weekdays, Morley must have sensed that something was amiss. Carnegie began with his usual chit-chat about his business schedule. I'm going to Boston to deliver address Scots Society 248th anniversary, true. He then segued into the real reason for the letter. Louise had intended on going with him to Boston, but had decided against the trip at the last minute, because she was consumed by anxiety about 8-year-old Baba, who had injured her leg in Scotland, apparently by falling off a swing. It was thought at first that Baba had sprained her ankle, and she was given a cast to wear for 6 weeks. Upon her return to the United States, a leading specialist was called in. He removed the ankle cast and replaced it with one which enveloped the entire leg. The prognosis was as uncertain as the diagnosis. The doctors didn't know what was wrong with the leg or whether it would entirely heal. Margaret's cousin, Nancy, who was an infant at the time, recalled later that there was something the matter with her legs and she could not walk. It was said that it came from eating strawberries with the sun on them at Skibo. Margaret herself was told years later that she had suffered from some form of tuberculosis of the limb. Whatever the cause, the illness or injury was, Margaret thought, badly handled. Carnegie was frightened both for himself and for his wife, who he feared would not be able to bear the strain. Nothing in his previous experience had quite prepared him for this. "We are having the first acute pang of grief," he wrote Morley. "Baba's leg in plaster cast. She has fixed stilts for it and can hobble about a little. Is very patient and cheerful, but it does go deep into our hearts. Deep, deep. It may only be result of sprain, but I fear Edinburgh specialist Professor Stiles believed it to be more serious. We are so anxious, can't tell for 3 or 4 months, and naturally fear the worst. It is terrible." For the next 2.5 years, from ages 8.5 to age 11, Margaret would remain a virtual invalid, her leg encased in plaster casts or splints, supported by an iron brace so that she could hobble along without putting weight on her foot. As she grew taller, the plaster casts were removed and replaced with new ones. On the whole, Margaret remembered years later, it was not too bad, but grim at times. The good side was the new and delicious things I was given to eat: juicy broiled lamb chops, fresh lettuce, and grapefruit. The grim side was not being able to walk easily and play, and being pretty uncomfortable at times. Her long convalescence was especially hard for Mother. While Louise refrained from spoiling her daughter with gifts, she always thought of the right thing to do for me. The first Christmas that my splint was on, she gave me a baby doll and all the clothes for day and night, and a bassinet with sheets, pillows, and pillowcases. Lulu, the doll, would in the years to come provide hour upon hour of pleasure for a little girl who could only play sitting down. Her father was mostly absent during these years, though Margaret seemed to take this in stride. I did not see so much of Daddy, but when I did it was always exciting. He believed in fairies and made me believe in them too. When he gave me his soft, long, drawn-out whistle, something for me was dropped in his pocket. At times other lovely, mysterious presents were found under my pillow when I went to bed at night: amethyst, rose, quartz, and other beautiful polished stones. During the next 3 years, though his concentration was at times broken by worries about Baba and the toll her illness was taking on Louise, Carnegie committed himself anew to the struggle for world peace through arbitration. Nothing, it appeared, could dampen the optimism of the new apostle for peace. When news reached America of the slaughter of the Russian Jews in 1905, Carnegie joined in the relief effort by sending a check for $10,000 to his friend Oscar Strauss. "The terrible crimes being committed," he wrote on November 11th, "are such as might lead one to lose faith in humanity. Do not be discouraged, however. Under the law of evolution we must steadily, though slowly, march upward, and finally reach the true conception of the brotherhood of man." On November 25, 1905, Andrew Carnegie celebrated his 70th birthday. 10 days later, he received the best of belated birthday presents when the Liberal Party in Britain won its first election in more than a decade. The cabinet, which was installed in December, was filled with friends and acquaintances. It was, Carnegie would later joke to Morley, a Skibo-Dunfermline cabinet. Lord Elgin from Dunfermline, who headed up Carnegie's Scottish Universities Trust, was named Colonial Secretary. Campbell Bannerman from nearby Glasgow became Prime Minister. John Morley took up the India office. Richard Haldane, James Bryce, and Herbert Asquith, all of whom served with Elgin and Morley on the Scottish Universities Board, were appointed Secretary for War, Chief Secretary for Ireland, and Chancellor of the Exchequer. Gladstone's son, Herbert, was named Home Secretary. Carnegie took off at once for Washington to celebrate the news of his friend's ascendancy and make sure that everyone knew how welcome he would now be in the corridors of British power. He had begun to consider himself something of a Washington insider, and indeed he was, with direct access to the President and Elihu Root, who had been called back to Washington as Secretary of State on John Hay's death in July. "Saw President and Root, etc.," he wrote Morley on December 17th, just after the British elections, "and told them no fear of any discrimination against America from the government, all of whom were well-wishers." What Carnegie did not know was that while Roosevelt afforded him unparalleled access and appeared to take his policy recommendations seriously, he had nothing but contempt for the little Scotsman, the athletic, patrician, New York-bred cowboy who had chosen public service over business, found little to admire or respect in Carnegie's achievements as a businessman and philanthropist, or in his single-minded dedication to peace. In mid-November 1905, having learned of Carnegie's October rectorial address at St. Andrews and his insults to the manly martial virtues, the president confessed to Whitelaw Reid that he had tried hard to like Carnegie, but it is pretty difficult. There is no type of man for whom I feel a more contemptuous abhorrence than for the one who makes a god of mere money-making, and at the same time is always yelling out that kind of utterly stupid condemnation of war which in almost every case springs from a combination of defective physical courage, of unmanly shrinking from pain and effort, and of hopelessly twisted ideals. All the suffering from Spanish war comes far short of the suffering, preventable and non-preventable, among the operators of the Carnegie Steel Works and among the small investors during the time that Carnegie was making his fortune. It is as noxious folly to denounce war per se as it is to denounce business per se. Unrighteous war is a hideous evil, but I am not at all sure that it is worse evil than business unrighteousness. What rankled Roosevelt most, and one can see how it might, was that the same little capitalist who urged the president to do the right and moral thing in the Philippines, Panama, and international diplomacy had never done the right or moral thing as a businessman. It was a harsh criticism, but not entirely uncalled for. Carnegie, though tormented by Baba's distress, refused to let his anxieties slow down his crusading for peace. "I have numerous engagements," he wrote Morley in mid-December. "Speech in Boston, 3 here last week, 1 at dinner to Mark Twain's 70th birthday." Clemens, born on November 30th, 1835, was 5 days younger than Carnegie. "A notable gathering, but I must not forget to report doctors gratified at Baba's progress, decidedly so, although unable to pronounce until March upon its nature. It looks more favorable, however, and this lessens the throbs that come so suddenly. They are not quite so keen with agony." 3 days after Margaret got her Christmas doll, the family packed up and went south to Cumberland Island. "We are all off tonight for Own Sister's Island off coast Georgia to spend winter because doctors insist upon our little darling escaping New York winter," Carnegie wrote James Bryce. "She has a sprained ankle and sunshine and sea beach demanded. It is quite a change, but everything must bend for her sake." They moved into the delightful cottage close to Lucy's house, left vacant when Andrew's nephew, Thomas Morrison Carnegie, moved to New York to work for his uncle's professor pension program. In a letter to Morley on January 14, 1906, Carnegie sounded a bit more upbeat. "We are happy because our little darling has improved so much. Our own doctor came with us for a week and has no doubt the trouble will be outgrown. It is of gouty nature and not as the Edinburgh specialist feared. This seems decided. A heavy weight is lifted from our hearts. Although we cannot but be anxious, Baba is happy playing on the smooth sandy beach quite near and in driving about. We have everything here, houses, boats, yachts, autos, etc. Weather sunny and not too warm. The swelling of her legs almost gone. She eats and sleeps well, and in short a speedier recovery could not have been made so far." Every morning Margaret was pushed down to the beach in a wheelchair and then transferred to a specially constructed low wooden cart, from which she could bend over to pick seashells as she was pulled along by her nanny. On Sunday mornings Andrew and Louise accompanied her to the beach, with her father pushing her chair. There was a bench on the way to sit on. Mother and I stopped there while Daddy went for a walk along the beach. Carnegie, exiled from New York to Cumberland Island, returned to writing his memoirs, and trying to tell the story for our friends. He found it ironic that while Morley was giving up his literary work to enter the cabinet, he, Carnegie, was again writing. This did not mean that Carnegie had any intention of abandoning his own political work. In mid-January he wrote Morley to tell him that Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman's suggestion of a League of Peace has struck a responsive chord here, and that he had proposed to Elihu Root that Roosevelt publicly express his approval. The president was, he added in a private parenthetical notation, studying disarmament, just now wondering if that isn't next best step. In late March, from Hot Springs, Arkansas, where the family stopped off en route north after their 3 months on Cumberland Island, Carnegie sent off a long, rather rambling handwritten letter to Roosevelt, with non-official scrawled across the top. Like a garrulous, slightly daft and aging uncle, he saluted Roosevelt's attempts to get Congress to pass legislation regulating railroad rates, and then proceeded to tell the president the story of his own battles with the Pennsylvania Railroad. He closed with a half-hearted apology. "Sorry to intrude. Think of you often as the most oppressed man in the land." "So far all is well," he wrote Morley at the same time. Margaret was improving, the doctor thought. She and her mother were heading back to New York City while he planned to stop over in Tuskegee to celebrate its semi-centenary with Booker T. Washington, President Eliot of Harvard, and Seth Low, and then on April 24th, "I'm off on stumping, tour Canada in private car, taking Butler, Columbia, and Gilder, Century, with me as chums." On his way north, Carnegie planned to stop over in Washington to lobby President Roosevelt and Secretary of State Root on Campbell Bannerman's League of Peace suggestion. In years past, the family had departed New York for Liverpool in late March or early April, stopping over for a month in London so as not to arrive at Skibo until the weather turned warm. Baba's illness changed everything. Anticipating that neither she in her splints and brace nor her mother would be comfortable in London, Carnegie delayed sailing until mid-May. "I should reach London Sunday," he wrote Morley from New York on May 15th, 3 days before they were to depart. Carnegie, who had barely seen wife or daughter since leaving Hot Springs in late March, planned to remain in the London area to give some talks and receive some honors, while Louise took their daughter directly to Skibo. "Baba improving, but doctors say 6 months more needed before she is free." She had already been in plaster for at least 8 months. "Lou and I disappointed. It seemed to us her improvement was so rapid we might have her free from splints sooner, but no, they are certain it is needed. That all goes well, however, is sure, and that's the main thing." Just before sailing for Europe, in yet another sign of the domestic disruptions his daughter's illness had caused, Carnegie took over from Louise the task of hiring a new organist for Skibo. "We are particular about the music," he wrote John Ross. "No fancy pieces, these prostitute the organ. The fine old hymns, Wagner's finest religious pieces, Lohengrin, Siegfried March, etc., played slowly, feelingly, no bounce, no flair." When Andrew arrived at Skibo in mid-June, after a month in London and traveling through England, he found his daughter looking very much better, but his wife thin and worn. He was so concerned that, as he wrote Morley, he decided, "We must close Skibo this season to many we should otherwise like to have. Too much of a strain for Madam. Dr. Simpson strongly urges this, but it makes the visits of the few intimates more precious. The old shoes we really are intimate with. Madam will be benefited by those, so hope Mrs. Morley and you may be able to come. All the doctors agree that only time is required to ensure recovery." All summer long, Carnegie was engaged in a round-robin exchange of letters with President Roosevelt, Secretary of State Root, and John Morley, who as a cabinet member in the Liberal government had become his liaison with Prime Minister Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman and Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey. The International Peace Conference at The Hague, originally scheduled for 1906, had been postponed for a year, leaving plenty of time for backroom deals among the major powers. In early July, Secretary of State Root sent Carnegie 2 printed papers which must still be kept very confidential. One was the U.S. government's instructions to its delegates at the Rio Conference on Pan-American affairs. The second, correspondence relating to the conference at The Hague. Root cautioned Carnegie to please keep these papers where nobody will get hold of them, but added that he had no objection to your telling your friends in the British government what our positions are as you find them exhibited in these papers. Carnegie, of course, did just that, and more. He sent excerpts from Root's memorandum to Morley and asked that he forward them to Sir Edward Grey. Carnegie's goal was to try to locate the common ground on which Britain and the United States could formulate an agenda for the Hague Conference. Surely nothing could be more popular in Britain, he wrote Morley in mid-July, than any step which brought into closer cooperation the race across the Atlantic. Even if we fail to dominate the conference and get some important changes, something would be accomplished by having the race standing together before the world. In his letters to Roosevelt, he assured him that the British were prepared to follow his lead. What a relief it must be to you, harassed as presidents must be under our faulty system with petty political and personal affairs, a reference to Roosevelt's difficulty getting his legislation through Congress, to mount into the high arena of world problems, and, as in this instance, leading mankind to a higher civilization, the only sure passport to enduring fame. Pray don't forget that you are called upon to lead in the world's work. In early August 1906, Roosevelt wrote Carnegie a long letter in which he did his best to dampen his correspondent's hopes that much would be achieved at the Hague Conference. He began by expressing his lack of sympathy with revolutionaries, extremists, and utopians, even those whose stated objective was world peace, a category in which we know he placed Carnegie. He assured Carnegie nonetheless that he hoped to see real progress made at the next Hague Conference. If it is possible in some way to bring about a stop, complete or partial, to the race in adding to armaments, I shall be glad. But I do not yet see my way clear as regards the details of such a plan. He added, almost parenthetically, that the world needed some system of international police to bring peace, order, and stability to troubled spots around the globe. Without such a system in place, and he saw no hope of one in the foreseeable future, it was sheer folly to believe that half measures would make much of a difference. The one thing I won't do is to bluff when I cannot make good, to bluster and threaten and then fail to take the action if my words needed to be backed up. I believe in peace, but I believe that as things are at present, the cause not only of peace, but of what is greater than peace, is favored by having those nations which really stand at the head of civilization show, not merely by words but by action, that they ask peace in the name of justice, and not from any weakness. Roosevelt's reference to weakness was shorthand for his opposition to American disarmament. He was willing to support stabilization of the naval arms race, but not to withdraw from it. Carnegie wrote back to suggest that Britain and the United States, short of disarming, might agree not to accelerate naval building. He also proposed a slight alteration in the League of Peace plan he had earlier supported. Why couldn't the world's major powers agree to a voluntary arbitration treaty in which they intimated that they would view with disfavor an appeal to force until an offer to arbitrate has been made and rejected? Roosevelt had, in an earlier letter, expressed his unhappiness that the ironclad custom which forbids a president ever to go abroad precluded him from meeting personally with the leaders of France, England, and Germany to set the groundwork for the Hague Conference. Carnegie offered himself as a substitute. He had, he informed the president, been invited twice to meet the Kaiser, who claimed that he had read every word of my first rectorial address dealing with the present and future of nations. Like you, I have wished to have a talk with him as being the great power in Europe. I should urge him, as I do you, to take up with each other arbitration of international disputes. He was fishing for the president's approval of such a mission, but none was forthcoming. Carnegie closed this long letter, as he had previous ones, by flattering Roosevelt with the intimations of immortality that would follow should he accept Carnegie's advice. The man who passes into history as the chief agent in banishing or even lessening war, the great evil of his day, is to stand for all time among the foremost benefactors. Only as strongest apostle of peace of your day you can take permanent rank with the very few immortals whom the tooth of time is not to gnaw into oblivion. I envy you when I think over the destiny you may fulfill. Carnegie was so convinced that Roosevelt would agree with his suggestions and use him as unofficial plenipotentiary that he asked Morley to arrange an interview with Secretary Navy and any cabinet members so I could report to the President and try to get the two powers to speak as one. I should like to see the Prime Minister and perhaps be bearer of a message to the President who is studying the League of Peace idea. I am certain the President will go hand in hand with Campbell Bannerman and his band, and that he longs to do so. I think Britain should respond. She has no such ally. There is none equal to the one of her race. Not for the first time, Carnegie had badly misjudged Roosevelt, who promised only that he would Go over with Mr. Root whether it is possible to make somewhat such a proposal about arbitration as you suggest." Roosevelt, instead, aware that Carnegie had access to liberal cabinet members, including the Prime Minister, let float a trial balloon for Carnegie to convey to his British friends. "I have been thinking more and more that we might at least be able to limit the size of battleships, and I should put the limit below the size of the dreadnought." The British battleship which, with 10 guns rather than the usual 4, was larger and more invulnerable than anything else in the water. "Let the English have 2 or 3 ships of the dreadnought stamp that they have already built, but let all nations agree that hereafter no ship to exceed, say, 15,000 tons shall be built." Carnegie communicated Roosevelt's plan to Morley, who took it to the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary. Carnegie suggested that Chancellor of the Exchequer Asquith should also be brought into the discussion. President could and would take strong ground against further increase either in number or size of new battleships, if he only felt Britain would give it welcome. I should think the Lord Chancellor would be a tower of strength in this. He's surely with us. In a second note to Morley, Carnegie repeated his hope that Campbell Bannerman and his shipmates will respond cordially to President's idea. Even if it fail, it would be creditable, and I think popular, to attempt united action of the English-speaking race in favor of no increased naval power. I should like to be in position to tell President overture warmly received. Can depend upon cooperation in any attempt to limit armaments or size. Truly, I feel now is the psychological moment. Something may be accomplished. Roosevelt's half-hearted attempt to open negotiations on a proposal to limit the size of warships, though duly conveyed by Carnegie, met with no response in London. Carnegie's suggestion that the British and Americans formulate some sort of joint proposal, or at least pledge to stand together at The Hague, was not even discussed. Carnegie, the eternal optimist, was not in the least discouraged. Having opened a channel of communication between the two governments and established himself as a liaison, he had accomplished a great deal for himself, and, he was convinced, for the cause of peace. Chapter 36. Peace Conferences, 1907. "Hague Conference drags," Carnegie wrote Morley from New York in mid-January 1907, "but I think it will meet. President not disposed to be frustrated." Neither was Carnegie, who had high hopes for the conference and was disposed to do whatever he could to make it a success. He had accepted the presidency of the National Arbitration Conference, which had scheduled its inaugural meeting for April 1907, just before the Hague Conference, in an attempt to focus attention on it. The previous August, Roosevelt had suggested that nothing much would come out of any Hague Conference. World courts, without an internal police force to back up their decisions, were, he argued, meaningless. Roosevelt had intended his disparaging remarks to serve as an excuse for inaction. Carnegie, however, took him at his word, and formulated a new proposal for the organization of an international police force. "Why should we peaceable powers be compelled to increase and maintain great navy, fearing attack otherwise?" he asked Morley rhetorically. "Let us organize international police to keep the peace. War disturbs all nations, and we have a right to say we shall be freed from danger. I am surprised how many hitherto supine warmly support this." Though he knew that Roosevelt had little sympathy for a League of Peace, much less for an international police force to enforce its decisions, Carnegie continued to press forward. "An international police, that really should be the aim at the next Hague Conference," he wrote Roosevelt in February 1907. "If the German Emperor could rise to his destiny and stand with you, favoring this instead of pegging away, trifling over petty questions, chasing rainbows in form of a colonial empire which he cannot get and which would do Germany no good if he did." Roosevelt did not appreciate being told what to do, but Carnegie ignored this and urged the President to write the Kaiser a private letter and suggest if he take the lead in Europe alongside you in America, between you, war could be banished. Roosevelt ignored Carnegie's suggestion. He wrote instead to tell Carnegie that he would not be able to accept his invitation to the Great Peace Society Conference in April, but was delighted that Root had decided to attend. Knowing that his curt reply left much unsaid, he invited Carnegie to lunch with him, "if you are here on Wednesday, March 27th. If so, I will get 1 or 2 of our friends to meet you, especially Root." Carnegie's arrival in Washington for luncheon with the President, the Vice President, the Secretary of the Treasury, and other high government officials proved something of a godsend for Roosevelt. In mid-March, the stock market had crashed. While Wall Street blamed Roosevelt's antitrust policy for the crash, Carnegie, on exiting from his meeting with the President, declared that as far as he was concerned, the President was a friend of business, and the best friend the railroads have. I mean by that the President's railroad measures are moderate. I endorse the President's position on the railroad question without reservation. His influence on that subject I regard as entirely wholesome and conservative. The following day, Carnegie did the President another great service by attacking Wall Street gamblers, this time with such colorfully venomous language that the story appeared on the front page of the New York Times for March 29th. "Let me speak as a plain businessman," Carnegie told the reporter. "Wall Street is not America, and even in New York there are other places than Wall Street. Gambling is not business. It is a parasite feeding on values and creating none. It is time for us businessmen to rise and decline to recognize the men who make money and render no value for it by manufacturing something or giving something in exchange." With his usual self-righteousness on the subject of stock market manipulation, Carnegie proudly declared again that he had never made a dollar by gambling in stocks. In late March, after a 2-month stay at sister-in-law Lucy's estate on Cumberland Island, where he and Louise believed Baba's recovery was sped along by the sun and seashore, Carnegie returned to New York City via Washington to preside over the National Arbitration Conference. No sooner had he arrived than he began a round of speaking engagements that would extend over the next 4 weeks. On March 28th, he addressed the reunion of the Civil War telegraphers at the Hotel Manhattan. A few days later, he was at the Hotel Savoy to address 500 members of the Phi Beta Kappa fraternity. On Friday, April 5th, he hosted 300 members of the National Civic Federation at a dinner at his home. Somewhere in between, he composed the Plea for Peace that was published on April 7th in the New York Times Sunday magazine. All month long, his name was on the front pages. Had he been interested in publicity alone, he would have attained nirvana, but he wanted more than the opportunity to stoke his already considerable ego, or add to the collection of famous men and statesmen he called his friends. It is easy to poke fun at his egomania, his penchant for self-advertising, his almost intolerable self-confidence. That he was far from selfless in his campaign for world peace does not mean that he was any the less committed to the cause. In the months preceding the opening of the Hague Conference, Carnegie pushed himself to the point where more than once he collapsed in exhaustion and was forced to take to his bed. He had earlier suggested, and it had been agreed, that the National Arbitration Conference would be held in New York 1 week after the dedication of the Carnegie Institute building in Pittsburgh, so that the European guests he had invited to the opening ceremonies in Pittsburgh could also attend the Peace Conference in New York. When Frederick Lynch, one of the organizers of the Arbitration Conference, asked gently if Carnegie thought those attending the Pittsburgh dedication, most of whom were professors or museum directors, had thought much on this particular matter of international peace, Carnegie answered, "Never mind, we will make them speak, and then they will have to think about it." And then he added with a twinkle in his eye, "We'll make them put themselves on record." From April 1st, every steamship arriving in New York, including the Kaiser Wilhelm II, the Baltic, and the Caronia, brought several of Carnegie's distinguished guests. They were met at the pier and taken to the Hotel Belmont. Among them were a world-famous astronomer from Cambridge, the master of Jesus College, Oxford, John Ross, Carnegie's Dunfermline solicitor, William Stead, Baron de Tournelle de Constant of the French government, Baron de Camp, member of the Hague Court, representatives of the German Reichstag and Kaiser Wilhelm II, the directors of the Louvre Museum and the Luxembourg Gallery, the principals of the major universities in Scotland, and the editors of several London newspapers and opinion journals. One of the less credentialed visitors, the provost of Dunfermline, explained that he had been invited because "Mr. Carnegie and I are old friends. My father used to play in the streets of Dunfermline with Mr. Carnegie when both of them were barefooted youngsters." Asked how the old folks who remembered Andrew as a boy looked on him now, the provost answered, "Why, they look upon him as one of the wonders of the world, and they love him dearly. Mr. Carnegie is the most democratic of American millionaires. He remembers the old townspeople, and he talks to them as though he were still one of them. The demands on Carnegie were extraordinary. He was called upon to play the roles of celebrity, spiritual leader dispensing wisdom to the masses, public relations officer, liaison to Washington, and chief of logistics for a traveling assembly of distinguished statesmen. Early on the morning of Tuesday, April 9th, after a week of receptions, dinners, and meetings in New York, Carnegie, with Louise beside him, secretly left the city in the midst of the season's last snowstorm and boarded a private car for the all-day train trip to Pittsburgh. It had been 6 years since Carnegie had last visited the city. This time around, there were to be no meetings downtown with his partners, no visits to Homestead or Duquesne or Braddock, no interviews with the newspapers about iron or steel, tariffs or labor contracts. He was returning as a philanthropist and peacemaker to preside over the opening ceremonies of a vastly expanded Carnegie Institute. The original building had covered 5 acres. The new one took up almost 14. The bizarrely misplaced Venetian towers on either side of the music hall had been removed, and a sumptuous grand foyer with a gilded ceiling and green marble columns added. The library had expanded outward into the wings that had once housed the museum and art gallery. Around the corner along Forbes Avenue had arisen the new Carnegie Museum and Art Gallery, with separate halls of architecture and sculpture, and a gallery with more than 500 paintings assembled for the 11th International Exhibit. Much of the space in the addition was devoted to the Museum of Natural History, which took its place at once as one of the great museums of the world. It was here that the Carnegie collection of dinosaurs, including Diplodocus carnegii, found its final resting place. Carnegie had left New York with Louise on Tuesday morning so that the two of them could enjoy a full day touring the new building. The following day, his 35 European guests, accompanied by 160 pieces of luggage, boarded their train for Pittsburgh. The first day of festivities opened on Thursday morning and concluded with a lengthy evening concert by the Pittsburgh Symphony at the Carnegie Music Hall. Carnegie was so worn out by the travel, the excitement, and the responsibilities in front of him that he stayed in bed the following morning, then skipped the second day's events, recovering only in time to host the banquet dinner at the Hotel Schenley. The following morning, Saturday, he and Louise took their second day-long train ride in 5 days, this one back to New York. On Monday afternoon, Carnegie was on the podium of the hall that bore his name as the first session of the National Arbitration Conference was gavelled to order. Carnegie and the organizers had hoped that Roosevelt would open the conference, but when the president declined, Carnegie innocently asked if he might dictate a short letter to be read, expressing your hopes of some decided advances through the coming Hague Conference. Instead of a short letter, Roosevelt composed a 6.5-page memorandum. He was, he insisted, in sympathy with the conference organizers, and it was in that spirit that he sought to make to you some suggestions as to the practical method for accomplishing the ends we all of us have in view. First and foremost, I beseech you to remember that it is our bounden duty to work for peace. Yet it is even more our duty to work for righteousness and justice. He cautioned those who did not themselves bear the responsibility of upholding the nation's honor, not to insist on the impossible when it came to formulating their peace proposals, and not to call for any sort of general disarmament which would do harm and not good if it left the civilized and peace-loving peoples unable to check the other peoples who have no such standards, who acknowledge no such obligations. His administration, he claimed, had sought peace in the Philippines, Panama, Cuba, the Caribbean, Mexico, Santo Domingo, and Central America, but in a spirit untainted by that silly sentimentality which is often more dangerous to both the subject and the object than downright iniquity. He announced that the American representatives to the Hague Peace Conference would propose discussion on the limitation of armaments, and would sign a general arbitration treaty that increased the classes of cases which it is agreed shall be arbitrated. But he expected little of consequence to happen at The Hague. It is idle to expect that a task so tremendous can be settled by any 1 or 2 conferences, and those who demand the impossible from such a conference not only prepare acute disappointment for themselves, but play the game of the very men who wish the conference to accomplish nothing. It is not possible that the conference should go more than a certain distance further in the right direction. Carnegie disagreed with most everything the president had written, but, responding to an advance copy of Roosevelt's letter, referred to only one point that seems to me weak: the president's assertion that while it was the nation's duty to work for peace, it was even more our duty to work for righteousness and justice. This Carnegie believed was sheer nonsense. In every dispute, he reminded the president, each side claimed that it was seeking righteousness and struggling for what is right. The essential question was, who is to decide where justice and righteousness lay? No one, according to you. They must go to war to decide not what is right, but who is strong. Pray, reflect. I wish you had time to give a few minutes' thought to this. Maybe you would modify the sentence. Roosevelt released the letter to the press as written. While the newspapers made much of the fact that the president's sentiments toward international peace were not altogether in accord with those of Andrew Carnegie, Carnegie refused to acknowledge their differences publicly. He opened the arbitration conference by giving his prepared speech, with only a short paragraph interpolated to respond to Roosevelt's letter. He was omnipresent for the next 3 days. Frederick Lynch recalled later that Carnegie was the happiest of men throughout the whole period and was the presiding genius. Nowhere have his amazing versatility and his rare sense of humor been more fully revealed than in his introductions of the various speakers and in his impromptu remarks at the various sessions. When, in the first evening session, Harvard professor Hugo Munsterberg argued that the building of the army had posed no burden on the German people, Carnegie rose from his chair on the podium to answer him directly. I have heard Professor Munsterberg make the most extraordinary statement that I have heard for a long time, that conscription in Germany was not regarded as a great burden. I should like to have the gentleman visit our mills in Pittsburgh and ask thousands and thousands of Germans what influenced them to leave Germany for this land. Later he interrupted William Stead, who had exceeded his time limit, confiding to the audience in a loud stage whisper, "He is wonderful, and he has been speaking ever since he landed in this country, and some of us, careful of his health, are taking care to limit him. Besides, we have other speakers. It is now after 10 o'clock, and all well-regulated families should have the heads of the families at home before 11 o'clock. The conference came to a close with 2 grand banquets for 1,000 guests each. Former Mayor Seth Low presided at the Waldorf Astoria, Carnegie at the Hotel Astor, with after-dinner speakers shuttled back and forth from one ballroom to the other. Just before Carnegie adjourned the festivities at the Astor, Baron de Tournelle, representing the French government, arrived to award him the rank of a Commander of the Legion of Honor. Let me consider now that you are an American as well as an Englishman as well as a Frenchman, a citizen of the world. You have done great work, and we thank you." Carnegie, who had not known about the award and had prepared no remarks, spoke extemporaneously of his regard for France, its friendship with Scotland and the United States, and the wisdom of its people, who had in a recent vote, with millions of ballots cast, chosen Louis Pasteur as the hero of French civilization, relegating their greatest soldier, Napoleon, to 7th on the list. In mid-May, much later than usual, the Carnegie family and servants sailed from New York Harbor for their annual trip to Britain. The sea air cured the grip he had been suffering from, Carnegie wrote Morley upon arriving at the Oatlands Hotel near Weybridge in Surrey, where the family was to stay for 10 days. "We have our new Argyle motor. I mean to run about a good deal. Madam has much to do in London, not having been there last year. Baba is doing so well. New York doctors say splint comes off upon our return. It would remain on for almost a year more. Happy days for us all. Madam is pretty well, rather thin and overworked, but she will soon be right. The 10 days will give her a rest, or at least a change. With our Pittsburgh and New York celebrations, etc., and entertaining our guests, we have all been very busy. Doctors certain my case was one of infection. I was so well and so happy, all at once brought low, but Richard's himself again." A reference to a line from Shakespeare's Richard III. There was to be no let-up in Carnegie's one-man campaign for peace. He intended that summer to visit the peace conference at The Hague, and en route stop off in Kiel in northern Germany, where Kaiser Wilhelm II was hosting his annual regatta. Carnegie had several times that past year publicly hailed the Kaiser as the one man in Europe who could, if he chose, decide whether the coming century would be marked by war or peace. In a note to Morley, marked "Private" and signed "The Peacemaker," he insisted that no other man has the power to draw a league of nations competent to keep the peace for an agreed-upon period. He has the cards. May the Holy Spirit light upon and lead him heavenward. Fortunately, he's very devout, very. Never was Holy Father more thoroughly convinced of his mission than I am of mine. I know I offer H.I.M., His Imperial Majesty, the plan that makes him the greatest agent known so far in human history. Morley's response was muted, but to the point. That you can inflame him with your crusader's zeal I am not sure, but the effort is noble. The Kiel regatta, to which the Carnegies had been invited, was heavy with court functions, glittering receptions and ceremonial dinners with heel-clicking generals and administrators, trumpets, brass bands, military marches, and goose-stepping soldiers. It was at Kiel Week that the Kaiser hosted foreign dignitaries and statesmen he wanted to meet, showed off the latest addition to his navy, rooted for the German yachts, and met with his ministers, most of whom, according to the historian and biographer Michael Balfour, spoke to their sovereign only once a year, the occasion, strangely enough, being the Kiel regatta. Carnegie was one of hundreds of guests and had little opportunity to engage the Kaiser in more than small talk. After his second day of receptions, banquets, balls, naval exercises, and yacht racing, Carnegie took time to write to Margaret, who had been left behind in Britain. "Well, darling, here it is the end of the week, and your telegram just came a few minutes ago, and before going to bed I thought I would just write you a note. We have had a busy time here. Warships, yachts, sailing boats, motorboats crowding the bay. I have had one talk with the Emperor, who is very nice indeed. Also, I dined with him one evening, and he lifted his glass and drank my health, and I did drink his. He laughs and talks, and you may be sure he tells that he is Scotch. We have great fun." Though he had no substantive talks with the Kaiser about peace, or for that matter anything else, he came away even more convinced that Wilhelm II was a man of destiny. 6 months earlier, Carnegie had confessed as much in a letter to the Kaiser in which he declared that in his reveries you sometimes appear and enter my brain. I then imagine myself the Emperor and soliloquize somewhat as per enclosed. He enclosed an account of how Andrew Carnegie, transformed into the Kaiser, communes with himself. God has seen fit to place me, Andrew Carnegie as Kaiser, in command of the greatest military power ever known. For what end? Surely for good and not for evil, surely for peace and not for war. Thank God my hands as yet are guiltless of human blood. What part then can I play worthy of my power and position? It must be, shall be, in the direction of peace on earth. I become the peacemaker of the world, the curse of centuries lifted at a single stroke. Alone I did it. Yes, this is my work. Thank God, now I see my path and am happy. To this I consecrate my life, and surely the highest worship of God is service to man." We don't know if the Kaiser ever read Carnegie's letter or took anything away from their brief conversations at Kiel. On June 23rd at 5 in the morning, the Carnegies boarded the special railroad car provided them by the Prussian government for the last leg of their trip to The Hague. Usually such a journey required at least 3 changes of train, but the Prussian and Dutch governments, the New York Times reported on June 24th, had arranged for the Carnegies' private railroad car to go through by the most direct route, with no changes. The Carnegies arrived at The Hague while the peace conference was in session. They spent 2 days there as private citizens, and attended a brief formal ceremony at the site on which Carnegie's Peace Palace was to be built. In an impromptu press conference reported in the New York Times on June 26, 1907, Carnegie expressed his great satisfaction at his recent meeting with Emperor William at Kiel, adding that he had gained the impression that the Emperor was a most sincere advocate of peace and would do all in his power to prevent conflicts. He was quite pleased with himself. "Dear St. Mark," he wrote Clemens from Brown's Hotel in London on his return from the continent, "Madam and I just in from hobnobbing with the Emperor, feel the want, I do, not Madam who is sinless, of my father confessor. Feel it badly and all over, hence this call. We are off tonight for Skybo. When are you coming to see us there in your holy capacity, sinner saint? We hope soon. In the margins of the final page he squeezed in one final message. Great character, the Emperor. How he might enjoy you. He's bright. The sad truth was that neither his visit to Kiel nor the Hague Peace Conference had achieved very much. There was no discussion at The Hague of Carnegie's pet projects, compulsory arbitration or an international police force. Ever the optimist, Carnegie took some satisfaction in the fact that Germany, though unwilling to discuss disarmament, had agreed with the Americans, against the British, on a proposal to exempt private property at sea from seizure. You notice how finely Germany is standing with us at The Hague, he wrote Roosevelt from Skybo at the end of July. The President responded in a note marked personal and confidential that he was less troubled by the failures at The Hague than by increasing tensions with Japan, occasioned by attacks on immigrants in California and Hawaii. He asked no advice, Carnegie wrote Morley, but I felt I had the solution so clearly I wrote him my views fully, adding no reply desired. Carnegie's solution was that Roosevelt should continue to pressure the Japanese government to voluntarily limit immigration. There was no other way to stop the violence. We must recognize that whites everywhere object to them. What was occurring in San Francisco was no different from what was occurring elsewhere in the English-speaking world, in Britain, South Africa, Australia, and Canada. Carnegie was overjoyed when the President wrote back that though no answer is required to your letter, I must allow myself the pleasure of stating that for downright, condensed good sense, it is one of the most refreshing communications I have had. I hope you will be on this side when I return to Washington, as I want to see you at the White House. This was precisely what Carnegie wanted to hear. Few responses have equaled that, I think, and I am really set up to know that I've been able to serve my country. So you must not think me mad in seeing the Emperor on a mission I was impelled to undertake. I hit the bull's-eye, you see, with the President, and may yet with the other. I know he, the President, and the Cabinet saw I had the true solution in one case, and have adopted it, and the President is troubled no more. Why shouldn't the angel of light choose a dreamer now and then just for a change, and not stick always to the combination of author-statesman, Morley, for a working miracle? Carnegie exaggerated the significance of Roosevelt's note. The fact that in this one isolated instance the President had taken Carnegie's advice did not mean that the Kaiser of Germany was going to do likewise. The Carnegies sailed from Liverpool for New York on October 17th after an extraordinarily hectic season abroad. While they were on the high seas, the panic of 1907 hit first New York City, then Washington, and the rest of the country. Prices on the stock market fell, interest rates rose, loans were called in, and the major New York trust companies came close to collapse. If they went down, it was feared the banks would crumble with them. The day before their ship docked, Carnegie busied himself writing a statement to deliver to the reporters he knew would be waiting to interview him. Cable just received this morning, he wrote Morley on October 25th, asking me say some judicious words upon financial situation. Very serious now, but panic was inevitable. Hard times would affect Roosevelt's future, but not, I think, change it. He will be re-elected against his real wishes. Am going to Washington for a day or two. Upon arriving in New York, Carnegie uncharacteristically refused to take reporters' questions. The present situation, he explained, was not one to be discussed offhand. In his prepared statement, which was published in the New York Times and other papers on October 27th, he assured the public that nothing unusual or unexpected has occurred, that the panic was in the nature of a temporary readjustment after an extended boom. He concluded by asserting that it was his belief now, and had been for the past 2 years, that the interests of our country would require and the Republican Party demand that the President be re-elected a second time. He has only been elected once. Through November and December, Carnegie shuttled back and forth to Washington to meet with Roosevelt and his cabinet members on the financial crisis and to urge a new round of peace initiatives. I am going to Washington this week by request. Excited times in financial world, he wrote Morley on November 10th. I am going to advise President to invite nations to make treaties of arbitration, first asking Britain. I hope to be of some use. Roosevelt, Carnegie soon learned, had no intention of taking up the question of disarmament. On the contrary, he had decided to recommend an increase in the size of the U.S. Navy. He had hinted as much to Carnegie at the luncheon table in mid-November, causing his would-be advisor deep anxiety. Carnegie warned him that if he reversed his earlier decision and increased the size of the Navy, he would inevitably appear as either frightened by conditions which you alone know and which are dangerous, or you will render yourself open to the charge of your enemies, exclaiming that here is an impulsive, excitable ruler who don't know one year what he desires the next. Mr. President, you stand today the foremost ruler for peace and pledged not to increase our Navy. Pause and reflect how the world will regard and bemoan your sudden change. Why? Why? Verily, the question needs your most serious attention. I hope my fears are groundless, but cannot refrain from appealing to you to think well before you thus stultify yourself. Great rulers cannot reverse their policies suddenly without their astonished people asking why. At the bottom of the page of his letter, Carnegie added in his own hand, "Pardon me, Mr. President, my main interest and general admiration not unmixed with affection for you prompts this letter." He signed it, "Always your friend." Roosevelt answered the next day in a curt, no-nonsense letter of 8 sentences, the first 6 of which began with his imperious I shall recommend an increase in the Navy. I shall urge it as strongly as I know how. I believe that every far-sighted and patriotic man ought to stand by me. I will give sufficient reasons in my message. I cannot state all the reasons in my message, and I certainly will not state them in a letter to you or anyone else or state them verbally save in strict confidence. You say the question needs my serious attention. It has had it, and as I say, I cannot imagine how anyone, in view of the known conditions of the world and of the absolute refusal of the Hague Conference to limit armaments, can fail to back me up. Roosevelt had thrown down the gauntlet, clearly annoyed by Carnegie's continued attempts to tell him what to do. Years before, Carnegie had felt no compunction about going behind President McKinley's back and lobbying his advisers. He dared not do the same with Theodore Roosevelt, who, unlike his predecessor, ran a tight ship and countenanced no hint of mutiny. After another fine visit to Washington in late November, Carnegie confided to Morley that while the president was in excellent form, not a few of his judicious friends were upset about his plans for new battleships. Carnegie intended to visit him again on December 9th. For the moment, the talk in Washington and New York was of the panic, which was about to ruin several of Carnegie's friends and associates. Busy these days doing a consulting business, friends in trouble, helping some of them out, of course, strange getting back to business affairs, glad I'm out. On November 25, 1907, Carnegie celebrated his 72nd birthday, though when the New York Times referred to it as his 70th, he did not correct the error. His birthday message was reprinted in full on the front page of the Times on November 24th. The world is growing better. Men are more kindly disposed, more charitable, more solicitous for others, less selfish. The time is coming much more rapidly than we dream when war will be a thing of the past. Oh, yes, indeed. There was, he admitted, much he still did not understand in his 8th decade. I can't see why a good, omnipotent power should allow suffering, why he allows poverty, sickness, and sin. It isn't clear to me why he allows men to have still such dreadful delusions as that it is necessary for some of them to kill others in the savagery of war. In particular, I don't at all understand the mysterious law of evolution according to which the higher forms of life live upon the lower, rising through slaughter and extinction. That is profoundly, tragically obscure and perplexing, but we must accept and bow our heads and murmur to universal law, "Thy will be done." The motto by which he lived his life remained, "All is well since all grows better." Evolution was for him more than the ruling principle of scientific thought. It had become a comforting personal creed. He did not worry about the possibility of a future life. Our duty is to pitch this one high. Chapter 37. Tariffs and Treaties, 1908 to 1909. As Carnegie aged into his retirement, he craved the limelight more than ever. A night without a concert, a reception, a dinner, or a speech was an evening wasted. He accepted invitations to speak at a Lotus Club dinner for Sam Clemens, and a Delmonico's banquet for the new sheriff of New York County, and sit at the guest of honor's table at a pilgrim's dinner, again at Delmonico's, to honor Whitelaw Reid. He became a fixture at benefit dinner dances at the Plaza and the Waldorf Astoria, and concerts at Carnegie Hall, at society weddings, and the funerals of notable bankers and railroad executives. His name was in the papers, either in the society listings or the news pages, nearly every day. In early February 1908, he made bigger than usual headlines by speaking to the Economic Club in the grand banquet room of the Hotel Astor on America's banking system. William Jennings Bryan also spoke, though it was Carnegie who got the most notice when he declared that the American banking system was the worst in the civilized world, because American currency was not fully protected by and convertible to gold. The response to the speech was so positive that he forwarded a copy of it to Theodore Roosevelt, had it published in the Outlook, paid for 70,500 reprints, and sent one to every congressman and as many bankers and industrialists as he could locate. 3 days after his banking speech, he was the keynote speaker at the 10th annual dinner of the Society of the Genesee in the Waldorf Astoria ballroom. By late March, after yet another speech, this one to Pratt University students, he had exhausted himself. "I am in demand as speaker," he boasted to Morley, "but tired out just now. Have declined all invitations. Never was better, however." He had, in truth, declined all but 2 or 3. His final speaking engagement of the season was at the weekly Monday luncheon of the Vagabonds Club, for writers, composers, poets, and artists, in the grill room of the National Arts Club, where he humorously deplored the fact that he was not a vagabond, and had never been able to lead a bohemian life. He spent almost as much time in Washington in early 1908 as he did in New York. It was the final spring of the Roosevelt administration, and Carnegie intended to savor every moment of it. "I spent 2 days last week in Washington, lunched with President, Root, etc.," he wrote Morley in late March. "The more I see and confer with Roosevelt, the nobler he becomes." Carnegie, who had never been shy about expressing his opinions, was only too happy to put his appraisal of Roosevelt into print. His introduction to The Roosevelt Policy, a compilation of Roosevelt's speeches, remarks, and public papers, was so sycophantic it would have embarrassed author and subject had they not both been men of overweening ego. "These volumes," Carnegie wrote, "are devoted not to the man but to the Roosevelt policy. The man already stands revealed to all his countrymen to a degree unequaled by any of modern times except Lincoln himself." Carnegie acknowledged that, like Lincoln before him, Roosevelt had his captious critics. Geniuses, not bound by society's expectations, went their own way, and in so doing invited criticism from lesser men. Is there any doubt that Carnegie included himself with Lincoln and Roosevelt in this latter category? And so we accept Roosevelt for what he is and would not have him different. An able, courageous, honest, democratic man of the people, acting himself out just as the spirit leads him, without one particle of pretense. The man of destiny comes to nations just when he is most needed. Roosevelt was pleased with Carnegie's introduction, how could he not have been, and wrote Carnegie to tell him so. The two men were already scheduled to dine after the governor's conference on conservation, to which Roosevelt had invited Carnegie, but Roosevelt now inquired if it wasn't possible for you to take lunch with me the day we dedicate the building of the Bureau of American Republics, which housed representatives of the Pan-American League and which Carnegie had funded. "If you care to, I will have Root too, and you and he and I will drive to the ceremonies together." On receiving Roosevelt's congratulatory note, Carnegie forwarded it to the Kaiser with a copy of the book introduction that had elicited it. He had maintained communications with Wilhelm II, as only he could, by contributing to the Koch Institute in Berlin and by arranging to have a full-sized replica of Diplodocus Carnegii sent to Germany. In his letter to the Kaiser in May, he claimed that he was sharing the president's note because it was so highly characteristic of the man. "It never strikes him that a humble citizen like myself might be somewhat abashed driving by his side through the cheering masses to the ceremony, but perhaps he remembers that I've been hobnobbing recently with your Majesty and King Edward." Unable to restrain himself, Carnegie proceeded to tell the German Kaiser how he would, if invited to do so, conclude a similar tribute to him. Here then we have the evident man of destiny. Never has God entrusted to man since the world began, his chosen prophets not excepted, the power for good or evil that this keen, able, pure, God-fearing emperor of Germany wields today. Carnegie put off the family's departure for Britain in 1908 to bask in the president's reflected glory. Roosevelt had invited him not only to speak on the conservation of ores and related materials at the Governor's Conference on Conservation, but to attend as his guest the formal dinners to welcome the governors and the luncheon to open the conference. As if that were not enough to swell a man's head, the president had been saying very flattering things about him. An article on our disgraceful banking system and one upon proposed commission interstate commerce have attracted notice, he wrote Morley. Notwithstanding all this, we sail 14th May per Baltic. Roosevelt has agreed I can leave Washington Wednesday p.m., sail Thursday. With Baba recovering from whatever had ailed her, the Carnegies entered into full entertainment mode in 1908. That August, as one of their guests, President Woodrow Wilson of Princeton, reported to his wife, the Carnegies welcomed a perfect stream of visitors at Skibo. I should think that a season of it would utterly wear poor Mrs. Carnegie out. The castle is like a luxurious hotel. Some 20 or 25 persons sit down to every meal. Guests are received, for the most part, if, say, of less than cabinet rank, by the servants, shown to their rooms, and received by the host and hostess when all assemble for the next meal. The guests during Wilson's stay included John Morley, Whitelaw Reid, now ambassador to England, and his wife and son, a fat, unnamed Austrian lady who was introduced as having won the Nobel Prize for a book on peace, Lord Shaw of Dunfermline and his daughter, and Tom Miller. There was everything to do that you can think of, Wilson wrote in awe. Hunting, fishing, golfing, sailing, swimming. In the most beautiful swimming pool I ever saw, the water tempered to about 70 degrees. Driving, motoring, billiards, tennis croquet. And there was perfect freedom to do as you pleased. Wednesday afternoon I managed the boat for Mr. Miller and Mr. Carnegie while they fished. Thursday morning and afternoon I was with a party on a small steam yacht. Friday morning I followed the players over the golf course. Friday afternoon I went with a big party in a motor carrying all to inspect the kitchen gardens of the tenants on the estate who have been competing for a prize. The estate is some 20 miles long and, on an average, about 6 miles broad, and includes a whole town in its sweep, or rather a large village. The evenings were spent in dining, talking, playing whist or billiards, I naturally chose the latter, or reading, by those who had nerves steady enough for it. In addition to entertaining a full complement of guests that summer, Carnegie embarked on a new writing project, a book of essays for Frank Doubleday entitled Problems of Today, Wealth, Labor, Socialism. The impetus for the project had come 3 years earlier, Carnegie explained in his preface, dropping a few names along the way. When President Roosevelt sent his notable message to Congress calling attention to the unequal distribution of wealth and recommending high progressive taxes upon estates at the death of the owners, the writer sent him a copy of The Gospel of Wealth. The president wrote in reply that he was greatly struck with the fact that 17 years ago you had it all. This led the writer to proceed a step further and add another chapter. He was not, he assured his readers, a recent convert to some of the doctrines which are now promulgated so freely. He had, even before becoming a multimillionaire, expressed advanced views upon labor and land, views which he intended to enlarge upon in his new essays. That the unequal distribution of wealth lies at the root of the present socialist activity was of no surprise to the writer. It was bound to force itself to the front because, exhibiting extremes unknown before, it was become one of the crying evils of our day. Carnegie's goal was to critique socialist doctrine from the inside as a former working man and industrial employer who had spent a lifetime among the laboring classes. With a nod to Marx and the so-called revolutionary socialists whom he gave no evidence of ever having read, he focused his attention on the British Labour Party and the Fabian Socialists. There was surprisingly little urgency to his critique, in large part because he did not consider the Socialists much of a danger in Britain, and no danger at all in the United States. "Don't trouble yourself about socialism," he had written Sir John St. Lo Strachey in the summer of 1907. It cannot do any harm. Here is a story which I am using. A Negro in the South became a socialist. The following conversation took place one day with a visitor. "If you had 2 horses, would you give one to your poor neighbor?" "Sure's you're born, that's what I would do." "And if you had 2 cows, would you give one to your poor neighbor?" "Sure's you're living, that's what I'd do, and mighty glad to do it." "And if you had 2 pigs, would you give one to your poor neighbor?" "No, sir, there's where I draws the line. I's got 2 pigs." Although he did not tell this story in his book, he made much the same point, over and over again. Socialism was a silly utopian theory espoused by those who had never worked with their hands and knew no one who had. The true reformers were realists like himself, Theodore Roosevelt, and labor leaders Samuel Gompers and John Mitchell, who recognized that social equality was neither attainable nor beneficial, that men prized the differences between them, and that progress was inevitable but not instantaneous. We believe that the surest and best way is by continued evolution as in the past, instead of by revolutionary socialism, which spends its time preaching such changes as are not within measurable distance of attainment, even if they were desirable in themselves. Carnegie did not begrudge the socialists their critique of present-day society. He welcomed it. Divine discontent is the root of progress, and even our socialistic friends with their revolutionary ideas stir the waters for our good. He feared only that by espousing their utopian solutions, the revolutionary socialists were making it more difficult for bread-and-butter reformers to hasten the pace of evolutionary change. The extreme socialists themselves are one of the obstacles to substantial progress today. Although his Dunfermline relatives had been skilled artisans, not factory workers, and he himself had spent less than a year in the Allegheny City cotton mills, Carnegie continued to present himself as an expert on working men, because he contended he was one of them. In early 1904, he had quietly put himself forward to succeed Marcus Hanna as president of the National Civic Federation, NCF, an association of business and labor leaders founded 5 years earlier by Ralph Easley, a Chicago Republican and journalist, with the support of a number of influential Midwestern industrialists. The NCF members, industrialists, union leaders, college presidents, clergymen, and politicians, were united in thinking that the greatest threat to domestic peace and prosperity was labor discontent, and that the only way to curtail strikes and prevent the socialists from establishing an American beachhead was to bring labor and capital together to peaceably arbitrate their differences. The industrialists who signed on to the NCF pledged to recognize and work with responsible trades unions, the union leaders to do all they could to avoid strikes. Carnegie was not elected NCF president in 1904, but was instead put on the executive committee with the support of the labor leaders. This he viewed as proof that he had at long last cleansed his reputation of the stain of Homestead. "I was relieved from the feeling that I was considered responsible by labor generally for the Homestead riot and the killing of workmen." As the papers reported the morning after Carnegie attended his first NCF meeting, he had been especially interested in meeting Mr. William Way, who was one of the leading spirits in the Homestead strike of several years ago. Mr. Carnegie said that if he had been in America at the time, the strike would never have taken the course it did. When, in 1907, Ralph Easley asked him to host a meeting of NCF labor leaders at his home, Carnegie, professing to know what working men wanted, agreed to do so, but only if it was arranged not as a meeting but as a reception, with a supper after. No wine, but salads, coffee, ices, etc. Madam and I received the guests. I might say a few words of welcome later when supper came, but all should be informal. I see no use in holding a speechifying affair in our home. We wish to receive the labor leaders, only men of position among their fellows, and treat them as we should a party of our intimates whom we were glad to see and welcome to our home. That means a great deal, my friend. I like the working man, so does my dear wife, and wish to welcome them to our home, not talk them to death, but in a friendly way shake hands with them. They could see the gallery, my library, etc., etc., and make themselves at home. Easley was reluctant to disagree with Carnegie, but warned nonetheless that if the event were billed as a reception, the labor leaders who attended would be open to criticism by the rank and file of their unions for attending a social function at a millionaire's mansion. Carnegie accepted Easley's recommendation that the meeting be arranged so that those guests who chose to come early might spend from 8:15 to 9 o'clock in sightseeing and social converse, then devote from 9 to 10 to a program of short speeches, from 10 to 10:30 or later supper. August Belmont, the president of the NCF, had been asked by some of the labor men, Easley wrote Carnegie, how their wives should dress. We told the ladies to wear high-neck dresses and no hats, a room being arranged for checking their wraps. Easley had ulterior motives in asking Carnegie to host the spring meeting. He hoped that by drawing Carnegie more tightly into the inner circles of the NCF, he might be able to elicit more funds. This was fine with Carnegie, who was only too happy to use the National Civic Federation and its labor leaders to validate his credentials as an enlightened expert, and to apply the leverage he gained from his contributions to pressure its members into doing his bidding. When, in 1908, Easley requested funds to support the American Federation of Labor's appeal to the Supreme Court of a lower court decision outlawing boycotts, Carnegie agreed to contribute, but only on the condition that the labor leaders pledged in advance not to contest or protest a negative decision. There is one member of the Civic Federation who will very promptly resign if it gives the slightest countenance to attacks upon the Supreme Court. I am as strong a friend of labor, and I think a wiser one than Mr. Gompers, but if we are to fail to preach and practice implicit obedience to the law as defined by the final tribunals, you can count me out, and I mean to watch this point very carefully. The Carnegies, as was their habit, returned to New York City at the end of October 1908 to vote for the Republican candidates for President of the United States and Governor of New York, William Howard Taft and Charles Evans Hughes. 2 weeks later, after both of his candidates had won election, Carnegie was on the front pages again. The New York Times reported on November 20th, with other papers picking up the story immediately, that in a forthcoming article the former steelmaker was going to come out against the protective tariff on steel. If the report is borne out, it will undoubtedly create a tremendous stir among the stand-patters. Democrats who heard the rumor tonight were in high glee over it. Carnegie was usually evasive when asked by a reporter as he left his mansion if the rumors were true. "I had a fine game of golf today," he said, "and I am feeling mighty well as a result. Isn't this motor a smooth one? It's my favorite." Carnegie's article calling for the elimination of the tariff was so politically incendiary that he had asked the Century editors to send advance copies to Roosevelt and Taft. When Taft requested that he withhold it for publication until after the election, he agreed to do so. There should have been no great surprise over Carnegie's break with Republican orthodoxy. He insisted, and rightly, that he had advocated reductions in the tariff in the past and was now taking the next logical step in calling for its elimination. The writer has cooperated in making several reductions as steel manufacturers became able to bear reductions. Today they need no protection, unless perhaps in some new specialties unknown to the writer, because steel is now produced cheaper here than anywhere else. The Republic has become the home of steel, and this is the age of steel. Democratic papers like the New York World applauded his conversion. Republicans assailed his apostasy. A New York Times editorial declared that the only thing to do with Mr. Andrew Carnegie is to refute him absolutely, to show that if he ever did know anything about the conditions of the steel business, he has now forgotten it. The pro-tariff Republican chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, hoping to discredit the old Scotsman by showing that he was, as the Times had asserted, out of touch with business and perhaps a bit daft besides, invited Carnegie to testify at the tariff hearings. When Carnegie demurred, he was issued a subpoena. He was now right where he wanted to be, in the center of the storm, playing the role he played best, a righteous, truth-telling man on a political ship of fools. And yet, as much as he enjoyed his reputation as a man who spoke his mind regardless of the consequences, Carnegie knew that he was taking no great chances in questioning the need for a protective tariff on iron and steel. The nation was moving, albeit in rather slow motion, toward free trade, and so was he. Even President-elect Taft had endorsed tariff reform. On November 25th, Carnegie celebrated his 73rd birthday. The Times put the birthday story on its front page, though it remained as confused as ever about his age. While the headline read 73 Carnegie, the text declared that Andrew Carnegie is 71 years old today. "Tomorrow, Madam and I go to Washington, dine with President," Carnegie wrote John Morley on December 6th. "Attend several meetings for 3 days. You know President appointed me member Conservation National Resources, also on Waterway Commission. Never had so many duties to perform, and as for urgent appeals to visit cities and speak, I could be busy every day. I am not going to take one other duty. Must save myself. I ate a bad oyster or two and had to disappoint the people of Baltimore, hence report of illness. Doctor kept me in for a day and all was well. Am in excellent health." 2 weeks later he was back in Washington to testify before the Ways and Means Committee hearing on tariffs. From the moment he entered the committee room in the morning until he left later that afternoon, he commanded the full attention of the committee, the press, and the spectators. With wit, a ready smile, disarming candor, and a total lack of decorum, he took over the proceedings, answered the questions he wanted to answer, deflected those he felt intrusive, lectured committee members on the steel business, corrected their errors, rephrased their queries, and, as the New York Times reported on December 22nd, kept the room in a roar of laughter all through the day. Minutes after the session had been gavelled to order, Carnegie set the tone for the day by interrupting Chairman Sereno Payne, the New York Republican, who had leaned over to whisper something to Congressman John Dalzell, the pro-tariff, pro-steel representative from Pittsburgh. Mr. Carnegie: "Mr. Chairman, I would like to hear that remark that you just made to my friend Mr. Dalzell." Great laughter. "That is not fair. Now just tell us what you told him." The Chairman: "I did not make a remark. I said we are getting a little more fun than information." Mr. Carnegie: "I am sorry. I will step out if I am not giving information. Mr. Chairman, I can quite understand how you have fun, because the Chairman is as full of information as I am. But I am here to tell the truth. I am bound to do it. I have sworn to tell the whole truth, and come what may, I am going to do it." The Chairman: "Of course I did not mean that as a reflection on you." Mr. Carnegie: "I have no suspicion that you did. On the contrary, I think you whispered to Dalzell, 'The jig is up.'" Great laughter. Carnegie proceeded from this point on to alternately mystify, baffle, bamboozle, and infuriate committee members by ridiculing their attempts to understand the steel industry, disputing the figures they had gathered, and assuring them they were in over their heads when it came to business. "There you are again, gentlemen," he interrupted Dalzell, who was trying to introduce figures to demonstrate that production costs were rising faster than profits. "If you are going to assume that you gentlemen, who know nothing about steel, can in a cursory examination of the case get at the facts of the case, you are deluding yourselves." When Burke Cochran, the Democrat from New York who had made a career criticizing Carnegie and other high-tariff advocates, remarked that Carnegie's smile signaled that he agreed with something Cochran had said, the old man interrupted him. "Mr. Cochran, please do not interpret my smile. I am a born laugher, and I have laughed all through my life and confronted all the troubles of life with laughter. I have escaped a great many troubles by laughing, and I would not lose that little faculty for anything." Carnegie's recall of past events was excellent when he wanted to answer a question. When he preferred not to, he claimed loss of memory. "You put a man here who has not been in business for 7 years, and naturally his memory is not so good. Do you imagine that his memory can go back and fix dates? Dates are obliterated in my mind. Because you really must remember I have retired for 7 years, and to call upon me unexpectedly to go back 30 or 40 years, I am unable to do that." He showed little respect for anyone on the committee, including Representative Dalzell, to whose campaign coffers he had contributed thousands of dollars, and with whom he had consulted in years past in writing the tariff schedules for iron and steel. Brazenly, albeit with good humor, he suggested that the congressman give up trying to understand the steel business and take the advice of businessmen like himself. The capitalist system was not perfect, but it was for the most part self-correcting. It had to be left alone to operate under its own natural laws, not those imposed by politicians. When asked what would happen to steel companies smaller and weaker than U.S. Steel if the tariff were removed, Carnegie professed that he didn't much care. Companies that could not compete deserved to go under. "Do you want the government to be supporting all these broken concerns that are suffering either from present mismanagement or past mistakes?" Much like President Theodore Roosevelt, he did not think bigness per se was bad. On the contrary, it was good for the economy as it resulted in lower costs for consumers. The small manufacturer was a relic of the past. The time has gone past when in this great country the things that are used by the hundreds of thousands of tons of steel can be economically produced on a small scale. When Chairman Payne protested that he was very reluctant indeed to believe that the day of opportunity for the man of fairly modest means and the man who is not even a great genius has gone by, and that he must simply operate under the shadow of the protective wing and care of the big man, Carnegie interrupted him as one would a naive schoolboy. Mr. Carnegie: "My dear sir, the enterprising man under the shadow of what you call the big man, the big establishment, has far more opportunity of rising to fortune than he ever had of conducting a small business." As proof, he cited the example of his 42 former partners in the steel business, one of whom was Charles Schwab, who had begun their careers as employees of Carnegie Steel and climbed the ranks to become partners. The age of the bootstrap entrepreneur, the self-made rags-to-riches small businessman, had come to an end. It was high time the politicians understood this and stopped trying to write legislation or set tariff schedules to protect small businesses that were destined for failure. Those who want to start on their own account without capital betray a lack of judgment that will prevent them from ever being successful men. The millionaires of the future would follow the route taken by Charlie Schwab and hitch their stars to rising corporations. In the end, neither Carnegie's testimony nor President-elect Taft's commitment to reform were enough to push Congress to effect significant changes in the tariff system. This only confirmed Carnegie in his belief that the politicians would do best to abandon their attempts at regulating the economy. 2 months after his appearance before the Ways and Means Committee, Carnegie again suggested in an interview published in the February 13, 1909, New York Times, that congressmen did not know enough about business to set tariff schedules. He recommended instead that some sort of permanent non-partisan commission of experts be empowered to set rates. The industrial world was, he declared, about to undergo the most momentous change known in its history, even more far-reaching than was the change from the individual domestic manufacturer, manufacturing at home, to the factory system and the huge establishments of today. Once upon a time, competition had assured reasonable prices for the consumer, but that was no longer the case. Some of our most important industries today are only nominally competitive, and in reality are monopolies so far as an understanding exists as to prices that will prevail. These virtual monopolies must be controlled in some way or another. Carnegie's rather daring solution was to establish what he called a supreme industrial court to regulate prices. That, in interfering with the corporation's right to set their own prices, he was treading on sacred ground did not much concern him. The age of monopoly capitalism was dawning and required bold new solutions to protect the consumer from runaway corporate collusion. His industrial court would, at the very least, protect manufacturers from further interference by elected politicians. The Times responded in a February 14th editorial by ridiculing his supreme industrial court. Would the court have the power to mandamus consumers to buy? Would it be able to fix wages as well as prices? Carnegie gave as good as he got in his response. "This is a serious problem," he wrote the New York Times editors on February 16th, "and it is to be hoped you will some day, after studying the question, give us some light, if any be revealed to you." The courts, he asserted, had in the recent New York Gas Company case directed the company to refund many millions of dollars because its price was too high. A monopoly could not be permitted, the court had ruled, to make its own price. There is nothing alarming in this. Capital is perfectly safe in the gas company, although it is under court control. So will all capital be, although under government control. There was no chance the newspaper editors, the president-elect, or Congress was going to take Carnegie's proposals seriously, and he knew this. But he had accomplished what he wanted, to put before the public the notion that the competitive capitalist economy of the 19th century, the one in which he had built his fortune, was no more, and no amount of hand-wringing or legislative tinkering was going to bring it back to life. That he had both criticized Congress for its meddling and called for government control betrayed no contradiction in his thinking. He had, on the contrary, become an advocate of government control because he feared congressional meddling. Carnegie's proposal, if effected, would remove the politically volatile questions of trusts, tariffs, prices, and profits from congressional oversight to an appointed industrial commission of experts. As the days of the Roosevelt presidency wound down, Carnegie positioned himself front and center among the president's closest intimates. He peppered Roosevelt with letters and gifts. They lunched together, motored together, and attended formal dinners with their wives at their sides. Like the president's other admirers, Carnegie had his own ideas as to what Roosevelt should do once he left the White House. 2 years earlier, in response to a letter from Carnegie exhorting him to take on greater problems like world peace, Roosevelt had mentioned that he sometimes wished there was no custom forbidding sitting presidents from leaving the country and meeting overseas with European heads of state. Carnegie remembered this and prepared to set in motion a series of meetings on world peace between the ex-president and the responsible authorities of France, England, and Germany. With no need to stand for re-election and no official responsibilities in Washington, Roosevelt would be able to apply his skills as a diplomat, his unquestioned popularity, and his remarkable personal charm to entice them into joining with him to create a League of Peace. Carnegie was willing to grant Roosevelt his wish to go big game hunting and would in fact supply much of the funding to pay for it. But after Africa, then the real big game. Meet the men who rule European nations. Then you have a source of power otherwise unobtainable. You promise to become the man of destiny. Carnegie's agenda for Roosevelt began with a face-to-face meeting with Kaiser Wilhelm II. Of all the world's leaders, the Kaiser appeared, at least in the context of the Hague conferences, to be the least willing to talk peace, but this didn't faze Carnegie. Despite every sign to the contrary, Carnegie was convinced that Wilhelm II was committed to peace. When, in October 1908, the Kaiser again put his imperial foot in his mouth by publishing an article in the Daily Telegraph criticizing the British press and politicians, and insisting that the enlarged German fleet posed no danger to Britain, Carnegie leaped to his defense. "Our impulsive friend the Emperor has made a slip," he admitted in a handwritten note to Roosevelt in mid-November. "He is so deeply hurt at being held up as the enemy of his mother's country." Wilhelm's mother was the daughter of Queen Victoria. "He is really a fine character. It will all blow over." By refusing to rule out Carnegie's plans for him, Roosevelt only encouraged him to keep up the pressure. The day before Taft's inaugural, Carnegie sent Roosevelt his and Mrs. Carnegie's greetings, "Upon your return to your own sweet home, where you will find some respite from public cares, at last. Well done is the verdict. You are to take rank with the foremost who have held the highest office upon earth." He could not help but remind Roosevelt that he had not yet fulfilled his Carnegie-predicted destiny as peacemaker. "The past is secure. As far as the future, the Sibyl still remains silent." Carnegie hoped that that future would bring the Carnegie and Roosevelt families closer together. "I have known 6 presidents, more or less intimately, but never one to whom I have been so strongly attached. Goodbye to the President and Presidentess," the term First Lady had yet to be coined, "but Mrs. Carnegie and I earnestly hope that to the man and woman there is to be no goodbye while life exists. Maybe you could come and spend a night or two with us sometime when visiting New York. We should so like you to do so. We can never get to know people until we visit them at their homes. If you could only come to us at Skibo and spend a week or two." To sweeten his invitation to Scotland, Carnegie promised to arrange for an honorary degree to be offered by St. Andrews, the university that gave Franklin his first degree. There was no response from Roosevelt, who was preparing to leave the country for a year-long safari in Africa. Carnegie made every effort now to establish a role for himself in the Taft White House. "Have spoken twice at ceremonies following President-elect and had some talk," he wrote Morley in early January 1909. "A splendid president, sure, no mistake." In February he wrote again on his way to stop over in Washington to see the new president. "Can hardly expect ever to get upon quite such intimate terms as with our mutual friend, but we shall see. Mr. Taft is going to secure what Roosevelt rendered securable. He'll prove a good binder of the sheaves." Like his predecessor, William Howard Taft resented the little Scotsman's meddling in government affairs, but he recognized Carnegie's value as a campaign contributor and cheerleader for progressive economic policies. and tolerated his excesses, his unremitting flattery when he wanted something, his knack for putting himself in the center of a controversy, his oversized ego. As irritating as Carnegie could be, there was something irresistibly amusing about the star-spangled Scotchman. The year after his election, Taft was honored at an oyster roast and invited Carnegie to ride with him to Cape Henry, Virginia, on his special train. Archie Butt, the Army officer assigned as Taft's personal assistant, wrote his sister that Carnegie had entertained them both on the ride to the event. He was more shriveled up than ever, but he is very humorous and at times witty. The president says, like all wily Scotchmen, Carnegie is funniest when he does not mean to be. He loves to talk about giving his money away, and amused and interested the president by giving him some of the plans he had for making himself poor. Chapter 38. So Be It, 1908 to 1910. Try as he might to give it all away, Andrew Carnegie in his 7th year of retirement was still burdened with hundreds of millions of dollars of gold bonds. He had no choice now but to redouble his energies and enlist his friends in his last great task, to wisely give away his fortune. In January of 1908, 6 weeks after his 72nd birthday, he sent out letters to the people he most respected. "Dear friend," he wrote, "if you have any spare time at your command, will you kindly give me an answer to this question? If you had, say, 5 or 10 millions of dollars to put to the best use possible, what would you do with it? Prize given for the best answer." Theodore Roosevelt got such a letter. So did Samuel Church, the secretary of the Carnegie Institute Board in Pittsburgh, Secretary of State Elihu Root, ex-President Grover Cleveland, and President Nicholas Murray Butler of Columbia. Butler proposed that $10 million be donated to Columbia University. Grover Cleveland that funds be given to Princeton. Root that a sort of Rhodes Fellowships program be established to bring Latin American students to the United States. When there was no response from President Roosevelt, Carnegie sent him a second letter assuring him that there was no hurry in making a proposal. The fact is that after spending about $50 million on libraries, the great cities are generally supplied, and I am groping for the next field to cultivate. I shall wait for some time and get all the advice I can before taking up the new line. He closed by comparing his responsibilities as a philanthropist to those of the ex-president. "You have a hard task at present, but the distribution of money judiciously is not without its difficulties also, and involves harder work than ever acquisition of wealth did. I could play with that and laugh." Bertram and the officers of his various trusts took care of most requests for funds, but Carnegie had to respond himself to petitions from friends, politicians, and assorted notables. The college presidents, of whom he knew dozens, were the most insistent. While his Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching funded faculty pensions, it did not give money for other purposes. Requests for fellowships, buildings, faculty chairs, or endowments were sent directly to Carnegie in New York. Petitions from well-endowed universities, even those run by the men he respected most in the world, like Nicholas Murray Butler of Columbia, Andrew White of Cornell, and David Starr Jordan of Stanford, were invariably denied. "The case of Stanford University fails to arouse the desire on my part to help," he wrote Jordan sometime in 1906. "You tell me it has 16 millions in endowments. The colleges I have been helping for 2 years, already about 200 in number, do not average more than $200,000 to $250,000 in endowments. And after deep consideration I decided that it was better to help the small colleges than the large ones." Instead of supporting the big schools, he explained to Roosevelt in January 1908, been busy for several years giving aid to small colleges. "Mr. Bertram tells me that we have assisted about 350 colleges and have about 50 under advisement. Contributions to these small colleges aggregate between $19 and $20 million, and the amount is growing." Many of these small colleges were, in fact, not colleges at all, but technical schools like the one he had established in Pittsburgh. When in the spring of 1909 William McConway, who was charged with overseeing the Carnegie Technical Schools in Pittsburgh, wrote to ask Carnegie for funds to raise the salaries of certain staff to the level paid by other institutions, Carnegie reminded him that the technical schools were not like other institutions. "It seems a shame that certain staff should not be paid by us what others are paying, but Yale University, Boston Tech, Colgate University, and Hamilton College might all be considered institutions of higher learning. We are not of that grade and have no intention entering it, being technical schools, in which class, however, we should hope to be at the top. Our field seems to me to be entirely different from that of the scientific schools and universities. We aim to reach the children of poor people, especially those who have to work through the day and acquire knowledge at night. The richest ore is oftenest found deep down, and it is in the low stratum of human life we find the jewels that will glisten for ages. I was a working boy myself. Naturally, I sympathize with this class, and I wish my aid to go to this class. Carnegie was committed to funding schools for the children of the working people, black and white. He explained to Frederick Lynch, who had asked why he didn't fund Atlanta and Fisk universities, that he was not opposed to the higher education of the Negro, but agreed with Booker T. Washington that black students required specific technical training for the jobs available for them. Washington, who had contacted Carnegie in 1890 to solicit funds for Tuskegee, received his first grant of $20,000 for a library in 1900. In 1906, Washington arranged a special railroad trip to Tuskegee for his most favored donors. Mr. Carnegie was very happy, Lynch, who accompanied him on the trip, reported in his recollections. He saw the library which he had given, every brick of which had been made by the students and laid in place by them. He visited all the shops and saw the boys learning trades by making things to be used on the grounds and by building shops and houses, and saw the girls learning dressmaking by making their own clothes. He was greatly impressed and said one day that Mr. Washington was one of the geniuses of the century. Carnegie backed up his praise for Washington's educational practice with dollars. $620,000 for Tuskegee and $441,045 for Hampton. Carnegie, given to hero worship, spoke of Booker T. Washington with the same reverence he used when referring to William Gladstone, Matthew Arnold, Abraham Lincoln, and Herbert Spencer. A 1903 get-well note from Washington was saved among his papers with a penciled notation in Carnegie's handwriting. "Keep for autobiography." Washington was not only the combined Moses and Joshua of his people, he was, Carnegie thought, an educational genius, perhaps because his commitment to technical training most resembled Carnegie's own. Carnegie invited him often to 91st Street, introduced him to his friends, included him among the select few who were privileged to meet John Morley on his tour, and hosted him at Skibo in the summer of 1910. My friend, Booker Washington, perhaps the most remarkable man living today, taking into account his birth as a slave and his position now as the acknowledged leader of his people, is coming to England, Carnegie wrote William Archer just before Washington's arrival. He could be induced to give a lecture in London and one in Edinburgh. I should think he would be a drawing card. He has recently made a triumphal tour through the southwestern states, being received by white and black, no hall big enough to hold his audiences. It occurs to me that you might be able to recommend this matter to the proper authorities, whom you know and I do not. Carnegie believed the cause of Negro education and uplift so vitally important to the future of the nation that when invited to give a lecture to the Edinburgh Philosophical Institution in 1907, he chose as his topic the Negro in America. Slavery might once have been a blot on the triumphant democracy, he argued, but no more. In its place had arisen a new people who, with the beneficent support of northern whites like himself, would in the course of time prosper and multiply. The Negro population in the South, Carnegie reported, had risen steadily, a sure sign of their fitness. The portrait Carnegie painted of the position of the African American in the early 20th century South was unrecognizably positive. There was no mention of lynching, sharecropping, peonage, Jim Crow, or disenfranchisement. Instead, Carnegie pointed to the progress the Southern Negro had made in literacy, land and home ownership, gainful employment, and the literary arts. All signs are encouraging, never so much so as today. What is to be the final result of the white and black races living together in centuries to come need not concern us. They may remain separate and apart as now, or may intermingle. That lies upon the lap of the gods. While acknowledging that because the black race was younger it was less developed than the white, Carnegie was emphatic that it would become more civilized, more capable, more prosperous in time. His faith in Negro progress enraged Southern racists like Tom Watson, who, the New York Times reported in a front-page article on February 4, 1910, denounced the ironmaster as a despicable creature, an ass and a defamer of the Scotch, for claiming that the lowest Negro of the South is more advanced than were his, Carnegie's, ancestors in Scotland 200 years ago. Carnegie ran his philanthropic empire much as he had his businesses. He kept in touch with the officers in charge of each, received and studied their reports, and monitored their spending. Having hand-picked them all, he had faith in their judgment and, with a few exceptions, let them run their organizations as they saw fit. Those that did their job well and made a case for more funding got it. In 1909, he increased the $10 million endowment of his Washington-based Carnegie Institution by $2 million, then added another $10 million in 1911. From 1911 to 1915, he added $6.25 million to the $10 million endowment for the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. The Dunfermline Trust got an additional $1.25 million in 1911. His library and organ programs and the Carnegie Institute and Technical School in Pittsburgh continued to receive regular increases in funding. The only cause he had yet to generously fund with an endowment was the one that mattered most to him, international peace. He supported a large number of peace and arbitration societies on both sides of the Atlantic, but he did not give any of them more than a few $1,000s annually. The peace activists were, as far as he could see, utopian dreamers with no understanding of business or politics. When in April 1905, Edwin Meade, a former editor of New England Magazine, solicited funds for an international peace society, Carnegie promised to donate $125,000 if Meade could raise an equal sum elsewhere. He suggested that the word peace be excised from its name in favor of arbitration, and that further thought be given to how the new society would be administered. If we could only get the effective organization, the funds would be forthcoming. So far the path does not seem clear to me, but it may be revealed in this, the greatest of all causes. Meade interpreted Carnegie's response as an invitation to continue discussion of his new peace organization. He badly misjudged the old man's intentions. One objection that arises to me, in endowing a new organization, Carnegie brusquely informed Meade, is the copious correspondence that must follow a gift, especially in your case, for you are a most prolific writer. Carnegie already supported several peace societies. He saw no need to fund another. I never like scattering my shot. I wish to feel that I am contributing towards an absolute necessity. In January 1909, Nicholas Murray Butler forwarded to Carnegie yet another proposal for an international peace trust, accompanied by letters of support from the men Carnegie most trusted, including among them Andrew White, former Secretary of State John Forster, and Elihu Root. Carnegie dismissed Butler's proposal, though not without a note of encouragement. "At present I feel that it is too much in the air," he wrote. "Much talk about bringing people together, and all of this sort of thing, and nothing of a definite character. The avenues of expenditure should be distinctly stated." If ever a man had a gift for savoring life's pleasures, it was Andrew Carnegie. His major source of worry for the past 3 years, his daughter's health, was quickly receding into the past. In March 1908, as the family prepared to sail for England, Baba's brace was finally removed, and for the first time in 2 years she was able to stand upright and walk on 2 legs. Many years later, when Margaret Carnegie was asked by her granddaughter and namesake, Margaret Thompson, whether Grandpa Nagy believed in God, she told the story of how, when she walked into his room for the first time without her splints, he went down on his knees. Grandma felt that he was giving thanks to God for her recovery. Why else would he have gone down on his knees? With Baba improved, the Carnegies were no longer obligated to winter on Cumberland Island and were able to spend more of the season in New York City. Carnegie had become so smitten with golf that he couldn't bear the thought of giving up the game during the winter. Fortunately, the St. Andrews Golf Club in Hastings-on-Hudson was but an hour or so from Manhattan. The club had been founded in 1888 by 2 Scotsmen from Dunfermline. Carnegie was elected to membership in 1896, though he did not pay his dues and officially become a member until the following year. In the early 1900s, after personally endorsing the club's new mortgage, Carnegie built himself a weekend cottage on club property just north of the clubhouse. It was here, in our golf cottage, a pretty little gem, cottage furniture throughout, no finery, that the family spent many quiet days and nights, including New Year's Day 1908. The cottage was indeed a gem, wood-paneled, rustic-looking, with open beams on the ceiling and a large fireplace in the main room. It provided Carnegie with everything he needed. A photograph taken in the early 1910s shows him with his feet up, a newspaper in his hand, sitting in front of the fire. Another shows him formally dressed, with a white handkerchief in his pocket, sitting down to a meal at the dining-room table. According to Burton Hendrick, Carnegie had a long list of potential golf partners, including Nicholas Murray Butler, who could be called upon at a moment's notice. His secretary would call up the favored devotee, suggesting his presence at 91st Street at a particular hour. On cold days, butlers and friends would bundle the little figure in a heavy coat, with mufflers, huge turned-up collar and hat drawn well over the ears, until nothing protruded except nose and goggled eyes. The car would emit a honk, and off the gay party would whirl to the beautiful Westchester Hills. "Weather superb so far," he wrote Morley on December 31st, 1907, "and I'll play golf and motor with Lou and Baba. Never was better." By the turn of the century, Carnegie had become so notorious a golfer that he was proposed for the presidency of the United States Golf Association. The charms of golf were many, as he would write in 1911 at age 75. The first was that it was played under the sky. "Every breath seems to drive away weakness and disease, securing for us longer terms of happy days here on earth. No doctor like Dr. Golf." Next in importance was golf's power to affect the temper and especially the tongue. "We have only to remain silent to produce unusual results." Unlike other sports, where the competitors drew farther apart as the game proceeded, in golf, men become dearer friends than ever. The oftener they meet on the green, the fonder they become of each other. Carnegie was not a particularly good golfer, but this did not detract from his love of the game. He enjoyed the competition, wanted to win, and was said to sulk when he did not. He taught Louise and Baba and played with them whenever they would consent to join him. As proud as he was of Baba's ability to memorize lines of poetry or ask probing questions about theology, he was proudest of all of her golf game. In 1903, he boasted to his cousin Dodd that his daughter had finished her 9 holes in 91. In July 1906, just before she injured her leg, he wrote Samuel Church in Pittsburgh that she finished the 9-hole course at Skybo in 81, her record, pretty good for 6 1/4 years. That Baba was in fact 3 years older at the time did not diminish her achievement. Was Carnegie exaggerating her age to make her score more spectacular, or had he forgotten how old she was? One of the sad byproducts of Baba's years in braces was that Carnegie was deprived of the joy of playing 9 holes of golf with his daughter. Margaret Carnegie emerged whole from her ordeal, an attractive young girl with a slight, almost undetectable limp. Her illness was relegated to the distant past, never mentioned, barely remembered in family stories. Andrew could now concentrate his attention on her intellectual growth, her capacity to memorize the passages he gave her from Burns and Shakespeare, her incredulity when it came to Bible stories, and her curiosity about all the things young girls are curious about. Carnegie prepared a list of poems which he gave Nana to help Baba learn by heart. She learned other poems from hearing her father recite them. "I must tell you," he wrote Morley in March 1909, the month of her 12th birthday, "Margaret astonished me the other night by repeating the 7 Ages of Man," and several other poems. "All perfect and in fine style. She is developing fast, puzzles her mother about certain things in Holy Writ, now and then that give Madam some anxiety. She has grown very fast in stature recently." A month later, in another of his Sunday letters, he repeated himself with evident glee. "She has become absorbed in Shakespeare, as I always told her she would be. She seems to inherit her father's knack of absorbing Shakespeare. I repeated pages when not much older and can do it yet, but she grows troublesome on Bible stories. Very. Her mother stalled and sometimes appalled at her temerity. But she has passed the fairy tale period." In December of that same year, he confided to Morley, in the few sentences he seemed to reserve in every letter for a report on his daughter, that Margaret continued to grow and is really the young lady, troubling her mother with questions which you and I would be but poorly prepared to answer. She cannot be put off. Margaret had never been to school. That fall, at age 12 1/2, she had begun taking formal lessons with a tutor recommended by Miss Clara B. Spence, preparatory to entering Miss Spence's school the next autumn. When the Carnegies asked whether they might interrupt Margaret's schooling and take her with them to the West Coast, Miss Spence agreed. It would have been difficult to say no to a Carnegie, but suggested that Margaret's tutor, Anne Brinkerhoff, accompany the party. The 6-week journey, of which Margaret kept a travel diary, began at 7:20 on the morning of February 14th, 1910, when the Carnegie party, Miss Brinkerhoff and Baba's nanny, took the 23rd Street ferry to New Jersey, where they boarded their private car, Olivet, for the trip south to Philadelphia, and west across the Alleghenies to Pittsburgh. At Pittsburgh, while the Olivet was parked in the Pennsylvania Railroad shed awaiting the train that would haul it to Chicago, Carnegie invited officials from his institute to meet with him in his railway car. No sooner had they sat down to talk than train number 15, waiting to be taken into Union Station, crashed into the Olivet, shattering vases and hurling ice pitchers, dishes of food, and the diminutive Mr. Carnegie to the floor. The doctor was called for, and having pronounced Carnegie fit, though rather pale, the Olivet was coupled to a westbound train. From the private platform at the back of their car, the Carnegies watched the country recede behind them. Margaret remembered getting off the train and going for walks in the Kansas prairies, in Dodge City, and again in Arizona. Their final destination was Santa Barbara, where they were met at the station by local officials and by the chauffeur driving the Pierce Arrow Carnegie had leased. Such a welcome the Scotch Society gave Daddy. They had the bagpipes and a band there who played Scotch airs, and then a little girl in a kilt gave Daddy a lovely bunch of roses tied with a tartan ribbon. Margaret spent most of her time during the 6-week vacation in the company of Nana and her tutor. She saw her father in the afternoon when, after her lessons were finished, the family went for a drive in the Pierce Arrow. On their second day in Santa Barbara, they visited the Potter Golf Club. Daddy was delighted with the golf course. Poor Daddy! It was hard for him to see it when he cannot play. I can sympathize with him. Carnegie, now 75, was not quite well. There was something, we don't know what, the matter with his leg, which left him unable to join his daughter and wife in their walks. After 2 weeks in Santa Barbara, the family traveled in their private railway car north to Monterey, where they stayed at the Hotel Del Monte, and visited the library Daddy gave at Pacific Grove. We all were delighted with it. At Monterey, they switched to an even more comfortable railroad car, and visited in succession Santa Cruz, San Francisco, and Pasadena. Wherever they traveled, the Carnegies were saluted with Scottish flags, foods, fauna, and music. Carnegie was not just a visiting hero, but a foreign exotic as well. After their final library visit at Pasadena, the Carnegies were packed into motor cars for an excursion to the Mount Wilson Observatory, which was funded by the Carnegie Institution in Washington, D.C. Margaret thought the observatory, with its wonderful instruments for making observations and pictures, was interesting, though she was sorry she could not see something through the telescopes. Carnegie toured the facilities, peered through the telescopes, chatted with the astronomers, and had several photographs taken with George Ellery Hale, the founding director. Walter Adams, who would succeed Hale, recalled later that Carnegie made sure before each photo was taken that he was standing on the higher position on a slope, since he was somewhat sensitive about his height. They headed east again and spent 3 days at the Grand Canyon, where Margaret, with her mother, tutor, and nanny, went on walks, drives, and picnics. There is no mention of Carnegie, who must have been giving more speeches. On March 30th, Margaret turned 13. After breakfast, I opened my presents, of which I had a great many. In fact, all the things I most wanted. Daddy gave me a beautiful purple vase made of cloisonne, which I fell in love with at Sing Fat's in San Francisco. The car was all decorated with paper wisteria, also from Sing Fat's. With this entry, Margaret's travel book comes to an end. In the front flyleaf she had written that, if lost, the finder will be awarded $5 in America, £1 in Britain. Had stirring times in the West, Carnegie reported to Morley on his return to New York in mid-April, speechifying almost daily, more or less. Never suspected I was so great a personage out there. Madam and I going to Washington Monday next to dedicate beautiful building, Temple of Peace. A week later, back from Washington, he informed Morley in his Sunday letter that he and Louise had been feted there. 2,500 handshakes, awful, but the president stood it and we were in for it alongside. Carnegie refused to let age slow him down. The only reminder of time passing was the now steady procession of death notices and funerals of friends and loved ones. In the spring of 1909 he got word that Henry Rogers, Sam Clemens's friend and benefactor, had died. "Gone, and only 68, and here you and I are left, and both in good health, though older men," he wrote Clemens at once. "Pity he did not retire years ago. I tell you, my friend, no man is fit to meet business conditions in old age. I have seen too many fail. Fortunately, you are clear of troubles and have only to moralize upon life as a looker-on. So with me. Never to make another dollar was my resolve, and I've kept it. We are en route for Paris and London, Madam and daughter and myself, the three all very well." The letter was signed, "Good night, St. Mark, ever your devoted Andrew Carnegie." In November, Richard Watson Gilder died. "My greatest loss, a pure white soul," he wrote Morley. "No one of my circle here can leave such a void." And then Clemens took sick. Carnegie tried to make light of his friend's illness. "I am just waiting for St. Mark's return," he wrote Albert Bigelow Paine, Clemens's friend and biographer, who had taken him to Bermuda to recuperate. "It is very hard for me when my confessor is absent so long. I need him. I am in sore straits. He must give me an opportunity to get absolution." Clemens returned to Connecticut just before Christmas. Carnegie welcomed him back with a postcard mailed on Christmas Eve. "Hail St. Mark, back again to your nest. Merry Christmas and many of them." He signed it, "Ever your devoted disciple and fellow saint in the flesh." It is doubtful that Clemens got the card. On the day it was mailed, his youngest daughter Jean died in the bathtub after an epileptic seizure. Alone now, with two of his 3 adult children and his wife dead, Clemens sailed back to Bermuda for the winter. When he returned to Connecticut in April 1910, there was a letter waiting for him from Carnegie. "Dear Saint, so glad you are reported better this morning. Gives one hopes you are to weather this storm and be spared to us a while longer. So be it. When you get real chatty again, if you can, and are not coming down to New York City, I'd like to make a pilgrimage to your shrine just to get a few sniffs of a real genuine workaday saint." He added as a postscript, "I've sent you a few bottles of saintly fluid." We don't know if Clemens had a chance to read Carnegie's last letter, written on April 16th. He died 5 days later. "A blank in my life is caused by his departure," Carnegie wrote Paine, before departing for Britain and his own last great adventure. Chapter 39. The Best Laid Schemes, 1909 to 1911. Since 1848, when his family arrived in New York Harbor from Dunfermline, Andrew Carnegie had been a child of two worlds. He had put down roots in America without having to uproot himself from Scotland. If his early allegiance to the English-speaking race, manifested in his calls for Anglo-American federation, had been narrowly based on cultural and family ties, by the mid-1900s, after a lifetime of travel back and forth between Britain, Europe, and America, he had become a dyed-in-the-wool internationalist. Although as a young man he had indulged in sentimental musings about the brotherhood of man, his latter-day internationalism was materially based. The nations and peoples of the world were, he now argued, tied together by indissoluble threads of traded goods. "We are coming to understand," he wrote in the New York Times Sunday magazine on April 7, 1907, "that the human race is one. The interest of thousands who depend on the manufacture of agricultural implements or machinery of other sorts is at stake when the farms of Russia are lying untilled, or the factories of Germany are closed because men are off to the wars. Every war in the future would be a world war, with consequences felt beyond the battlements and the home fronts. We may be disinterested in the issues over which the conflict is joined, but we are vitally interested in the conflict. The world is getting to be like a workshop in which it is an impertinence and an outrage for two men to drop their tools and engage in a fisticuff and a scuffle, to the destruction of the whole shop and the destruction of machines and of products upon them." Given these ties, from which there was no escape, it was imperative, Carnegie argued, that the nations of the world establish organizations and define processes to diffuse crises and arbitrate disputes before they escalated into armed conflicts. At various moments, as the situation suited, he advocated bilateral treaties of arbitration, international disarmament conferences, a permanent world court, and the organization of a League of Peace with an active police force. The specific shape of such proposals mattered less to him than that something be put in place before it was too late. His immediate concern early in the new century was the escalating naval arms race between the British and the Germans. The Liberal government in Britain had, on taking office in late 1905, pledged to slow down its production of new battleships, hoping that the German government would follow suit. It did not. Responding to the British construction of the world's first dreadnought, a battleship that was larger, faster, and equipped with 10 guns instead of the standard 4, the Germans set out to build their own monster battleships. The British then stepped up their production. In 1908, the First Lord of the Admiralty asked for funding for 2 dreadnoughts. In 1909, he requested funds to build 6 a year for the next 3 years. A month later, he increased his request to 8 new dreadnoughts. After a fierce debate in the cabinet, Prime Minister Herbert Asquith agreed to fund 4 monster battleships in 1909, with an additional 4 to be added in 1910 if careful monitoring of the German construction program proved them necessary. Carnegie's solution to the crisis was ingenious and unworkable. In a series of letters to the editor and public remarks, he suggested a naval alliance between the Americans and the British. With U.S. battleships protecting the North Atlantic and the Royal Navy the Pacific, neither nation would need new battleships. Such an alliance would preserve the peace by discouraging the Germans from attacking the possessions of either nation, knowing that an attack on one would bring retaliation by the other. Unfortunately, the idea that the British and American governments would ever contemplate coordinating their navies, or entering a formal alliance to do so, was preposterous. It was never going to happen. In major addresses before a peace rally at Carnegie Hall and at an annual meeting of the New York Peace Society at the Hotel Astor, Carnegie argued that armies and navies did not ensure peace, but rather provoked war. It is true that every nation regards and proclaims its own armaments as instruments of peace only, but just as naturally every nation regards every other nation's armaments as clearly instruments of war. Thus each nation suspects all the others, and only a spark is needed to set fire to the mass of inflammable material. Men with pistols in their hands were more likely to shoot one another, nations with armies and navies more likely to engage in war. It did not require much imagination to envisage a scenario where a minor incident might lead to world war, perhaps a drunken altercation between British and German Marines. Under the influence of alcohol, one is wounded, blood is shed, and the pent-up passions of the people of both countries sweep all to the winds. Carnegie's prescience was remarkable. Only 5 years hence, an Austrian archduke would be assassinated by a Serbian student terrorist. The European nations would mobilize their armies, each claiming it was doing so for defensive purposes. With no mechanism in place to arbitrate the dispute, the armies remained in place, the dispute unresolved peaceably. Then blood was shed, and the pent-up passions of the people swept all to the winds, as Carnegie had feared. The result was the Great War, a continent ravaged, and tens of millions of soldiers and civilians left dead, maimed, stateless, destitute. Carnegie did not in 1909 regard such an outcome as inevitable, but only because he believed that the European leaders would come to understand, as he had, the dangers inherent in spending more and more of their national incomes on armies and navies. To save the nations from themselves, there must sooner or later emerge from the present unparalleled increase of armaments a League of Peace, embracing the most advanced nations. In his address to the New York Peace Society in late April, which the New York Times reported under the headline, "Carnegie Fears War, Pleads for Peace," only a spark needed, he declares, to plunge England and Germany into battle, Carnegie suggested that the United States, at heart friendly toward all the world and lying beyond the vortex of the militarism which engulfs Europe, should take the lead in organizing a League of Peace. Carnegie had no doubt that his proposals for a naval alliance and a League of Peace, once effectuated, would bring about world peace. The question was how best to get that notion across to those world leaders whose active involvement was needed. He admitted to Morley in his Sunday letter of April 25th that there was no one in the new Taft administration capable of taking the lead in the peace process. He suggested, rather deviously, that the British government propose holding an international disarmament conference, which Taft would be obliged to agree to. With the Americans and British in favor of such a conference, the pressure on the Germans would be too much to withstand. There was no response from Morley. His League of Peace proposals having found no champion, Carnegie took it upon himself to organize an international naval disarmament conference. Instead of sailing directly to England from New York in the spring of 1909, he set off with the family on a quasi-diplomatic tour of the continent to introduce his new peace proposal. The first stop was Naples, where he was met by an Italian senator with a message from King Victor Emmanuel expressing his desire to receive me at a private audience. From Naples, Carnegie took his wife and daughter to Florence. Lou and Baba wanted more time for sightseeing, but Carnegie was in a hurry to get to Rome. There he whisked the family off to the Forum, where, with his daughter at his side, he recited Mark Antony's famous words in Julius Caesar, beginning, "Friends, Romans, countrymen." Though Baba thought her father had hurriedly left Florence because he wanted to take her to the Forum, his more immediate concern was his audience with Victor Emmanuel in the king's residence. The king listened while Carnegie praised Rome, Italians, the king as a family man, and talked of his plans for peace. Then it was off to Stresa with Baba and Louise for a week on the Italian lakes before Carnegie hurled himself back into the diplomatic whirlwind. In Paris, he sat for an extended interview with Premier Georges Clemenceau, then attended a dinner at the U.S. Embassy, a breakfast at the Sorbonne, a private audience with President Armand Fallières, and a farewell dinner hosted by peace activist Baron de Tournelle de Constant. He also announced a gift of $1 million for a French hero fund. An admiring journalist who had been accompanying Carnegie on his diplomatic tour wrote by special cable to the New York Times on May 30th that although the donation to the French Hero Fund was receiving a great deal of publicity, it was of secondary importance to Carnegie, who had in mind a project vaster and more immediate in effect. He proposes an international conference for the purpose of limiting armaments. Mr. Carnegie is now engaged in sounding the rulers of Europe as to what reception such a call would receive. I find Europe in a ferment, he said. The nations have gone dreadnought mad. Our country necessarily is about to be drawn into the vortex. Carnegie urged President Taft to issue a call for an international conference. Here, I say, is probably the way out of the dangers which threaten civilization itself. Never was a holier mission entrusted to a nation than that which devolves on our republic. Even to fail in the effort to preserve the world's peace would be more glorious than to succeed in smaller issues. May President Taft rise to the occasion and let the world know that there is one nation which stands forth willing even to fail as the champion of peace. Thus shall he at least have done his duty and placed our country in its proper position as the leader of the nations for peace on earth and among men goodwill. Carnegie's self-imposed diplomatic mission came to a rather abrupt end in Paris. He had hoped to receive an invitation to meet with the Kaiser or German government officials to discuss his proposals, but none came. Still, he remained upbeat. Had a very kind note in reply from the Emperor to whom I sent Roosevelt books, he wrote Morley in June 1909. Either the Kaiser had taken more than a year to respond to Carnegie, who had sent him the books in May 1908, or Carnegie was only now bringing up his note to remind Morley of his close relations with Wilhelm II. He was much impressed by the introduction, so he tells me. Glad to see me at Kiel this summer, but I'm not going unless he specially asks me to unfold my ideas, or rather, man of destiny idea. From Paris, Carnegie crossed the Channel and set up shop in London in the hope, unfulfilled, that Morley would be able to arrange an interview for him with the Prime Minister. He publicized his proposals for an international conference in letters to the editors of the Times of London and the Westminster Gazette. I'm having a revised copy printed, he wrote Morley in late June, and shall send to my august friends, emperors, kings, president, prime ministers, and to every member, legislatures of Europe and America. I'm going to scatter it broadcast. Also get Peace Society here to scatter it in Britain. De Tournelle is getting it in various languages for Europe. If you talk to Asquith or Foreign Secretary Grey, wish I knew what they have to say anent peace on the seas. His efforts to bring Germany and Britain to the conference table having failed, Carnegie was more than ever determined to enlist Roosevelt as his surrogate. The ex-president had re-established contact with Carnegie from Mombasa, off the coast of Kenya, on June 1st after a few months' silence. In duplicate letters sent to Skibo and New York, Roosevelt complained that his expedition was costing much more than he had foreseen. He was prepared to pay his own and his son Kermit's expenses, but required additional funds for the 3 naturalists and the immense amount of scientific impedimenta with them. As one item I may mention that there are 4 tons of salt, which we carried on the backs of porters. We need special skinning tents, special tents for storing the skins, and of course the skins of the big animals have to be carried along by numbers of additional porters. All this will serve simply to show by example why the expedition is necessarily far more expensive than an ordinary hunting trip of the same size. Roosevelt asked Carnegie for $30,000 in the name of scientific research. Suggesting the possibility of a sort of quid pro quo, he inquired, "If there were any chance of your being in London when I am there next May, or in Berlin, where I shall be shortly before?" Carnegie wrote Charles Walcott, the secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, who had organized the safari funding, to suggest that contributors to the project double their original donations. "Tell them I am, Morgan will. They all will if they know TR wishes it. We must not fail. We must not let our greatest man suffer, remember." In the end, Carnegie was almost alone in his willingness to pour more money into the expedition. He pledged another $5,000 in addition to the $2,750 he had already given. And then, when it became apparent no one else was going to make up the difference, he sent Walcott $20,000 more. The day after he contacted Walcott, Carnegie, sensing that he had Roosevelt in his snares, wrote the big game hunter in Africa to tell him that he was prepared to support his expedition, but expected something in return. "You are supposed to be after big game, my friend. All very well for a holiday, but of course unworthy as a pursuit of one who has played, and in my hope and belief is yet to play a great game in the world. Shall be so glad when you have started upon your return, and hope you will make it a point of meeting the big men of the world. These are the big game, although your present holiday was well earned." Roosevelt thanked Carnegie for his contribution. He was, he wrote, looking forward eagerly to seeing Mrs. Carnegie and you in London next May. "There is very much I shall have to talk over with you, and especially what you say of navies and peace. Of course, if we could get the principal powers to form a court of arbitral justice with some power of enforcement of its decrees, an immense step in advance would have been taken. You and I and Root must talk the matter over when we get home." In response to Carnegie's suggestion that he should give a lecture at Edinburgh, he admitted that it was a most attractive invitation, but one he was at the moment unable to accept. "My dear fellow, don't ask me to make a definite engagement at this moment. I shall be a very short time in Europe, as I shall be anxious to get back to America. Nevertheless, what you wish me to do, I shall certainly strive hard to do." This was precisely what Carnegie had been hoping to hear. Did he recognize that Roosevelt's cooperation in his peace plan had been less than voluntary, that he had bought his assistance by paying for his safari? Perhaps, but it did not matter. Roosevelt was a man of honor. If it took a few $1,000s to get him moving in the right direction, that was an acceptable price to pay. Sensing that Roosevelt's reluctance to take on the peace mission had much to do with his fear that it might fail, Carnegie tried to reassure him. "If any man can get the German emperor in accord for peace, you are that man. He will go far to act in unison with you, of this I am certain. You are sympathetic souls." By early fall, Carnegie was planning the details of Roosevelt's peace pilgrimage. After meeting with the Kaiser in Berlin, Roosevelt would sit down with the leaders of the British Liberal government and the opposition Tories at Ambassador Whitelaw Reid's residence at Rest Park in Bedfordshire. "Am to meet Roosevelt London sure early in May," he wrote Morley on October 7th, 1909. "And then that meeting of the right few and none others you are to arrange. I'll write you from New York about it when Roosevelt gives me his dates. I may go to Berlin to meet him and have a meeting there before the London visit. I'm hopeful something important may result from Roosevelt's efforts." Roosevelt and Carnegie remained in communication through the fall, engaged in a round-robin of flattery, each convinced he had gotten the best of the other, but disguising it. Roosevelt's letters had turned uncharacteristically fawning, almost obsequious. "I have read your 2 pamphlets with real interest and with entire agreement as to the general policy." Carnegie was turning out pamphlets one after another, That spring he published Armaments and Their Results, and 2 open letters to the London papers reprinted as The Path to Peace. Of course, could not speak of details. The increase of naval armaments is becoming a well-nigh intolerable burden. When I see the Kaiser, I will go over the matter at length with him, telling him I wish to repeat our whole conversation to you. Then I'll tell it all to you when I'm in London. I shall be in London about May 1st. I regard the proposed quiet conference, with the British leaders at Rest Park, as most important. I leave absolutely with you the arrangements to be made through Morley, as you suggest. I only fear, my dear Mr. Carnegie, that you do not realize how unimportant a man I now am, and how little weight I shall have in the matter. Everything appeared to be going according to plan. In late October, Carnegie wrote Morley from Liverpool on his way back to New York. He was consumed by excitement at the prospect of the next spring's meetings. Do take care of yourself, for believe me, you are going to be in position to do great work in May when Roosevelt is with us, or I am mistaken. I saw Mr. Balfour, former Prime Minister and head of the Conservative Party, in Manchester, and told him we wanted a meeting, and explained. He is responsive to a degree, as I expected. He and Lansdowne, the former Tory Foreign Secretary, Asquith and Grey, and you. Maybe Haldane, the Secretary for War. No more. I told you Roosevelt had written me. It is time for statesmen, not politicians, to understand each other and act in unison re war. Either Britain or America will bring the subject before the powers unless the Emperor decides to play the part open to him, and calls for a conference. I'll be in London in good time in May to consult with you. Meanwhile, Madam and I accompany Taft and Mrs. President to Hampton College, and I'll have a free talk. Through the autumn months, Carnegie continued to funnel money to Roosevelt in Africa. Afraid that the funds he had given through the Smithsonian might not reach Nairobi in time, he instructed Robert Franks to honor any drafts Roosevelt presented. Roosevelt, on learning of the arrangement, wrote to thank Carnegie and assure him that he planned to follow through on his post-Safari peace mission. He asked only that Carnegie contact former Secretary of State and now Senator from New York, Elihu Root, and ask him to prepare a position paper which Roosevelt could use in approaching the Kaiser. Root's gift of phrasing things is unequaled, and his name carries great weight. It would give me just the clear-cut proposition I desire. Carnegie forwarded Roosevelt's request to Root. Still worried that the ex-president was less than enthusiastic about his peace mission, he indulged in yet more cheerleading for the cause. I cannot but feel that if you are disposed to cooperate and take the leader's part in conferring with German rulers, he wrote on Christmas Eve, 1909, and especially if you press for a League of Peace, that you would triumph. The only question is whether the idea of promoting world peace stirs you. If it does, you will not fail, but even failure in such a cause would be noble. I am willing to throw aside everything, and I know Root and Butler share this feeling because we see success with you as the great peacemaker. Understanding full well that it was President Taft, not Roosevelt, who would have to broker any potential international agreement through the U.S. Senate, Carnegie visited Taft in Washington, attended a cabinet dinner, and then spent the night of December 16th in the White House. The President, he wrote Morley, is advised of our aims and approves. I'll write Mr. Reed and you, and he can fix date meeting at Rest. Roosevelt says during second week in May he will be ready. Fearing that Morley, like Roosevelt, might not be sufficiently enthusiastic, he assured him that if Roosevelt thought Britain favorable to the idea of a League of Peace, he would find means to bring the Emperor and his advisers seriously to consider it. Even if no League of Peace were immediately forthcoming, the meeting Carnegie had planned at Rest Park would bring the British leaders and Roosevelt closer together, and that was no small matter. Remember, Roosevelt's career is not yet over. In all probability, he will be president again, and it will count for much that he knows your colleagues as he knows you. In mid-January 1910, responding to an earlier letter in which Roosevelt stressed how anxious he was to get home, Carnegie begged him not to shortchange his peace mission. Please do not hurry away from Berlin until you have made friends with 6 men there, because as sure as you live, that friendship will stand you in good stead some day by enabling you to accomplish a great work. The day must come soon when nations stop this rivalry in armaments. On February 18th, the letter that Carnegie had been expecting and fearing was dispatched from Gondokoro on the east bank of the Nile, about 750 miles south of Khartoum. With his year-long adventure coming to its conclusion, Roosevelt had finally taken the time to give Carnegie's plan the consideration it required. He was ready to move forward, and so informed Carnegie, but he wanted his friend and benefactor to fully understand his reservations. "Well, here I find all your letters, and I guess I shall have to surrender. Now, however, for some reservations. First and least important, personal. I want to go home. I am homesick for my own land and my own people. Of course it is Mrs. Roosevelt I most want to see, but I want to see my 2 youngest boys. I want to see my own house, my own books and trees, the sunset over the Sound from the window in the north room, the people with whom I have worked, who think my thoughts and speak my speech. Second, as to the policy itself. With your policy, as you outline it, of course accepting it generally and not binding myself as to details, I am in hearty sympathy. But you have on your paper certain names, Stead and Benjamin Trueblood, Secretary of the American Peace Society, which inspire me with a most lively distrust. Stead and Trueblood, for instance, belong to the type that makes a good cause ridiculous. Their proposals are rarely better than silly, and the only reason that the men themselves are not exceedingly mischievous is that they are well-nigh impotent for either good or evil. I cannot conscientiously support, nor could I persuade any sane and honest ruler or great public servant to support, the fantastic and noxious theories of such extremists as those to whom I have alluded." Roosevelt, the realist, was laying down the law to Carnegie, the visionary, much as he had done 3 years earlier on the eve of the New York Peace Congress. Rather than accuse Carnegie of silliness, mischievousness, or impotence, Roosevelt took aim at his associates in the peace movement. It was one thing to paint pretty pictures in the air, another to formulate a policy that had a reasonable chance of success on earth. On numerous occasions, presidents, to the applause of the peace activists, had sent forward ambitious proposals, only to have them dismissed or amended beyond recognition in the Senate. Fully aware of how seriously the Senate took its responsibilities, Roosevelt tried his best to impress on Carnegie the futility of asking for too much. "I will do all I can to bring about such a league of, or understanding among, the great powers as will forbid one of them or any small power to engage in unrighteous, foolish, or needless war, to secure an effective arbitral tribunal, with power to enforce at least certain of its decrees, to secure an agreement to check the waste of money on growing and excessive armaments. If, as is probable, so much cannot be secured at once, I will do all I can to help in the movement, rapid or slow, towards the desired end. But I will not be, and you would not wish me to be, put in the attitude of advocating the impossible, or above all of seeming to be insincere. I cannot be or seem to be an accredited envoy. I cannot work for a policy which I think our country might repudiate. I cannot work for anything that does not represent some real progress, and it is useless to expect to accomplish everything at once. But I will do all in my power, all that is feasible, to help in the effort to secure some substantial advance towards the goal." Carnegie, dependent on Roosevelt to carry his scheme forward, accepted every caveat attached. He agreed that the organization of world peace would take time and patience. All he wanted now was for the curtain to rise on the drama he had scripted. The key players were in the wings. Taft had signed off on the plan in Washington. American ambassadors David Hill in Berlin and Whitelaw Reid in London were, with John Morley, awaiting their cues, scripts in hand. Roosevelt was preparing his entrance from off-stage, very far off-stage. Everything was proceeding according to schedule, or almost. The tragedy of Carnegie's last years was that no one took him as seriously as he took himself. He was not blameless in this, having long ago abandoned every pretense of moderation in pursuit of his goals. He was an extremist, and proud of it, an optimist who saw only the silver linings, never the storm clouds. It was his task to ask for the impossible and hope that some day it would be granted him. That others might consider him a dotty old fool did not register with him. He was eccentric, that was for sure, but his past achievements demanded that attention be paid. If Carnegie had a fatal weakness, it was the misplaced faith he put in those he counted as his colleagues in the fight for peace. Roosevelt had written Carnegie that he was in hearty sympathy with his general policy, knowing full well that the crux of any diplomatic agreement was in the details. He had assured him that he entirely agreed with the views you and Root hold, knowing that the two men's views were quite different. In almost every communication he sent, the ex-president tried to dampen the old man's ardor and rein in his expectations. He would accomplish what he could, but it might not be very much. Carnegie should have read more clearly what the ex-president had to say. He should have remembered how Roosevelt had undercut him in 1907 before the Hague Conference. He preferred not to. The past was not a predictor of the present or the future. No matter how grim today, tomorrow would be brighter. Carnegie's optimism was an essential ingredient of his personality, one that had been confirmed and strengthened by his acceptance of Spencer's evolutionary philosophy. Roosevelt might for the moment appear less than interested in his peace mission, but once swept up in the process, once convinced that he was, with Carnegie, a man of destiny, he would take up the challenge that history and Andrew Carnegie had set for him. Theodore Roosevelt began his victory tour of Europe in early April 1910. Days after he had landed in Italy, the German press was already expressing concern that he might, on his visit to Berlin, take advantage of the Kaiser's hospitality to raise subjects that His Royal Highness wished not to discuss, like naval disarmament. Roosevelt blamed the government-inspired press onslaught on some inadvertence on Mr. Carnegie's part. Rather than being annoyed, however, he was perversely pleased by the bad publicity, as it dampened expectations of future success. "I was really grateful to the Berlin government for taking such public action," he wrote the British historian and politician George Otto Trevelyan a year later. Not only Mr. Carnegie, but a multitude of well-meaning and ignorant people had wrought themselves into the belief that if I chose I could do something with the Emperor for peace, and I was glad to be able to point out to them this announcement from the German Foreign Office in advance of my visit, which saved me the necessity of trying to explain why I could accomplish nothing. From Paris, Roosevelt wrote Carnegie to tell him of the obstacles that had been placed in his way. "I anticipated, as you of course saw from my letters, that I should have difficulties in accomplishing anything in Berlin, even along the cautious lines of conduct which Root very properly suggested. But if, as I supposed to be the case, you have seen the Berlin papers, you probably already know that even my anticipations of the difficulties came far short of the actual facts." He begged Carnegie to keep quiet in future about the peace mission. Elihu Root has felt all along, and of course I entirely agree with him, that the correspondence between you, myself, and him on peace matters should be kept entirely secret, for the very reason that we do not want to arouse the feeling which the Berlin newspapers have shown. While he anticipated a chilly reception in Berlin, Roosevelt was greeted like a conquering hero in Paris. His ostensible reason for stopping there was to deliver a lecture at the Sorbonne on the duties of Republican citizenship. In an almost 2-hour speech, he voiced his approval of righteous wars. Carnegie wrote at once to reprimand him. Perhaps because he was older than Roosevelt, or simply because he was Andrew Carnegie, he felt no compunction about treating the ex-president as he might a silly schoolboy. When would Roosevelt, he wanted to know, accept the fact that every nation on earth claimed that its wars were righteous, and every nation that did so was wrong? Just as citizens were obliged to submit their disputes to the law for redress, so should governments be obliged to do the same. Just as citizens could not take up arms against one another because they believed their cause was righteous, so should governments be prevented from doing so. Ponder over this. You have a conscience. The whole matter is so simple, my dear Mr. Roosevelt. Germany, Britain, and America coming together and agreeing to form a joint police force to maintain peace is all that is needed. There was no response from Roosevelt, who was too busy receiving the European public's accolades to answer Carnegie. After a non-stop roundelay of speeches, receptions, and dinners in Paris, the Roosevelt entourage, his wife and daughter Ethel had joined the party, moved on to Belgium, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Norway for more of the same. On May 5th, Roosevelt belatedly accepted the 1906 Nobel Prize awarded to him for settling the Russo-Japanese War. The next day, Carnegie's carefully laid plans nearly fell to pieces with the announcement that Edward VII of Britain, Kaiser Wilhelm II's uncle, had died. Until his uncle was officially buried, it was going to be awkward, if not impossible, for the Kaiser to entertain a foreign dignitary at his home. Roosevelt, unwilling to cancel the Berlin visit, suggested that he and his family stay at the U.S. Embassy instead of the Kaiser's palace. The Kaiser agreed, and Roosevelt's state visit proceeded almost as planned. He remained in Berlin for the full 5 days that had originally been scheduled, and spent a great deal of time alone with the Kaiser. The first day we went out to take lunch. Afterwards he drove us to Potsdam and showed us over Sanssouci. He also held army maneuvers at which I was present. On this occasion I rode with him for about 5 hours, and he talked steadily. And on another afternoon we spent 3 hours together. Roosevelt and the Kaiser discussed many topics, including the relations of Germany and England. The ex-president had every opportunity to present Carnegie's proposals for a League of Peace, had he wished to do so, but he did not. As he made clear to Trevelyan, he had no intention, and had never had any, of doing Carnegie's bidding in Berlin. Carnegie, personally and through Root, had been asking me to try to get the Emperor committed to universal arbitration and disarmament. Root was under obligations to Carnegie for the way that Carnegie had helped him in connection with the Pan-American movement. Carnegie had donated the funds to build a Pan-American headquarters in Washington and the Central American Court of Justice in Costa Rica. And he had also helped the Smithsonian in fitting out the scientific people who went with me on my African trip. And Carnegie's purposes as regards international peace are good, although his methods are often a little absurd. And so I told him that I would see whether I could speak to the Emperor or not, but that I did not believe any good would come of it. Roosevelt was, in the end, unwilling to present the Kaiser with Carnegie's absurd methods of achieving international peace. He indirectly raised the question of the naval arms race, but only after assuring Wilhelm II that he was a practical man and in no sense a peace-at-any-price man. The Kaiser replied courteously that he really had no control over the matter, that it was something which affected the German people, and that the German people, or at least that section of the German people upon whom he relied and in whom he believed, would never consent to Germany's failing to keep herself able to enforce her rights, either on land or at sea. Even had he wished to play the role of man of destiny Carnegie had scripted for him, Kaiser Wilhelm II had public opinion, the Reichstag, and the military establishment to contend with, and they were, in the aggregate, far stronger than he was. The ex-president and the Kaiser found that they had much in common. Both believed that war between England and Germany would be an unspeakable calamity. Both were desirous to see England, Germany, and the United States act together in all matters of world policy. And both agreed in a cordial dislike of shams and of pretense, and therefore in a cordial dislike of the kind of washy movement for international peace with which Carnegie's name has become so closely associated. Carnegie, of course, was not privy to Roosevelt's private letters and had no idea that his men of destiny had bonded together in mutual dislike of and opposition to his peace campaign. He believed, on the contrary, that Roosevelt had acted in good faith in Berlin and had had some success. On May 13th, from Torquay, where he had stationed himself to await Roosevelt's triumphant return, he welcomed the Colonel to London and warned him to take care of your throat. The papers had several times mentioned that Roosevelt was hoarse from lecturing too much. Dangerous climate this in May, and many are the attacks yearly upon those from the south. Africa, Italy. We need you. Your work isn't half done yet. Although it was clear by now that Roosevelt's meeting with the British leaders would have to be postponed until a reasonable period after Edward VII's funeral, Carnegie said nothing about this in his letter. Instead, he interjected, out of nowhere, the thought that he might now try to see your crony, the Emperor. Shall certainly make the effort. If you and he don't make a team that can drag the cart behind, I'm a disappointed man. The next day, Carnegie wrote Roosevelt again, now acknowledging that the meeting at Ambassador Reed's residence at Rest Park would have to be postponed, but making light of it. Whether or not Roosevelt got a chance to sit down with the British government leaders was, Carnegie hinted, of less importance than the fact that he and Wilhelm II had gotten to know and trust one another. I doubt not all has passed off well, and that you and the Emperor, now being friends, may some day count for much. The Rest Park meeting is only to give you a chance to become known to the leaders here and they to know you. It may make all the difference some day that you are friends. Your future is, accidents excepted, likely to excel even your past, since you are a born leader of men with the sublime audacity to perform wonders. Pray don't fail to know the leaders of other lands. No big game equals to this. Carnegie remained oblivious not only to the failure of Roosevelt's mission to Berlin, but to the growing impossibility that a meeting between the ex-president and the British government leaders might ever take place. Roosevelt, believing he had paid his debt to Carnegie by meeting with the Kaiser, had no intention of doing anything more. He planned to represent the United States at King Edward's funeral, as President Taft had requested he do, give a speech or two, spend a day bird-watching with Sir Edward Grey, and then sail home, his Carnegie-assigned tasks not only incomplete, but forgotten. Carnegie's British friends, Morley included, had also abandoned him and any plans to hold a naval disarmament congress. Edward VII's death had plunged the nation deeper into the constitutional crisis that had been precipitated when the House of Lords refused to pass the Liberal government's 1909 budget. The assumption was that Edward VII, had he lived, would have created enough new Liberal lords to block the Tories from vetoing another budget. But such assumptions were thrown to the wind with the accession of George V, whom no one quite knew. Preoccupied with a looming constitutional crisis, neither Morley nor his colleagues in the Liberal government had any inclination to focus their attentions on Mr. Carnegie's proposals for international conferences. Anyone else might have abandoned the chase, but not Andrew Carnegie. He simply shifted gears and moved forward. There would be no meeting at Rest Park, no international summit, no Roosevelt diplomatic miracles. But that was all right. Carnegie, always watchful for signs of progress, had found a new one. He had become almost obsessively fixated on a speech President Taft had made in March 1910 to the American Peace and Arbitration League of New York. Taft had rather innocently remarked that, unlike his predecessor, he saw no reason why arbitration treaties should exclude disputes that touched on questions of national honor. I know that is going further than most men are willing to go, but I do not see why questions of honor may not be submitted to a tribunal supposed to be composed of men of honor. Upon reading the speech, Carnegie wrote Taft at once, lavishing on him the same outlandish praise he had earlier devoted to Roosevelt. If you only prove true to your great promise and propose to Germany and Great Britain that they confer confidentially with our country, I believe you will succeed. And when peace is established, as it finally must be, you would be as clearly the father of peace on earth as Washington is father of his country or Lincoln its preserver. In June 1910, as Roosevelt left Britain, his mission incomplete, Carnegie publicly switched partners for peace. In a speech to the British Peace Society in London's Guildhall, he publicly praised President William Howard Taft's March 22nd remarks on arbitration, which, he declared, had, in a flash of inspiration, revealed the true path to the realization of peace on earth. Taft's few words had elevated him to a rank among the immortals as one of the foremost benefactors of his race. Using almost the same language he had used to praise Roosevelt in December 1902 for referring the Venezuela dispute to the Hague Tribunal, Carnegie now proclaimed that President Taft was, among rulers, the leader of the Holy Crusade against man killing man in war, as Lincoln became the leader in the crusade against the selling of man by man. Gleefully putting behind him the year he had spent prepping Roosevelt for his now failed peace mission, Carnegie's mood was almost manically upbeat. "Be of good cheer, brothers," he declared to the Peace Society delegates meeting in London. "The good work goes steadily forward. Nothing can prevent its triumph. We are apparently on the eve of a decided step forward. Soon the International Judicial Court is to appear, and the step from that to a League of Peace follows." Carnegie was courting the ultimate danger for a public figure. He was very close to becoming a parody of himself, a smiling, wizened, white-bearded fool for peace. Every year he appeared to come up with a new surefire, guaranteed solution to the world's problems. In the spring of 1909, he had publicly pushed for a three-party naval disarmament conference. Now, in the summer of 1910, he was presenting bilateral arbitration treaties as the path to world peace and substituting Taft for Roosevelt as the agent of progress. Carnegie was not the only peace activist to have been won over by Taft's conversion. That June, both houses of Congress passed a resolution calling on the President to appoint a 5-man commission to explore the possibilities of utilizing existing international agencies for the purpose of limiting the armaments of the nations of the world and organizing an international naval police force to preserve universal peace. Carnegie was delighted. He wrote Taft at once, enthusiastically supporting the new commission. Taft was not nearly as enthusiastic. "I am very hopeful that peace matters may make substantial progress during the coming year. Just what I can make out of the Peace Commission I am not quite certain as yet." Carnegie suggested to Roosevelt that he sign on as chairman of the new Peace Commission. "There never was such a chance for a mortal man to immortalize himself as is now extended to you." Using the commission chairmanship as his vehicle, Roosevelt could now legitimately approach Britain with the League of Peace idea. "What pleases me is that our country is now leader in the movement to abolish war as a means of settling disputes. When I hear that you have accepted the chairmanship of that commission, I shall rejoice." Roosevelt had no intention of serving on any committee appointed by his successor. Visiting the Tafts at their summer home in Beverly, Massachusetts, he formally declined the chairmanship, and then, according to presidential aide Archie Butt, who was present, mischievously volunteered, with a laugh, "Why not name Carnegie? He would certainly finance the commission, and if you could seal his mouth so that he would not be talking about what we think and so on, he might do fairly well." "I don't think Mr. Carnegie would do at all," said Mrs. Taft. It was the first time she had said anything. Senator Lodge, who was also one of the party, agreed. "He would simply get us into world trouble with his officiousness." The President nodded his approval. As Taft later wrote Philander Knox, who he had appointed as Secretary of State, Carnegie might be a hard man to be responsible for because he talked so much. Carnegie, of course, had no idea of the contempt Taft and Knox had for him. On the contrary, he was convinced that he had found the perfect junior partner in William Howard Taft, a president who, he expected, would serve as his Frick or Schwab in the pursuit of peace. Carnegie would lay down the guidelines, establish the basic principles, and advise on strategy. Taft, with Knox's assistance, would execute the plan. To cement their new partnership, Carnegie decided to create his own peace trust to provide the president with whatever assistance he might require to write his new treaties and get the Senate to approve them. Awash in enthusiasm, Carnegie, on returning to New York in October, contacted President Taft with his plans for collaboration. Taft wrote back to invite Carnegie and Louise to Washington for dinner and to stay overnight at the White House. "That will give you and me the opportunity to discuss the matter you mention in your note. If you can come and we'll name the date by telegram, so much the better." After several meetings with Taft, Knox, and Root, Carnegie forwarded to the President a copy of the trust deed he was going to deliver to the trustees of what would be known as the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. "You will note that your noble note of leadership among rulers prompted me to create the fund. It is based upon your words. I saw clearly that peace was within our grasp because the other branch of our race, English-speaking, was ready to follow you. You have only to push out your hand to secure this, and this secured, other nations will soon follow." On December 14, 1910, he signed the final deed of gift, with his wife and daughter as witnesses, formally transferring to the trustees of his as yet unnamed Peace Trust $10 million, $3.5 billion today, of 5% U.S. Steel First Mortgage Gold bonds. As the New York Times reported on December 15th, with this grant, Carnegie's bequests had exceeded $200 million, far in excess of Mr. Rockefeller's gifts, which were estimated to be about $120 million. The deed could have been written by no one else. Certainly no one else would have dared to sprinkle through a legal document words like have, H-A-V, give, G-I-V, daughter, D-A-U-T-E-R, and other simplified spellings. Carnegie made the purpose of his new trust eminently accessible to anyone who cared to read his letter. "Although we no longer eat our fellow men, nor torture prisoners, nor sack cities, killing their inhabitants, we still kill each other in war like barbarians. Only wild beasts are excusable for doing that in this, the 20th century of the Christian era, for the crime of war is inherent, since it decides not in favor of the right, but always of the strong. The nation is criminal which refuses arbitration. Carnegie attended the first meeting of his trustees in Washington on December 14th. He wanted them all to know why he had now decided to establish a peace trust. His address, which was taken down verbatim, is quintessential Carnegie, boastful, brash, rambling, and verbose, but charming nonetheless. He explained that he had read about Taft's speech on arbitration while visiting the Grand Canyon of the Colorado, the grandest spectacle in the world so far as I know. I then said to myself, President Taft, foremost among rulers of men, has really bridged the chasm between peace and war. I wrote him an enthusiastic letter which afterwards developed into an article which perhaps some of you may have read in the Century magazine, and every day convinced me more and more, and especially all that I have heard in Britain, for I have the honor of knowing the cabinet pretty well, of the possibility and practicability of carrying out this object. I owe you some explanation because I have advised you, please notice, that you are not required to do anything, that I only hope that you will proceed in that line. There may be reasons that it is not proper just now, that it would be better to wait, but there the truth remains that we have it in our hands. The responsibility is upon this republic. That is my explanation and my apology for putting in this deed of trust the hope that you will at least try to see whether this is not the easiest way to peace. When Carnegie had finished, Oscar Straus, one of his trustees, suggested that Carnegie be named a trustee. He declined the honor. Gentlemen, I think such a suggestion as my friend has made is altogether unnecessary. It is not well, in my opinion, that the giver of a gift should be continuously a member of a board that administers it. It places him in a very awkward position. I never want to say anything to influence action because I would never feel that what I was saying was rated at its proper value, but that there was danger that it would have an improper value. You would be under embarrassment. Senator Root, who chaired the meeting, then spoke and, as he had been given permission to do, suggested an entirely different path for the endowment than the one Carnegie had laid out. My feeling about this trust is that, if it is to be of value, as I hope and believe it is, it must be something different from many enterprises in behalf of peace which we have known, in one respect. That is, that it must be thorough, practical, and it must base its action upon a careful scientific and thorough study of the causes of war and the remedies which can be applied to the causes, rather than merely the treatment of symptoms. I think the field of general observation upon the subject of war and peace, general exposition of the wrongfulness of war, and the desirableness of peace is already pretty well covered. I think this foundation will be of little use unless it does something further than that. And to do something further than that, we must do what the scientific men do. We must strive to reach some deeper insight into the cause of the diseases, of which war is a symptom, than can be obtained by casual and occasional consideration. That deeper insight can be attained only by long and faithful and continuous study and investigation. Root was intent on establishing a scientific research institution, much like the Carnegie Institution in Washington, one that engaged in funding research and educational activities and abstained from taking a position on political issues. Carnegie's objective, on the contrary, had been to set up an activist organization dedicated to pushing forward his and Taft's agenda. For the peace activists who had, for decades now, looked forward to getting their hands on the great philanthropist's money, the establishment of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace was a decidedly mixed blessing. In establishing his new peace trust, Carnegie had taken to heart Roosevelt's and no doubt Root's disdain for the potentially mischievous and permanently impotent men who led the nation's peace societies. Only the Quaker Albert Smiley, who had started the Mohonk conferences, and one other of the 28 trustees had been members of peace societies prior to 1905. The majority of trustees were international and or Wall Street lawyers, college presidents, retired financiers, and businessmen. Almost all were Republicans. 12 were already trustees of a Carnegie organization. On December 15th, Carnegie met with President Taft and Secretary of State Knox to discuss his new peace trust and the role it might play in the campaign for arbitration treaties. He wrote Taft to suggest that he ask Knox to open discussions with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on a treaty of arbitration with Britain. From Cumberland Island, where he had gone in January to visit his ailing sister-in-law Lucy, he bombarded both Taft and Knox with almost weekly letters and telegrams. filled with suggestions, congratulations, and flattery. Jay's treaty, ending the Revolutionary War, will keep his name in history, he wrote Knox, but it's a trifle compared to your treaty. What I fear is that if we don't strike while the iron is hot, we may fail. We shall deserve to do so, but that only aggravates the offense. There is a tide in the affairs of men, etc. Yours has come, now or never. Carnegie's strong suit had never been patience, and at age 75, with the British and the Germans engaged in a headlong race to produce new, faster, stronger, deadlier dreadnoughts, there was no time to waste. Knowing that it took two sides to negotiate a treaty, he opened his own diplomatic back-channel to his friend James Bryce, who was now the British ambassador to Washington. The question might well have been asked, and surely was, by the Secretary of State whose prerogatives he was trampling on, what Mr. Carnegie thought he was doing. "I have a note from President telling me treaty will be pushed just as fast as possible," Carnegie wrote Ambassador Bryce on February 15, 1911. A month later, with still no progress, Carnegie explained to Bryce that the delay in drafting the treaty had been caused by Knox's absence from Washington. Kind soul, the President didn't want to shorten Knox's vacation. He assures me he is anxiously awaiting Knox on return to get him and you started. He asks me to lunch and I'll be down soon. Probably next week, although I am so busy, cannot tell. Carnegie had no doubt but that treaties of arbitration would be approved by the Senate, then by the French and British governments. "At present I am in the clouds," he wrote fellow peace activist Edwin Ginn, "singing hosannas, believing that the President's policy will succeed and that we shall have treaties with Britain and France before long, eliminating the possibility of war throughout the boundaries of the English-speaking race and France also. That holy leaven will influence the whole world in the same direction. I am beginning to think that very little of our peace fund will be needed in this country. Most of it will be confined to missionary work abroad." He made the same prediction in a letter to James Brown Scott, who had been appointed secretary of his new peace trust. "Assuming the passage of the treaty with Britain and the position our country will thereby occupy as one which is ready and anxious to enter into such treaties with other nations, I cannot but feel that our peace work in our country, so far as propaganda is concerned, will practically cease. We shall not need to preach to the converted. Therefore, a large portion of the fund will necessarily have to be spent in countries less advanced. Germany, Italy, Austria, Russia, and others will be the fields left for missionary work." Assuming that the treaty was on the path to approval in Washington, Carnegie began lobbying his British friends to support it. "It really seems to me treaty is to slide through Senate, welcomed by all," he wrote James Bryce in March. "I am uplifted indeed. A new chance comes to me in life here on earth if my native and adopted lands, motherland and wifeland, clasp hands and lead the world. Knox and you, your names to such a treaty ensure immediately a sure passport to every region of bliss, even the highest that may be. We must not fail. Everything is subordinated to the one essential, that treaty. I know you will do your best." Unaware of the effect his constant meddling might have had on his relationship with the President, Carnegie kept up the pressure, alternately congratulating Taft on what he had accomplished and pushing him to do more, precisely as he had with his junior partners in the steel business. Worried that Taft might in the end not have the good sense or the expertise to do the job himself, he forwarded the precise treaty language he believed was required to satisfy British fears that too broad an agreement would threaten its sovereignty. It was finally too much for the President. Like Roosevelt before him, Taft had come to dislike the star-spangled Scotchman rather intensely. He could not abide his interference, his constant stream of letters and telegrams, his speeches, interviews, and letters to the editor, all designed to push Taft in directions he was not at all sure he wanted to go. In mid-April, the President confided to Archie Butt that he found it particularly strange that the major focus of his presidency had become his arbitration treaties, in large part, he implied, because of Carnegie. He had never intended anything like this. "When I made that speech in New York, in March 1910, advocating the arbitration of questions, even those affecting the honor of a nation, I had no definite policy in view. I was inclined, if I remember rightly, merely to offset the antagonism to the 4 battleships for which I was then fighting, and I threw that suggestion out merely to draw the sting of old Carnegie and other peace cranks, and now the suggestion threatens to become the main fact of my 4 years as president." Taft was particularly irritated by Carnegie's lobbying British government officials to support a treaty that had yet to be approved by the Senate. The president asked Knox to write to Carnegie, which Knox did, suggesting in rather stern terms that any premature or exaggerated public discussion of the treaties might be harmful at this delicate moment in the negotiations. As much as he disliked Carnegie, Taft, again like his predecessor, dared not alienate an influential Republican contributor and campaigner. In early May, he accompanied Carnegie to the Pan American Union building in Washington for yet another ceremony honoring him for his contributions to hemispheric peace. The president groaned and grunted all the way over, Archie Butt recalled, that he should be called upon so often to attend meetings either called by Carnegie or else in behalf of the canny old Scotchman. Carnegie remained oblivious to it all, his attention fixed fast on the treaties of arbitration, first with Britain and France, then Germany and the rest of the world. At long last his dreams were to be realized. "What a hit! I imagine you," he wrote Knox on May 11th, "pen in hand, signing the greatest document, the first arbitration treaty, in its influence upon the world, ever signed. Your piloting superb. I am rejoicing that I live in these days." That same day he wrote the president a similar fawning letter of congratulations. "Consummate statesmanship, Mr. President. France, our sister republic, and Britain, our fellow of the English-speaking race, on equal terms, with the door wide open for other powers." The smooth sailing came to a rather abrupt end in the spring of 1911, when Theodore Roosevelt published an article in Outlook in which he argued that the nation that pledged to arbitrate its differences would end up dishonored and impotent, like the man who, when his wife was assaulted by a ruffian, took the ruffian to court instead of attacking him on the spot. Roosevelt had never been in favor of open-ended arbitration treaties, as he had made clear to Carnegie on a number of occasions, and he was certainly not predisposed to look kindly on anything that came out of the Taft White House. In private letters he insisted that he had no problem with a treaty of arbitration with Britain, but that he would do all he could to make sure that such a treaty was not used as a model for similar arrangements with less honorable and pacific nations, like Germany, Russia, and Japan. Carnegie was aghast at Roosevelt's intemperate attack on the very principle of arbitration. "Mr. President called yesterday and we both mourned over your article," he wrote Roosevelt, "surprised that you could go so far as to instance a man slapping your wife before your face, her husband. No man ever did so, or could fall so low. The husband would involuntarily attempt to protect his wife, but this done and reason returning, he would scorn to touch the brute and let the law direct punishment and condemn the monster to infamy. Forgive me, for I esteem you too highly not to tell you how grieved your friends are. For a third friend has called this morning, and tells me he and his friends are all mourning at this hasty slip, but this is what genuine friendship dares." Roosevelt was fawning and duplicitous in his reply, not ready to rule out another run for the presidency in 1916, if not in 1912. He wanted Carnegie on his side. "You know that one reason why I hesitated long before writing that article was just because I hated to do anything that might seem distasteful to you. I finally came to the conclusion that it would be weakness on my part not to write it." Carnegie was temporarily mollified. He, too, was not ready to break off relations with a past and perhaps future president. "So glad to get your note," he wrote on May 24th. "Regretted I had broken out upon you. Dined with President last night. He's good-humored as ever and said Theodore hadn't quite grasped what we are after. He'll come out all right." Having apologized, Carnegie returned to the fray, attacking Roosevelt's contention that matters of honor might not always be amenable to peaceful arbitration. Correcting Roosevelt as if he were a naughty child, he informed him that all honor wounds are self-inflicted, my dear friend. That's where you are off, sure. If anything were bound to stiffen Roosevelt's resolve against the treaty, it was Carnegie's condescension. In a letter to the British diplomat Cecil Arthur Spring Rice, Roosevelt let his anger and contempt burn brightly. "The whole business is tainted by that noxious form of silliness which always accompanies the sentimental refusal to look facts in the face. The sentimentalist, by the way, is by no means always a decent creature to deal with. If Andrew Carnegie had employed his fortune and his time in doing justice to the steel workers who gave him his fortune, he would have accomplished 1,000 times what he has accomplished or ever can accomplish in connection with international peace. To his comrade in armaments, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, Roosevelt was no less damning of peace activists, in particular the man who had 2 years before paid for his African safari. At this moment, he wrote in September 1911, there is a very grave crisis in Europe, between Germany, France, and England over Morocco, and before the war clouds now gathering, all the peace and arbitration treaties and all the peace and arbitration societies and all the male shrieking sisterhood of Carnegies and the like are utterly powerless. Carnegie, of course, knew nothing of these letters and would continue his friendly correspondence with the ex-president, who would reply promptly and with courtesy to his "Dear Mr. Carnegie." Meanwhile, the damage had been done, though neither Carnegie nor Taft quite realized it yet. Both still basked in the enthusiasm with which the public and the press had initially greeted the idea of treaties of arbitration between the world's great powers. Carnegie took it upon himself to supply Taft with the logistical support he needed to lobby senators on behalf of the treaties. Working directly with Charles Hills, Taft's secretary and chief political adviser, he set aside $10,000 to pay for clergymen to travel to Washington and lobby their senators. If any other way of advancing the cause arises, he wrote Hills in mid-June 1911 from Skibo, please understand that you have only to apply to Mr. Franks, Carnegie's treasurer, and he has orders to honor your drafts. That June, as Secretary of State Knox began direct negotiations with Ambassador Bryce on the final form of a treaty of arbitration, Carnegie was almost apoplectic with excitement. "Shake, friend Morley, shake! I am the happiest mortal alive. Couldn't call snakes snake this morning if naming created things." Morley had no idea what his friend was ranting about. "I think my heavy labors must be turning my brain, for I cannot for the life of me satisfactorily interpret the enclosed wire. It was brought to me when I was hailed to the bench of the House of Lords, and I've been puzzling ever since to read the words of the oracle. Do tell me. Has it a bearing on some good news from USA? Anyhow, you would not have sent it if you had not been in tearing good spirits, and thereat I rejoice and will rejoice." Carnegie apologized by return mail. "Sorry, my telegram not understood. Thought you knew the celebrated American who, being elected, declared he felt so happy that he couldn't libel snakes by calling them by their real name. I had just heard that the race, our race, had agreed to banish war, the greatest step upward ever taken by any race since history began. Other nations will soon follow." Carnegie, dismissing Ambassador Bryce's warning that there might be trouble getting the treaty through the U.S. Senate, focused his attention instead on the British cabinet. To Bryce, Alexander Murray, the chief Liberal whip, Morley, and no doubt many others, he spread the rumor that the Germans were prepared to sign an arbitration treaty with the Americans, and might do so before the British did. "Impatient for cabinet action re-treaty," he wrote Murray. "Found note on arrival from White House. Germany in earnest. Truly it seems we are on the eve of unprecedented advance. German ambassador came over from Washington to attend presentation to me of a book containing signatures of officers of 2,600 German societies in America. Thanks for Hero Fund of Germany. He dined with us at our own home and told me he was in favor of the treaty. Since then he heard from Berlin. Yes, now my fear is that Germany may be first to execute. Imagine our race despoiled of its just leadership in abolishing war, and yet this is what cabinet delay endangers." His message to Sir John St. Lo Strachey of The Spectator was even more agitated. "A note from the White House received here upon my arrival yesterday informs me that it is quite true that Germany has applied. A few days before leaving New York, the German ambassador dined with us, and I know he was personally in favor of, and had no doubt recommended the treaty to his government. The greatest step forward ever taken in the history of man is to be taken in our day. I have been optimistic for a year, but never so much as today. You are way behind, my friend, in your forecast in this matter. Wake up! Doubting Thomas, wake up!" Carnegie's information was faulty in the extreme. The German government was much appreciative of his Hero Fund, that much was true, But there is no indication that the Foreign Office had any intention of entering into negotiations with the Americans on an arbitration treaty. On August 3, 1911, President Taft finally signed the first two treaties of arbitration, with Britain and with France. Treaty pen should be preserved, Carnegie cabled the White House. The next day he cabled Taft again with his congratulations. You have reached the summit of human glory. Countless ages are to honor and bless your name. The treaties were now formally submitted to the Senate for ratification. Roosevelt's early assault had left its scars, and Taft and Knox had not helped matters by attempting to elude Senate objections with a bit of wordplay. Struggling to find a way to bind the nation to arbitration without antagonizing the Senate, which believed it alone had the constitutional responsibility to determine whether or not an issue should be arbitrated, Knox had used the word justiciable to identify those types of disputes that were to be submitted to arbitration. If questions arose as to whether an issue was justiciable or not, as they were bound to as the term was undefined in the treaty, a bilateral commission composed of 3 nationals from each side was empowered to serve as an appeals court. If 5 of the 6 commissioners agreed that an issue was justiciable, it would be submitted to arbitration. One of the problems the Senate faced was attempting to figure out precisely what justiciable meant. The word had no standing in international law or diplomacy. On August 11th, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee issued its majority report on the treaties. Only the Senate, it declared, not a bilateral commission, could decide if and when an issue was justiciable. The majority's decision not to approve the treaty as written hit Carnegie like a thunderbolt. He had convinced himself that the nation was behind the treaties, as evidenced by the positive press coverage, and that the senators, sensing this, would quickly ratify them. His first reaction was to blame Taft and Knox for not appropriately consulting with and educating the senators before submitting the treaties. The result has been a surprise to me, he wrote Bryce, who had anticipated the committee's action. I had always been assured the Senate committee would be consulted as the various points touching its prerogatives were formed, and its counsels duly considered. The disappointment is too great to cause annoyance or wrath. It falls like a heavy, dull load of disaster which we must slowly surmount. It is a serious struggle to get 2/3 majority from a body that changes so slowly. Hope some compromise can be reached. There is so much at stake that we should not stand on forms. Carnegie was proposing compromise because he could not bear defeat. Taft, recognizing that his treaties were in trouble, asked that Senate action be postponed until December. He planned to take his case to the people in a 2-month speaking tour across 15,000 miles and 28 states. I am going to see, he wrote his son in August, if I cannot arouse the country. Carnegie and all the peace cranks are interested in this, as well as the church, and I am hopeful that we may set a fire under the senators which may change their views. Carnegie had from the very beginning expected that his endowment for international peace would do all it could to support Taft's treaties. Nicholas Murray Butler, the head of the endowment's division of intercourse and education, had prepared a publicity and educational campaign on behalf of ratification, but was overruled by Elihu Root, who was dead set against the endowment pursuing any program that involved it in partisan advocacy. Admiral A.T. Mann, with Roosevelt the most outspoken foe of the treaties, had already assailed subsidized agitation on behalf of ratification, a pointed reference to Carnegie in the Peace Society's campaign. Fearing that the endowment, which was still without a formal congressional charter of incorporation, might lose much of its potential influence if it was perceived as an agency of the Taft administration, Root argued, and Butler and Carnegie reluctantly agreed, that it should not participate in the campaign for treaty ratification. Carnegie was no doubt disappointed that the Peace Trust he had created to assist Taft would now have to sit out the battle for treaty ratification, but he had long ago decided not to overrule the men he had chosen to run his trusts. Root was the ablest president he had, a man committed to peace who understood national politics better than anyone alive. He would not contest his decision that the endowment remain neutral in the upcoming battle. Fortunately, Carnegie had enough money to fund pro-treaty campaigns through other organizations, like Nicholas Murray Butler's Citizens National Committee. Early in November, Carnegie wrote Charles Hills, Taft's secretary, to offer his personal assistance in pushing the treaties through the ratification process. In a subtle swipe at Taft's lack of political skills, he confessed that he had long felt that the president is too good for human nature's daily food. He should be much more careful than he has been. Carnegie knew better how to move a treaty through the Senate. I should like to have a talk with him and our friends generally over the situation. My feeling is that we should make the best terms possible with the Senate and pass that treaty. He then offered, unbidden, the language for a new amendment which he believed would meet the objections raised against the present one. All through November, Carnegie besieged Taft and Hills with letters, telegrams, copies of newspaper editorials, resolutions he had submitted to the New York Peace Society, and articles he had published in pamphlet form. On November 22nd, he took the train to Washington and personally counseled Taft to swallow his pride and agree to any compromise with the Senate that might lead to ratification of the treaties. May I venture to suggest that perhaps the surest way to secure favorable action upon peace treaty will be for you to invite the Foreign Relations Committee to dinner, and after dinner ask their cooperation in the great work. That they were not invited while treaty was being formed, as I understand they were to be, is something I cannot understand, but no doubt there were good reasons therefor. By late November, Carnegie was confident that the treaties would gain ratification, his confidence spiked by the belief that Taft would follow his advice. On November 25, 1911, his 76th birthday, he invited reporters to 91st Street, as he did every year. Andrew Carnegie felt so good today, the Washington Post reported the next day in a front-page story, that he trotted reporters around his home library and pointed out the trophies on its walls. The old man was even more voluble than usual. He gave forth countless axioms, predicted that Taft would be easily re-elected, offered his solutions to the trust problem, and advised his interviewers to marry young, give up drinking and smoking, and obey all the rules, whatever that meant. Everywhere I hear most encouraging news about the attitude of the people toward the arbitration treaties, he declared to a New York Times reporter on December 4th. The public sentiment in their favor has grown stronger day by day. New York City is to show itself in harmony with the rest of the country by holding a mass meeting in Carnegie Hall on December 12th to endorse them. Carnegie's optimism would be sorely tried. The Carnegie Hall rally that he had hoped would demonstrate New York City's support for the arbitration treaties backfired, as the New York Times reported in a front-page article on December 13th. The meeting had barely gotten underway before it was broken up by German-American hecklers, who insisted that the proposed arbitration treaties with France and Britain were anti-German. Andrew Carnegie, world leader of the peace movement, under whose immediate direction last night's meeting was attempted, was a sad-faced witness of it all. He was to have been one of the chief speakers. His time never came. When the disturbance began, he feebly tried to wave it down, but saw himself powerless. He sank back into his seat, murmuring to himself, and gave the meeting into other hands. All of Carnegie's efforts had come to naught. He had tried to enlist Democratic senators in favor of his treaty, but as the melee at Carnegie Hall demonstrated only too graphically, the opposition of German and Irish Americans to strengthened ties with Britain was impossible to overcome. Another sizable block of senators, these mostly Republicans, was siphoned off as it became clear that Roosevelt was running for the presidency and was going to use his opposition to the arbitration treaties as a campaign issue. Finally, in late December, Taft, who had said nothing to Carnegie about his plans, wrote to tell him that instead of agreeing to any compromise with the Senate, he thought it wise for us to go for the full treaties as they are. Don't let us give up in advance. Senator Lodge worried that the longer the battle over ratification went on, the more serious the split between the anti-treaty Roosevelt and pro-treaty Taft factions would become, proposed an amendment in late January 1912 that gave the Senate the right to cancel any proposed arbitration. Although both sides recognized that the amendment would, in effect, render the treaties toothless, Carnegie pressed Taft to approve it, rather than make arbitration an issue in his fight for the renomination. Taft declined. The issue of the treaties was now fatally intertwined with the issue of the Republican nomination for the president in 1912. The only way to push the treaty and the arbitration process forward was to guarantee that Taft was renominated and re-elected to a second term. In the midst of his campaign on behalf of Taft's arbitration treaties, Carnegie was visited at his home office by Dr. Maria Stopes, an academic paleontologist whom he had invited to tea. Dr. Stopes hoped to interest Carnegie in funding research on the scientific paleontological study of coal, which she claimed had practical applications. Carnegie listened to what she had to say, but nothing, Stopes recalled, could make him see paleobotany as a matter of importance. "Hotslossy," he said, "we dug coal before you were born, and none of you scientists make any difference to them digging it or ever will." When she asked for $250,000 to pursue her research, Carnegie wasted no time in giving his response. "Not a penny for it, but if you'd come to me with anything that would help keep the peace of the world, I'd give not $250,000 but a whole million, for you are a bright lassie. World peace is the greatest thing for us all now. I'll give almost anything to ye, if you bring me anything to help with that." After some talk about the aridness of science, he said to me with a sigh, "I have often wasted my money." And I replied with the candor of youth, "Yes, you have, Mr. Carnegie, but you won't waste it if you give it to me." He said, "You wait and come to me again when you can help the world." Chapter 40. Be of Good Cheer, 1912 to 1913. The Chairman. "Mr. Carnegie, you were engaged in the steel business in Pennsylvania and all over this country for a great many years?" Mr. Carnegie. "Yes, sir, from early youth, you might say." So opened the proceedings of the Committee of Investigation of the United States Steel Corporation on Wednesday, January 10, 1912. Augustus O. Stanley, Democrat from Kentucky, chaired the meeting. Andrew Carnegie sat at a small desk across from him. Between them was a stenographer. In October 1911, the Taft administration had filed suit against U.S. Steel, charging that it was in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. The House of Representatives organized a special investigating committee which called Andrew Carnegie as its first witness. Carnegie had aged a great deal in the 4 years since he had last been before a congressional committee. He looked almost shrunken, with very little flesh in his cheeks, his eyes sunk deep, his face dominated by the white beard. The proceedings began with the congressman and Carnegie in a rather jocular mood. When Chairman Stanley apologized for having issued Carnegie a subpoena, the witness joked that he was delighted to get that official document, to hand it down to my heirs. Laughter. The signature of Chairman Stanley will count for something. Laughter. The Chairman. "You honor me overmuch, Mr. Carnegie. There are so many people who have received that signature and did not like to see it that it is very gratifying to know that you treasure it." Mr. Carnegie. "Does that mean, Mr. Chairman, you have bills payable out to an amount of $1 million or $2? Laughter. "I might offer to help you out." Laughter. The Chairman. "It is unfortunately true that I am a very poor man and am head over heels in debt." Laughter. Mr. Carnegie. "Well, you are not a poor chairman, and that is the main thing. Would you take a library?" Laughter. As the hours wore on, the laughter dissipated. Pressed on some point or other which he was unable or unwilling to answer, Carnegie took to repeating again and again that, as an absentee partner who lived in New York City and spent up to 6 months a year in Europe, he had paid very little attention to the details of our business. He refused to answer dozens of questions, claiming that he did not remember or had never been apprised of the financial details of transactions conducted by his younger partners. When asked about the capitalization of his business concerns in the 1860s, he dismissed the question with a shrug. "Oh, my dear Mr. Chairman, I have no more idea of that than you have." Asked if he would take a guess, he refused to do so. "I do not like to guess. My memory, I am sorry to say, is not perfect. I have not been thinking about these things for 40 years, and the last 11 years of my life have been busier than any other 11 years. And so much has faded from my memory in regard to these old matters that I do not like to depend upon my memory." Though the subject of the hearing was U.S. Steel, with which Carnegie had no connection and no stock, he was asked repeatedly about the company's finances, policies, and personnel. He declined to answer any questions about the corporation that had absorbed Carnegie Steel or the men who ran it. When asked about steel rail prices by Congressman Augustus Gardner of Massachusetts, Carnegie turned to his attorney for assistance. Congressman Gardner interrupted him. Mr. Gardner, interposing, "You have answered the question. Judge Reed," J.H. Reed, Carnegie's attorney, "could not answer that question for you." Mr. Carnegie, "Aren't you rather unreasonable about that, Mr. Gardner?" Mr. Gardner, "In view of the examination for the last 2 days, I do not think I am, and I will say that frankly. When I ask you a direct question as to your opinion, you turn around to your counsel and ask him to tell you what your opinion is?" Carnegie, realizing he was running out of wiggle room, confronted the senator directly. "I was in business to make money. I was not a philanthropist at all. When rails were high, we got the highest prices we could get." Asked again if he thought that the rates he had been reported as charging were unfair, Carnegie responded that he did not think any profits are unfair. "If a man wants my steel rails at $50 a ton and he is satisfied to buy them and I to sell them, I see nothing unfair in that, do you?" When Gardner hemmed and hawed instead of answering Carnegie directly, the witness adroitly called attention to it. Mr. Carnegie, "I answered you the same way, so we are square. I think, sir, if you were in my position—" Mr. Gardner, "I am not in your position. I am examining you, and you are on the stand." Mr. Carnegie, "That is right, sir. I wish we had the places reversed. Have mercy." And this was how most of the 16 hours proceeded, with the congressman thrusting and Carnegie parrying. The line that brought the most attention, and certainly the biggest headlines, came when he described how he had bested John D. Rockefeller on his deal to lease iron ore mines in the Mesabi. One of the unintended and certainly unwanted consequences of Carnegie's return to the witness stand was the reappearance of James Bridge. In February of 1912, Bridge wrote Horace Harding, a Frick associate, that Carnegie had approached him at the hearings seeking reconciliation. "He has aged greatly, and at times his mentality shows such a falling off as to be pathetic. He said to me that he did not bear a grudge against a soul, and his desire to die at peace with his old associates was really pathetic." Carnegie and Bridge later met at one of Carnegie's clubs, where, again according to Bridge, Carnegie identified the errors in Inside History of the Carnegie Steel Company, and offered to treat Bridge very liberally and pay the costs for a new edition should Bridge correct those errors. Bridge contacted his publishers as well as Phipps and Schwab's to inform them that, at Carnegie's request, he was going to bring out a new edition. Carnegie, who despite Bridge's remarks was as sharp-witted as he had ever been, was furious when the news got back to him. He directed James Bertram to contact Bridge at once. "Mr. Carnegie understood your position is, when you learned the truth you felt impelled to rewrite parts of your book. Mr. Carnegie did not suggest you should do what was manifestly your duty to do, viz., correct mistakes." Bridge apologized and promised he would no longer claim that Carnegie had anything to do with his new edition, but asked if Carnegie or Bertram would read his page proofs. Carnegie directed Bertram to write Bridge again, this time in a way that could not be misunderstood. "Mr. Carnegie says that he can have nothing whatever to do with the revised edition of your book. He thinks the truth should be told, which, as he understood you, is that you are satisfied you were misled. It is an easy matter for you to tell your readers so frankly without reference to Mr. Carnegie. Mr. Carnegie says he is just home from Hot Springs and finds he will be fully occupied until the date of his sailing, and must beg of you to refrain from introducing the subject of your book." Bridge did not comply with the request. A month later he wrote Bertram and Carnegie again, this time asking for a new photograph. Bertram replied that neither he nor Carnegie saw anything wrong with the old one. Carnegie had celebrated his 76th birthday in November 1911. He was in good health, though he complained of a troublesome cold, the result, he thought, of too many evening engagements. Louise, who had turned 55 in the spring, was herself suffering from a touch of rheumatism. The Carnegies spent their winter vacation in 1912 at Lucy's estate on Cumberland Island, and then motored to Hot Springs, Arkansas, so that Louise could take the baths. Their time in Arkansas was, as Louise wrote a friend, anything but restful for me. As her husband descended into his 8th decade, she had become more and more preoccupied with his health. Everyone laughs when we say we are here for my benefit, on account of my high color, but what with callers for Mr. C's registered letters, doctor's instructions in regard to the care he needs, etc., it is hopeless for me to try and rest. Home is a perfect haven of rest in comparison. Though the arbitration treaties had been defeated and the Taft-Roosevelt imbroglio was growing uglier by the moment, Carnegie tried to remain upbeat. Rather than allowing the current state of affairs in the United States to discomfort him, he focused his attention on propping up his friend Morley's spirits. He had often reassured Morley that no matter how sorry the state of the world at the moment, he could take comfort in the fact that tomorrow would be brighter than today. In the spring of 1912, Morley needed more reassurance than usual. For more than a year, a series of escalating strikes had been ripping through Britain. In March 1912, some 850,000 coal miners had put down their tools, idling over 1 million workers in industries dependent on coal. "Sorry to see your troubles are serious, but it looks better this morning," Carnegie began his letter of March 23rd. "We live in stirring times, but all moving in the right direction, progress upward and onward. Madam greatly benefited, so am I, although there isn't much room for betterment in my case except 77 years, which cannot be lessened. Roosevelt grieves me deeply, but a Niagara will swell and overflow its banks. President Taft behaves as a gentleman should and is rapidly gaining. I wrote both and have their replies. Roosevelt friendly, very, but wild. Roosevelt's position upon peace treaty responsible for failure, so it is said. Until he became a candidate, agreement to pass treaty was satisfactory to all. But 2/3 majority is always uncertain. Am deluged with telegrams asking me to visit places and deliver my speech, but none of that for me. Although in New York I shall do my part. Cheer up, no use looking upon the dark side of things. Time enough to bid the devil good morning when you must. All's right with the world, or will be later. She's on the upward path. By the law of things, can't go backward, though it may have a jot or two now and then. The good things of this life should be and will be more evenly divided. All these troubles bound to evolve a higher civilization. Of this I am certain. And so good morning, my lord and my lady Morley." Carnegie and Louise returned to New York in early April for a month's hiatus before leaving for Scotland. Awaiting him at 91st Street was a proposal from John D. Rockefeller, Jr., for a cooperative philanthropic venture. We regrettably don't know any of the details. Carnegie turned it down with consummate grace and good humor. "We find as a rule that we cannot contribute even in a quiet way to a new cause without becoming involved in its operation, more or less. Were we to become equal partners and therefore responsible for the management of a new scheme, we should have to neglect other duties." He then launched into a paragraph in which he described proudly, almost as a new father would, how busy he was kept night and day by his several new movements. The hero funds scattered throughout Europe are now bringing us new duties. Library buildings in 2,300 communities bring considerable citizens calling here, not a few of them having further suggestions to make. 21 more library buildings and 58 church organs given yesterday, accumulated during our short holiday at Hot Springs. Every one of these cases requires preliminary correspondence and, believe me, very careful scrutiny. Of course, this is done by Mr. Bertram, but many cases have to be discussed by us. The Peace Fund disturbs our peace, etc., etc., and so with the others. Please excuse us and do give us credit for being hard-working, honest people trying to justify a living. If at any time we could trade ages with you and your dear wife, do not fail to apprise us. The sinking of the Titanic in April 1912 had a deep effect on ordinary folk on both sides of the Atlantic, but an especially horrific one on a veteran oceanic traveler like Carnegie. "Can't get the Titanic out of mind," he wrote his cousin Dodd on April 19th. He donated $5,000 to the relief fund set up by Mayor William Gaynor and delivered it with a letter which was published in the New York World on April 19th under the headline, "Ironmaster's Pithy Question Evokes Praise from Mayor Gaynor." What, Carnegie had asked, was the Titanic doing up among the ice when she had the whole Atlantic Ocean south open and free? This is the root of the matter. Passenger steamships should be compelled to keep far south below the range of icebergs at all seasons. Lifeboats are secondary to this vital requirement. Gaynor thanked Carnegie for his contribution and praised him for, as usual, hitting the nail exactly on the head. Though the arbitration treaties were by this time dead in the water, Carnegie refused to give up hope. He had urged Taft to try to get the best compromise he could and then sign whatever the Senate passed. Better a weakened treaty than nothing at all. In late March, President Taft, by personal letter, informed Carnegie that he was not taking his advice, but was going to veto the heavily amended treaties. He preferred to take the issue to the people in the upcoming presidential election. Carnegie thought this unwise. There is no escape from the general impression that we have not managed the treaties well. The less said in the coming campaign upon this, the better. The political situation was rapidly deteriorating for the Republicans. The split in the party between those loyal to Roosevelt and those who believed Taft should be given a second term could not be papered over, but grew wider and deeper. Carnegie did his best to save his party from disaster. With blind self-confidence and no understanding of the contempt with which each candidate referred to him behind his back, he attempted to use what he thought were cordial relationships with both to get them to bury their hatchets. The leading culprit in the drama was, in his estimation, Theodore Roosevelt. "Cannot get over Roosevelt's candidacy," he had written Morley in late February. "It isn't fair. Taft should have his second term. To see you and your protege each struggling for the nomination overwhelms me," he wrote Roosevelt on March 1st, "both men to whom I have become deeply attached for their virtues. I am saddened as I have never had cause to be for you as for your successor. Both are to be pitied. Being the noble men you are, the situation for both must be deplorable, I should think unendurable. What a service would that man render who could induce you and the President to meet face to face and just let your hearts speak. It is not too late. You are both big enough to discard mean, petty trifles and renew your idyllic relations before history records you as fools, or worse." Roosevelt's response was suffused with barely repressed anger at the man in the White House and the white-bearded fool who defended him. "You oblige me to speak frankly by what you say about Mr. Taft. I would not say this for publication. I have never been so bitterly disappointed in any man. I care not one whit as to his attitude toward me, but I care immensely as to his attitude toward the people. He has completely reversed the position he held when he was my lieutenant." Carnegie retreated momentarily. "Thanks for your kind letter," he replied. "Had I known your quarrel was political, I should not have written you such a note." He had, he explained, assumed that Roosevelt and Taft were friends as well as patron and pupil, and had tried to call upon that friendship to settle their dispute. He stood corrected now, but disturbed nonetheless at Roosevelt's intransigence. Sensing that he could do no more, he washed his hands of the matter, though not before informing Roosevelt that he had yesterday denied a report that I was one of your financial supporters in the presidential primary campaign against Taft for the Republican nomination. His letter closed on a rather desperate note of strained optimism. "No more of this. It will work out somehow. The Republic is invulnerable." "I am mourning over the pitiable disagreement of Roosevelt and Taft," Carnegie wrote Morley in mid-May. "Have declared they both should be spanked. Roosevelt wrong in not agreeing second term for president who has done so well. Roosevelt and Niagara quite true, both uncontrollable." While increasingly angry at Taft's mismanagement of the arbitration treaty in the Senate, Carnegie supported him nonetheless with unsolicited campaign advice and money. "Some time ago I suggested to the President," he wrote Taft's campaign director in mid-May, "that a statement of his triumphs and those of his cabinet could not but impress the thoughtful voter. He agreed, and being asked if he knew the best man to prepare it, he suggested Mr. Loop, Francis E. Loop, a political journalist, whose work I send. Now, if the President be nominated, perhaps it may be deemed advisable to print and circulate this paper and send it freely through the doubtful states. I have told Franks to send $25,000 to the Treasurer as my contribution to the campaign, provided my candidate is nominated, and you can use part of this to pay for distribution of leaflet. I shall mourn and rage had been penciled into the typewritten letter, indeed, if the President be defrauded of the second term he so richly deserves." 5 days later, on May 22nd, before sailing for Europe, Carnegie wrote Taft a final letter. glad to get away. Our country is humiliated by the present canvass. The contest between Taft and Roosevelt supporters. I shall still hope that you control the convention. I am convinced the tide is running strongly in your favor. And indeed it was. Taft easily won renomination in Chicago. Carnegie, delighted with the outcome, contributed another $75,000, several $1 million today, for the national campaign. The Carnegies returned from Skibo in late October so that Carnegie might, as he told the press, cast a ballot for Mr. Taft. He denied the rumors that he had decided to become a British subject and retire to the rugged fastness of Skibo Castle. I wouldn't exchange my American citizenship for a pass to paradise, even if the pass was marked good for a return trip. 2 weeks later, Woodrow Wilson was elected president. Carnegie was neither surprised nor particularly aggrieved. Having done my best to elect President Taft to the second term, I now find myself impelled to congratulate you, he wrote Wilson, wasting no time in trying to enlist him to succeed Roosevelt and Taft as a partner for peace. My friends for international peace have not forgotten your reply to my circular letter, during the campaign for Senate approval of Taft's arbitration treaties, addressed to 7 leading Democrats, yourself among the number, all of whom rose above partisanship to statesmanship when a great cause presented itself. Britain, France, Germany stood ready to sign the treaty, but alas, it miscarried. Some day I hope to be permitted to tell you why it miscarried. What the fates have in store for you is unknown. Perhaps you are destined to succeed in banishing war between the most enlightened nations, where President Taft failed. I think I know why. Carnegie's cryptic messages about the inside story of Taft's failure were designed to let the new president know how valuable the white-bearded Scotsman might be as an adviser. He closed his letter, as usual, with some flattery of the man who was now to occupy the White House. I am sincerely your admirer and cannot help it. The election has not surprised many, he wrote Morley on November 7th. Roosevelt's power for mischief unlimited. Taft is as jolly as ever, breakfasted with him last week. Have written Wilson, of course, a nice letter. You know he is on board university professors, Carnegie's Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, Trust, and has been at Skibo with his wife. He is for peace and will, I think, manage better than Taft, who really failed in treaty through poor management. He closed his usual chatty, disjointed name-dropping letter by announcing that he was going that morning to arrange transfer of bonds to my executors, New York Carnegie Association, keeping a few to myself for extra calls, shall die poor according to the gospel of wealth. It had dawned on Carnegie the year before that, try as he might, he was not going to be able to personally dispose of his fortune in his lifetime. He had been defeated in the end by the inexorable logic of compound interest. In the spring of 1911 he had drafted a new will and made provision to put the remainder of his estate in trust. When he showed the document to Elihu Root, Root warned him against trying to be his own lawyer, and suggested that instead of establishing a trust to take effect after his death, he create and endow one during his lifetime. This was the genesis of the Carnegie Corporation of New York, the largest Carnegie Trust, and indeed the largest philanthropic trust in history to that point. The corporation was officially organized on November 10, 1911, with an endowment of $25 million, close to $8 billion today, and considerable fanfare. The New York Times and papers across the country hailed the latest Carnegie gift on their front pages. John D. Rockefeller cabled his congratulations. May your life be spared for many years with health and happiness. Carnegie graciously replied that Rockefeller's telegram gave me unusual pleasure. You and I are in the same boat, finding that it is harder to administer than to make dollars. But I think I have really found the best possible solution for the future usefulness of what I shall leave behind me. The new corporation was the only trust he intended to run by himself. When Mr. Carnegie formed the Carnegie Corporation, Henry Pritchett, an original trustee and later acting president, explained, he simply incorporated himself. Carnegie named himself the corporation's first president, arranged for all trustee meetings and business to be transacted from 91st Street, and appointed his bookkeeper, Robert Franks, as treasurer, and James Bertram as secretary. Elihu Root, the corporation's first vice president and the only officer not employed by Carnegie, was also named to the 8-member board of trustees. The other trustees were the presidents of Carnegie's U.S. trusts. Carnegie intended to keep transferring gold bonds from his vault at the Home Trust Company to the corporation until there were none left. Louise was not going to be a pauper. She had well over $1 million in assets and would inherit Carnegie's real estate. But neither was she going to inherit the size of fortune that other robber barons bequeathed to their wives. In accepting the gift, the trustees graciously acknowledged that fact by thanking Mrs. Carnegie and Miss Margaret Carnegie, who, with cheerful and active sympathy, have approved and promoted the diversion of a vast fortune from the ordinary channels of family distribution to the benefit of mankind. Carnegie would live his final years in disappointment that he had not met his lifelong goal of giving away all his money personally. But he had, in leaving it to the corporation, come close. For the first few years, while the corporation was still under the control of Carnegie, Bertram, and Franks, and housed at 91st Street, Carnegie used it to make the kinds of grants that he and Bertram had been handling by themselves, mostly gifts for libraries, church organs, and colleges. Only after Elihu Root became president on Carnegie's death in 1919 did the corporation move into other areas. Carnegie had already anticipated this and given the trustees the broadest possible charter to spend his money to promote the advancement and diffusion of knowledge and understanding as they saw fit. The initial bequest of $25 million made hardly a dent in Carnegie's holdings. On January 14, 1912, the New York Times, in a Sunday magazine article entitled, "What is Andrew Carnegie Really Worth?" estimated that his fortune was nearly what it had been on his retirement, over $200 million and probably near $250 million. The newspaper was not far off. There remained in the vault of the Home Trust Company in Hoboken some $150 million, almost $50 billion today, in U.S. Steel gold bonds. While Carnegie had been giving away between $10 and $20 million a year, he had been earning back between $13 and $20 million in interest. 2 days after the New York Times article, Carnegie transferred an additional $75 million in gold bonds from his personal account to the corporation. In October, he gave away another $25 million. Early in 1913, having decided that he needed to set up a comparable organization for the United Kingdom, he asked Root to transfer $10 million from the New York chartered Carnegie Corporation for this purpose. When Root replied that such a transfer would violate the corporation's charter, Carnegie took $10 million from his private holdings to endow the United Kingdom Trust. On November 25, 1912, Andrew Carnegie celebrated his 77th birthday with a stroll in his garden, after which he repaired to his library to read the hundreds of letters of congratulation that had arrived that day. In the afternoon, he invited the reporters, as had become customary on his birthday, to join him for a conversation. "I'm feeling young indeed," was his response to their congratulations when he entered his library. "Why shouldn't I, when I see so much good all about me? The earth becomes more of a heaven to me every year. Every year I get a higher opinion of the human race, because I know so many more men and women who have attained almost angelic heights." In a wide-ranging interview, Carnegie explained that the Hero Fund was his favorite philanthropy because he had thought of it on his own, and it had been so successful that he had expanded it to Canada, Great Britain, Germany, Belgium, Holland, Norway, Sweden, and Italy. "The reports that I get from all these countries are the best medicine that can be administered to any man. It keeps me young." Carnegie's protestations of unalloyed joy at being alive and having finally succeeded in disposing of his fortune were his way of whistling away his anxieties. His age was finally beginning to catch up with him. He was noticeably frail, having trouble with his knees, catching colds more often, and no longer nimble on his feet. His friends and political contacts had aged along with him and no longer occupied important government posts. Campbell Bannerman had died in 1908. Carnegie had established a correspondence with Herbert Asquith, his successor, but Asquith, born in 1852, had no intention of forging as close a relationship to Carnegie as the previous generation of liberals had. The same process was at work in Washington. Woodrow Wilson and his Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan, replied courteously to Carnegie's letters, but they did not invite him to luncheon or dinner or to one-on-one conversations as their predecessors had. He would never again exercise the influence he had enjoyed, or thought he had enjoyed, in Washington and London. He understood now that with the defeat of Taft's arbitration treaties, the exit of the Republicans from the State Department and the diplomatic corps, and James Bryce's resignation as ambassador to the United States, an opportunity had passed that might not soon return. "I hoped your crowning glory was to be the treaty," he wrote Bryce in November 1912. "It will come some day. I, like you, have my greatest of all disappointments of my life. What we have lost. When will the gods give us such a chance again? Well, let us hope. Never give up. It will come some day." He tried his best not to hold Taft responsible for the failure of the treaty, but could not in the end help himself. What he refused to recognize was that no matter how carefully the arbitration treaties might have been drafted, and no matter how scrupulously the administration might have prepared the groundwork for ratification, the treaties were not going to get the two-thirds vote required in the Senate. As Roosevelt and Hay had discovered a decade earlier, and Woodrow Wilson would learn a few years hence, the U.S. Senate in the first quarter of the 20th century was not inclined to cede its prerogatives to make treaties and declare war. This truth was too terrible for Carnegie to look in the face. As usual, he preferred to search for scapegoats, and found them in the persons of Taft and his Secretary of State, Philander Knox. On December 12th, he and Louise joined the Tafts and the Cabinet for a special farewell dinner. 3 days later, back in New York on a Sunday, the day he devoted to letter writing, he unburdened himself. "Why did you fail?" he wrote Taft accusatorily. Then he answered his own question, accusing Taft and Knox of killing the treaties by not consulting in advance with the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Lest they bungle another diplomatic initiative, Carnegie urged the president, who would remain in office as a lame duck until March, to begin discussions at once with the Senate over the proposed and highly contentious Panama Canal Treaty. Taft did not answer Carnegie's letter directly, but sent it to Knox with the note, "Isn't it pleasant to be told how it could have been done?" Knox was even more outraged than the president at Carnegie's presumption that he knew best how to conduct the nation's business. "As an exhibition of ignorance, mendacity, and impudence," Knox wrote Taft, "this communication of Mr. Carnegie's is quite up to his well-known and well-deserved international reputation for these mental and moral failings. It should be appropriately tagged and filed and given no further attention." Knox closed his letter with a 16th-century Latin verse, "Melinore verba lactis, fel in corde fraus infactus." A honeyed mouth with milky words hides a heart filled with gall and evil deeds. Carnegie, like the voters, having lost faith in Taft, turned his attention to the president-elect. "Carnegie now looks to Wilson for peace," the New York Times reported in a January 25, 1913 article. "Regrets bad record of past year, but is strong in predicting change." In a speech before a joint meeting of the New York Peace Society and the Civic Forum at Carnegie Hall, Mr. Carnegie asserted his conviction that the end of war was in sight, and expressed the greatest confidence in the attitude which President-elect Wilson would assume on going into office. He was as intently focused on the threat of war as he had ever been. In the scrapbook of cartoons and Carnegie greeting cards assembled by Margaret Barclay Wilson and donated to the Carnegie Library of Pittsburgh is a painting of a family scene with a young girl standing on a chair hugging her father in uniform. The caption reads, "Daddy, are you going to kill some other little girl's father?" Beneath the painting in Carnegie's handwriting is written, "Merry Christmas 1913, and we pause for a reply." In April, Carnegie formally welcomed Woodrow Wilson to the presidency. He had been inaugurated the month before, with unsolicited advice on how he might quell the anti-Japanese agitation in California. Like a child seeking to impress his teacher on the first day of a new school year, Carnegie made sure the new president knew that he had been a major advisor to President Roosevelt on this subject. He concluded his letter with a bit of flattery, as was his practice in communicating with the White House. "I watch you progress, for progressing you are, with deep interest, and am sanguine of your success." He then added that he was now a proponent of the progressive income tax. "Citizens should pay taxes in proportion to their ability to do so. Millionaires have undoubted ability to pay. I send you copy of the Gospel of Wealth. Roosevelt's reply to copy sent him when he advocated increased taxation was, I am much struck with the fact that 17 years ago you had it all. In early May, Carnegie took the train to St. Louis to give the keynote address at the 4th Annual American Peace Congress. Again he saluted Woodrow Wilson and Secretary of State Bryan, and again he closed his speech by calling on friends of peace to be of good cheer. This savage crime of killing man is soon to become a crime of the past. It was almost as if he were stuck in a time warp, continually revisiting the past, still calling for naval disarmament and arbitration treaties, still looking to lead the nations of the world into a league of peace. Greeting reporters at the pier as he and his family sailed for Europe on May 25th, he announced that he planned to make 2 special trips to the continent that summer, one to visit the Kaiser in Berlin and deliver a memorial to him from the American Peace Society, the other to The Hague. He was, it appeared, returning to the place he had occupied 3 years earlier when he proclaimed the Kaiser a man of destiny and dispatched Roosevelt to meet with him. On June 8th, he published an article in the New York Times Sunday magazine headlined, Kaiser Wilhelm II, Peacemaker by Andrew Carnegie. The civilized world this day bows reverently before you, writes the American peace advocate, in congratulating the Emperor on the occasion of his Jubilee celebration. Much of the article recapitulated Carnegie's prior dealings with the Kaiser and explained how impressed the Kaiser had been with Carnegie's speeches and articles on peace. While tooting his own horn, as he could never refrain from doing on such occasions, Carnegie also reminded his readers that, for 25 years, Wilhelm II has reigned in unbroken peace over the most powerful military nation of the world, surrounded by neighboring, less powerful nations. Never has he drawn sword or threatened to draw it. On the contrary, he has labored always to preserve the peace and has triumphed. The Carnegies arrived in Berlin on June 14th. Everyone wants to see Carnegie, the Los Angeles Times reported on June 16th. Everyone wants to talk to this Kaiser der Industrie. Carnegie, his wife and daughter occupy the royal suite at the Adlon. They were invited to become the personal guests of the Kaiser. But the great American likes to be independent, and as he says himself, he wants to see everything that is going to happen with the freedom of an American visitor. 2 days later, Carnegie attended the official state dinner marking the Kaiser's 25-year jubilee. It was, he remarked the following morning, the most glittering function of my life. The New York Times, reporting on the event on June 19th, noted that Carnegie had been the only man in plain evening clothes. Placed with his back to the tables where the Kaiser and his bejeweled fellow sovereigns were seated, the white-haired little man in somber black was the cynosure of all eyes. Everybody wanted him pointed out. He was taken in tow after the dinner by the Kaiser's chief aide-de-camp, who led him to the balcony where the Kaiser's own party was assembled. The Kaiserin, as well as the Crown Prince, asked to have Mr. Carnegie presented to them, and engaged with him in conversation for several minutes. The Kaiser, too, found time to say several pleasant things to him. The morning after the state dinner, the Carnegies left for a trip through the Alps along the route Louise Whitfield had traveled with her parents when she was 16. Margaret's age in 1913. They stopped in Paris, where, once again, Mr. Carnegie quickly occupied the center of attention. Andrew Carnegie has been the conspicuous figure in the life of Paris this week, the New York Times reported by cable on July 5th. For 3 days, the city talked of nothing but the Ironmaster, who was feted by nearly a dozen different organizations and had receptions given him by a number of leading Frenchmen from President Raymond Poincaré downward. Though Carnegie may have been politic enough not to praise the German Kaiser too loudly in Paris, he started all over again in late August when he visited The Hague for the opening of the Peace Palace built with his funds, and unveiled a bust of Sir Randall Cremer, a British peace activist. After reciting a paragraph from a biography of Cremer, Carnegie soared into his stump speech on disarmament and a league of peace, punctuating it again by reference to the Kaiser, whom he implored, as he had Roosevelt before him, to convene an international peace conference. Carnegie returned to the United States in October almost giddy with optimism. The day on which he had been honored for his contribution to peace at The Hague, Louise would later recall in her diary, had been perhaps the greatest of Andrew's life. On November 25th, the reporters who visited him in his library to celebrate his birthday found him nearly bouncing with joy. at the dawn of his 79th year. "How on earth do you expect a youngster like me to know anything about the so-called joys and delights of old age?" asked Mr. Carnegie, "when I am feeling as young and chipper as any one of you young men. As a matter of fact, I am just exactly 78 years young, and that is all there is to that. But," added Mr. Carnegie, and he was a bit solemn, "I have passed another milestone, and I am not keen on going ahead too fast. This earth of ours is such a heaven to me that I want to stay here just as long as I can." Carnegie's reveries were interrupted by a question about Mexico. Back in May 1911, rebels had toppled the government of Porfirio Diaz in a nearly bloodless revolution. The new president, Francisco Madero, had barely begun to institute the reforms he had promised before he was assassinated by his chief lieutenant, Victoriano Huerta. Armed resistance to the new government was organized in the South and in the North. The European powers recognized Huerta's government, but the United States put off doing so. As civil war intensified, President Wilson denounced Huerta, outlawed the sale of arms to Mexico, and after an unsuccessful attempt at mediation, pursued what the newspapers referred to as a policy of watchful waiting. In October 1913, the British affirmed their recognition of the Huerta government, enraging Wilson, who stepped up his criticism of the Mexican president. While refusing to publicly criticize President Wilson, Carnegie told the reporters that he considered the political turmoil in Mexico a family affair of the Mexicans, and I don't see that we have any right to interfere. Asked to comment on Wilson's increasingly bellicose anti-Huerta rhetoric, Carnegie declined. Mexico, the reporter concluded, did not fit in with the well-known peace views of Mr. Carnegie, and so at the first opportunity he switched the talk to matters nearer home. Though he did not comment on it in public, Carnegie had earlier that month sent Wilson a long letter of advice on the Mexican situation. He prefaced his position paper with the same sort of quasi-apologetic statement he had earlier employed in communicating with Presidents Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, and Taft. "My ardent wish for your continued success must be my apology for troubling you." After reciting his credentials as an expert on Mexico, his attendance at the first Pan American Conference, and his recent award of a gold medal at the last Pan American Conference by a unanimous vote of representatives of more than 160 million, he beseeched the president to set aside any thoughts of invading Mexico. "Mexicans will not approve the stranger invading her land, even to right her wrongs. If I were you, I'd let Mexico manage her own destiny. When other nations recognized Huerta, I would have followed them." While Wilson threatened Mexico with invasion and war clouds gathered over the Balkans, Carnegie celebrated the imminent arrival of world peace. "We send this New Year greeting January 1st, 1914, strong in the faith that international peace is soon to prevail. Be of good cheer, kind friend, it's coming yet for a that, when man to man the world o'er shall brothers be unto that." Chapter 41, 1914. "I am not a strict vegetarian nor a great meat-eater," Carnegie responded in January 1914 to one of the hundreds of letters sent him. "Just in the middle, neither too much nor too little. I am an abstainer, no liquor except my doctor prescribes a half-glass of the very best Scotch whiskey, and this I take at lunch and dinner, no wine or beer." He had become an all-purpose expert, willing to dispense advice on just about any topic, to anonymous correspondents, newspaper reporters, politicians, and presidents. In February 1914, reconciled to the fact that his endowment for international peace would never be able to take the advocacy role he had envisioned for it, Carnegie endowed a second peace society, this one dedicated to activism as well as education. His friend and colleague Frederick Lynch had remarked that clergymen active in the peace campaign never had sufficient funding to pursue their work. Carnegie, intrigued, asked Lynch if he could assemble an ecumenical group of 50 or 60 churchmen, including rabbis. Lynch did so, and Carnegie, after consulting with Louise's pastor, gave the group, which became known as the Church Peace Union, a $2 million grant from his newly established Carnegie Corporation. The Church Peace Union is still in existence, but is now known as the Carnegie Council on Ethics and International Affairs. The trustees of the new Peace Society were invited to lunch with Carnegie on February 10th. They approved 2 peace and disarmament resolutions which were sent to each sovereign, president, prime minister, minister of foreign relations, president of legislature, and other high officials of the world powers, and to the clergy of Germany, Great Britain, and the United States. Lynch, who had worked with Carnegie for many years, recalled later that he had never taken more delight in any of his gifts than in this child of his later years. After all the trustees had gone, he and I went into the library together, and he put his arm about my neck and said, "Hasn't it been a great day? And what a splendid lot of men we've got there. They can do anything." Planning began at once for an international conference to be held in Germany the following August. There was one cloud on the horizon. In February 1914, Carnegie wrote to thank Woodrow Wilson for a recent letter which he insisted he was going to put into my president's drawer. Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft, all there for the future, none more valued than yours. He added a P.S. as long as the letter on Mexico, Mexico, the only danger. Though he fervently hoped the president would take his advice and resist the temptation to invade, if the circumstances should warrant it and intervention became necessary, Carnegie offered his assistance in securing the support of the Latin American republics. In March 1914, Carnegie, instead of returning to Cumberland Island and Hot Springs for Margaret's Easter break from Miss Spence's school, spent extra time in Washington, then sailed along the Potomac River to Chesapeake Bay for a few days' visit at Hampton Normal and Agricultural Institute, today Hampton University. "I've been on the go, so many resolutions presented and meetings I could not refuse." Spring was finally, he wrote Morley in his Sunday letter on March 29th, poking up its head. "Weather here fine at least. Snowdrifts all gone through the city. Our garden alive, roots shooting up everywhere, and robins here. Now for my morning stroll in it. Madam and Margaret at church. Latter 17 tomorrow. A young lady already, and a wise one, but bossy rather, but always the lady like her saintly mother." In April, he and Louise planned to go to Pittsburgh for an event at his Carnegie Institute, now grown a gigantic affair, 300 students males, 250 women, and still they come and we keep on building. In early April, he visited with Woodrow Wilson at the White House. President Wilson, asked at an April 9th press conference what Carnegie wanted, replied that he didn't want anything. He is quite removed from want. No, it was entirely a friendly visit. He was passing through and he came in to pay his compliments. He didn't ask a thing or discuss a single public question. That same day, 7 American sailors on shore leave in Tampico, Mexico, were arrested by an officer of the Huerta government. The Wilson government dispatched 7,000 Marines to seize the port city of Veracruz. Carnegie, though aghast at Wilson's action and frightened that the landing was but the first step in a full-scale invasion, refrained from publicly criticizing the new president. "Numerous telegrams tell me of proposed meetings to protest against war," he cabled Wilson, "to which I have replied that this is not yet in order. We must wait." Contacted by the New York World, Carnegie both praised Wilson as a friend of peace and cautioned him publicly against drawing the nation into a war which would make enemies of every South American republic. "We cannot expect our sister republics to see our giant republic interfering with any one of them without arousing all of them against us." On April 24th, having received no response from the president to his letters, Carnegie wrote Joseph Tumulty, Wilson's personal secretary, to plead again for an end to the military action in Mexico. "I repeat that unless some way is found to obtain an armistice, we become the distrusted neighbor of all our southern sister nations." His tone was one of desperation. Today it is easy to predict that unless the president gets release from some quarter, his noble resolve to avoid war will soon pass, and history is to record his failure with years of unexpected, humiliating, barbarous, and unnecessary war staining his otherwise noble record. My intense regard and admiration for him as a man of the highest aims is my only excuse for this intrusion, which shall probably be the last, for the sands of time are running down fast. That same evening, Carnegie received his reply from the White House in the form of a telegram delivered to his first-tier Carnegie Hall box, stage right, where he was listening to the Oratorio Society's last concert of the season. Carnegie read the telegram, then, without a word to his wife, ran downstairs to the orchestra level and made his way to the stage door entrance. The chorus had just completed its final piece before intermission. As the applause died down and the conductor bowed to the audience, a tiny man with a white beard walked onto the stage through an opening in the middle of the risers where the singers were seated. The audience, recognizing that it was Andrew Carnegie, applauded him generously. Holding the telegram in his hand and almost out of breath, he bowed. "Behold, I bring you good tidings," he exclaimed excitedly. "This is the happiest moment of my life. War has been averted at the last moment. There will be no more hostilities." He continued on for a full 15 minutes, segueing effortlessly into praise for the Oratorio Society before turning to the chorus behind him on the stage. "This news about the Mexican situation has put me in such fine spirits that each of you ladies in the chorus looks like an angel of peace to me." Then he shook hands with the conductor and left the stage. Frederick Lynch, who was in the audience, made his way to Carnegie's box and arrived there just before he did. When he came in, he was as happy as a child, all radiant. "Isn't it great news?" he said at once. The music began, and I went back to my chair, leaving Mr. Carnegie with eyes closed and Mexico and everything else forgotten. Carnegie's joy was premature. There would be no imminent war with Mexico, but Veracruz remained occupied by American troops. All through May, Carnegie bombarded the president and his secretary with letters urging that American forces be withdrawn from Mexico. "Please excuse me," he wrote Tumulty on May 7th, "but I feel as though I had the closest and dearest friend on earth in jeopardy. I wish to be candid. It takes a great man to acknowledge his mistake, but such a man I credit the president with being." On May 21st, before embarking for Europe, he wrote Wilson one last time. "I leave for the moors Saturday morning feeling that you are in grave danger. Your interview in Philadelphia Saturday past, if correctly reported, commits you to the task of righting Mexico's wrongs. I tremble, seeing you as it were on the brink of a precipice where one misstep brings such disaster to our country as the Civil War alone entailed. My hope is that you will soon see that our departure from Mexico, having tried our best to promote peace by friendly counsel but not by war, is our duty, for it is true that real progress in civilization comes from the abused masses below, not from the rulers of foreign countries. Numerous engagements call me abroad, but my thoughts will be in Washington, hoping that the kind fates will open the path of withdrawal for you in peace." That same day, in a second letter, this one formally addressed and typewritten, Carnegie responded to Wilson's request that he donate funds to Berea College in the Kentucky hills. Wilson had appealed to Carnegie to do for Southern whites, this great mass of people of our own stock and traditions, at least as much as he had done for the Southern Negroes. The South and the nation will certainly appreciate such action. Carnegie answered that he would be glad to ask the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching to examine the problem and report back to him. The two men had tacitly agreed that their disagreement over Mexico was not going to interfere with possible cooperation in other areas. "You may be sure that your recommendation of the greatness of this cause gives it high importance in my eyes, not only because it is from the President of the United States, but because it comes from one who has an expert knowledge of education." In late July, the three Carnegies prepared to break away from the castle at Skibo and their round of visitors for 3 weeks at their cottage on the Shin River. Andrew had returned to the autobiography he had been working on in fits and starts since 1889. 600 pages of The Story of a Scotch Lad had, as Carnegie wrote Gladstone in 1891, been dictated to a clever stenographer at Cluny and then laid aside for some future editor, I trust a discreet one, to condense. In the winter of 1897, Carnegie hired James Bertram in large part to help him with his memoirs. The project was put away for another 14 years until, prodded by Louise, Carnegie returned to it in the summer of 1911. He hoped to be able to bring his manuscript up to the present and finish it during the family's monthly retreat at Auchendyke in 1914. The autobiography would never be finished by Carnegie. The book that was eventually published was assembled posthumously by an editor chosen by Louise Carnegie. On June 28, 1914, as the Carnegies were leaving the castle for their cottage, Archduke Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary was assassinated during a state visit to Sarajevo. There is no mention of the event in Carnegie's correspondence, no doubt because he, like so many others, could not possibly imagine that this event would lead to world war. On July 23rd, as Carnegie worked on the final pages of his autobiography, The Austro-Hungarian government delivered an ultimatum to Serbia, demanding, among other things, that Austrian police and state officials be permitted to enter Serbia to apprehend the assassins and suppress anti-Austrian activities. On July 25th, the Serbian government mobilized an army and declared that it would comply with all demands in the Austrian ultimatum that did not impair its independence and sovereignty. The Serbs suggested that disputed items in the ultimatum be submitted to arbitration at The Hague. On July 28th, Austria refused arbitration and declared war on Serbia. On July 29th, the Tsar ordered the Russian army to mobilize against Austria in defense of Russia's ally, Serbia. On August 1st, Germany, Austria's ally, declared war on Serbia's ally, Russia. France, an ally of Russia, mobilized its army. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France and poured troops into neutral Belgium. At 11 p.m., Britain declared war on Germany. That day, or perhaps early on the next, the Carnegies received an unexpected visit from the Reverend Robert Ritchie, the local minister and friend of the family. Ritchie wanted Carnegie to hear from him, not from the newspapers, that Britain had gone to war. As Burton Hendrick tells the story, Carnegie received Ritchie's news with incredulity. As always, when the laird was excited, he began pacing up and down the room. "It can't be true," he kept saying. "Are you sure it is true?" Then he would burst out, "Can't America do something to stop it?" The family returned at once to Skibo, where the next day Carnegie received a letter from John Morley, who was at the time a member of the Liberal cabinet. Morley agreed wholeheartedly that the Germans had no business invading neutral Belgium. But he also believed that this was insufficient casus belli to set off a European war of all against all. "My good friend, you will tomorrow see in the papers, I expect, that I have left the government. You may be sure that the strain of the last 5 days has been severe. I have taken my best pains to come to a right and sensible conclusion, and you will know that I do not leave Asquith, who has been my friend for 30 years, without a moral pang. As we shall meet on Monday next, I won't go into details now. But what a black panorama! To nobody will it seem blacker than to you. Hell in full blast. This is a sorrowful night for me, probably the last of my public life, but I am in good nerve." Carnegie's immediate concern may have been his Church Peace Union, which was at the time holding its first annual conference in Germany, with a number of British citizens, including members of Parliament, among the participants. Fortunately for all, the German government offered British and American delegates safe passage to the border. Lynch telegrammed Carnegie from London to ask for funds to provide for the 40 Americans. Morley arrived at Skibo the week after his resignation, and the two dear friends tried to make sense of their world gone mad. Carnegie respected and admired Morley's decision to resign, but he himself declined to join the protest against the war. "Protest today useless," he declared in an open letter published in the Times of London on August 8th. "We advocates of heavenly peace and foes of hellish war must not fail to expose and denounce the guilty originators thereof." The British government, he concluded, was in honor bound to protect Belgium and declare war on Germany. The Carnegies would not remain at Skibo. The British Admiralty had decided to set up a North Sea base at the Duke of Sutherland's residence nearby. Horses and men were being requisitioned daily. The war was too close. "We are in perilous times," Carnegie wrote his friend and solicitor John Ross in Dunfermline on August 17th. "Our horses, traps, etc. commandeered. Our territorials ditto. All the household servants included, steadily at work, sewing and knitting for the army. It is all too sad to contemplate, but we can indulge the hope that out of this eruption there is to spring the resolve to form an organization among the nations to prevent war hereafter." What must have been especially disheartening for Carnegie was the excitement and enthusiasm with which the British volunteers, including the men of the Highlands, looked forward to crossing the Channel to repel the Boche from Belgium. Though war had been declared and the troops mobilized, Carnegie clutched at the false hope that somehow the Americans would ride to the rescue and bring the combatants to the bargaining table. John Morley knew better. In late August he wrote to thank his friend for his hospitality and sympathy. "The only days of peace and refreshment in this trough of despair, for me at least, have been my fortnight at Skibo. The company was both genial and understanding. The host and hostess were almost kinder, more considerate and more sympathetic than usual. There is evidently to be no speedy ray of light upon the European scene, nor will the devil be chained safely up again in your time and mine. We are seeing evil war at its worst. Worst in carnage, worst in its deprivation of all moral sense, worst as a murderous gamble. For the moment there is nothing for people like you and me but an iron silence. We can keep a vigilant eye upon events. Words are vain, or worse than vain. Carnegie, using every bit of influence he had, arranged an early sailing for the family on the Mauretania from Liverpool in mid-September. Hugh Morrison, who had served him faithfully in so many different ways, visited with him for the last time at Skibo. He was a mental and physical wreck. He had become thin and worn and trembly. He was an aged man. "All my air castles," he told Morrison, "have crashed about me like a house of cards." "The color of the heather and ripening corn is painfully beautiful," Louise wrote James Bryce as they left Skibo. "We have not had an autumn like it for years, and it is one that will never be forgotten for many reasons." Morley, not knowing when he would see his old friend again, stole away from his home to Liverpool to grab another few hours of conversation before the Mauretania sailed. The two old men visited in the hotel sitting-room. Though the thought may have entered their minds, neither expected that these would be last moments together. How little, when we last said goodbye at the Liverpool station, could we suppose that we were to meet no more, and that the humane hopes that we had lived in and lived by were on the very eve of ruin, Morley would write Louise in August 1919. Our ideas and aims were just the same, but the fire and glow of his spirit was his own, and my debt to him from the year when Matthew Arnold made us acquainted was more than I can find words for. Carnegie, no doubt, tried to raise his friend's spirits, as he always did, but Morley could not take the bait. He had lost everything, not least the Liberal party to which he had devoted so much of his life. "What use could I be in the Council of War, into which unhappy circumstances have transformed the cabinet?" Morley had written Margot Asquith, the Prime Minister's wife, days after his resignation. "I've run my course and kept the faith. That's enough. No matter if hostilities ceased soon or not, or if the death toll reached tens of thousands or tens of millions, the tragic and inescapable truth for Morley was that the Liberal party had become a war party." The tragedy for Carnegie was as deeply felt, but of a different sort. It was not the failure of the Liberal government that pained him so much as the failure of the world's leaders and their international institutions to rescue Europe from its suicidal madness. Still, he was not without hope. He never was. Sometime directly before or after he boarded the Mauretania, he sat down with pencil and paper to bring his autobiography up to date. As I read this, the last passage he had written on his visit to the German Kaiser in 1913, what a change! The world convulsed by war as never before. Men slaying each other like wild beasts. I dare not relinquish all hope. In recent days I see another ruler coming forward upon the world stage, who may prove himself the immortal one. He had the indomitable will of genius and true hope which we are told, "Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings." Nothing is impossible to genius. Watch President Wilson. He has Scotch blood in his veins. So ended his manuscript. We do not know whether he intended to return to it at a later date. If so, he never got the chance. He was trying with renewed desperation now to envision a way in which the hostilities might be brought to a speedy conclusion. The British and Germans having surrendered to the gods of war, it was left to President Wilson and the Americans to restore order and good sense. Carnegie suggested on returning to New York that Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan, in an effort to establish America's credentials as a possible arbitrator, negotiate with Germany the same sort of toothless but high-minded treaty of conciliation he had earlier signed with the other European powers. To this end he offered to serve as private liaison with the Kaiser to ascertain if he would be willing to consider such a treaty. Bryan agreed and approved the draft of the letter Carnegie intended to send to the Kaiser. On October 16th, Carnegie wrote the Kaiser, who responded favorably, but it was too late. No treaty between Germany and the United States was going to end the war in Europe. Carnegie, recovered from his initial shock, began in the fall of 1914 to speak out in public again, write letters to the editor and articles, grant interviews, and promote a peace agenda in time of war. His first article, A League of Peace, Not Preparation for War, was published in The Independent and distributed in pamphlet form. He argued that as soon as the war was won, Britain, France, and Russia should invite Germany and Austria to join with them in the establishment of a League of Peace, with a combined naval force to carry out its decisions. For 2,500 years, tribes and nations had warred with each other, inflicting such barbarities as make the flesh creep. And all these years it had been held by many that preparation for war prevents war. Yet today we have the greatest outburst of war that this long history recounts. The civilized world has tried preparation for war long enough. We now propose to render war impossible. Carnegie still held out hope that Wilson would accomplish the impossible and negotiate a settlement. "I shall be disappointed if your valued offer of mediation be not accepted by the Allies," he wrote the President in late November. Even the German Emperor, who was overpowered by the military caste who had resolved upon war during his absence, would not be unfavorable to you personally. The present financial and industrial situations are very distressing. I have never known such conditions. There were few indications that Carnegie had, like his friend John Morley, been overcome by despair at the present and foreboding for the future. On November 25, 1914, he celebrated his 79th birthday, as always, by inviting reporters to his library for an extended conversation. He repeated, as he had the year before, that "the longer I live on this earth, the more of a heaven it becomes to me," but he also admitted that the war had shaken his proverbial optimism about the goodness of this world. 2 weeks later, on December 6th, the New York Times Sunday magazine published a long interview with Carnegie, in which he presciently predicted that if a League of Peace were not established at the end of this war, the vanquished would rise up again to renew the cycle of warfare. Chapter 42. Last Days, 1915 to 1919. Carnegie was and had always been an insatiable reader of newspapers and magazines, and it was from them, and his English and Scottish friends, that he followed the war's course through Europe. By the time the family left Skibo in the fall of 1914, 5 million men were at arms, many of them on their way to the eastern and western fronts. The Germans had swept through Belgium into France, but had been pushed back at the Marne. At Ypres, in Belgium, in mid-November, more than 5,000 British and 5,000 German soldiers were killed. As winter approached, the armies in the west retreated to either side of a 600-mile line of trenches, which extended from Belgium to Switzerland. In the east, the trench lines extended some 900 miles from East Prussia through Poland. There was no longer any possibility that either side would inflict a knockout blow. Still, Carnegie refused to give up hope. For the long term, the more deadly the war, the more lasting the peace. In his 1915 New Year's greeting, "War abolished, peace enthroned," and then again in an article published on January 24th in the Washington Post and widely distributed, he renewed his call for a League of Peace and a World Court. "In these times, when half of our fair world is being blackened by the fire and smoke of shot and shell, when men are at each other's throats and civilization's progress has suffered its most serious setback of centuries, I am asked if I can find any possible prospect for lasting peace. To this I answer an emphatic yes. It is my firm belief and opinion that never at any time in the history of the world did the future hold out such definite promise for permanent peace as it does now. The present war is so appalling and shocking that it in itself is probably doing more to put an end to war than any peace propaganda could have accomplished in half a century. The longer that this war continues and the more terrible its results, the stronger the argument for permanent world peace." The week before, he had written John Ross that he would not be returning to Scotland for the summer of 1915, not because of the danger posed, but because he still had work to do in America. "I am here in constant touch with the President and Secretary of State. I have a part to play here. I know, or at least I feel, that I may be of use here." In February 1915, Andrew Carnegie made his third appearance before a government investigating committee, this time the newly created United States Commission on Industrial Relations, chaired by Kansas City attorney and reformer Frank P. Walsh. The commission had been established in the closing days of the Taft administration. Its mandate was to investigate the larger causes that lay behind industrial violence. The impetus for its creation had been the conviction of the McNamara brothers for the dynamiting of the Los Angeles Times building in 1910. On February 5th, John D. Rockefeller Sr. and Andrew Carnegie testified before the Commission on the role of philanthropic institutions created by men of wealth. It was a glorious day for Mr. Carnegie, the New York Sun reported. He chuckled his way through a carefully prepared statement of his views and then sat down to answer questions. Every rule that Chairman Walsh had made and enforced for the proper conduct of the hearing went by the board within 2 minutes after Mr. Carnegie went on the stand. Mr. Carnegie appeared in a black frock coat, black bow tie, and white, stiff-bosomed shirt. As he stood to read his statement, he looked for all the world like a Scotch preacher high up in his little pulpit on the wall of the church. Carnegie, older and frailer than when he had last testified, and now in his 80th year, stole the show once again. When asked to state his business, he answered, "My business is to do as much good in the world as I can. I've retired from all other business." Mr. Carnegie, the New York Times reported on February 5th, was the most remarkable witness that has yet appeared before the Commission. Captivating the Commission as well as the audience by the sheer force of his infectious geniality, he was allowed to tell his story in his own way and had the crowd in roars of laughter without any effort being made to restrain him. With an appealing sweep of his arms, as if he wanted to include the whole world in his philosophy of benevolence, the Laird of Skibo beamed as he told how his associates fondly called him Andy, and how he wanted the poor and distressed to share in his happiness. When asked by Chairman Walsh about the possibility that his foundations might exert undue influence over the beneficiaries of grants, he replied that he could not imagine any injury coming from that. He refused to be baited, agreed with the commissioners that government should exercise some control over the foundations, and applauded all efforts to publicize their activities. "Now, I believe in advertising. I would like more men, more people to get interested in my foundation." That same week, Carnegie appeared again in public, this time at the annual dinner of the Young Men's Bible Class of the Fifth Avenue Baptist Church. With John D. Rockefeller, Jr. at his side, it was his Bible class, Carnegie told stories of his uncle and of being raised in a Presbyterian nation. "That religion was a little hard for me when I was young, but I got over that," Carnegie told his enthralled audience. The old man, who occasionally leaned on Rockefeller, Jr. for support, grew more animated as he spoke, sweeping his arms before him and punctuating his points with short-arm blows with his right fist. His calendar for February was marked with events and meetings, often 2 or 3 a day, but his remarks at Rockefeller's Bible class dinner on Monday, February 8th, were the last he would make in public. He was scheduled to preside at William Jennings Bryan's peace lecture at Aeolian Hall on February 21st, but did not appear. On March 21st, the New York Times published an interview with Carnegie in its Sunday magazine. "It is difficult in printed words," the interviewer wrote, "to give an accurate idea of the feeling in the active, perfectly white-haired, absolutely earnest, world-famous philanthropist's voice." There were no moments of levity, no little jokes this time, only an exhortation to his readers, and no doubt to himself, to keep faith in the peace process and its ultimate victory. "Have you lost faith in the peace impulse which centers at The Hague?" I asked. "Certainly not," Carnegie answered. "I verily believe that in this war exists the most impressive, perhaps the only argument which could induce humanity to abate forever the curse of military preparation and the inevitably resultant woe of conflict. But don't imagine that I underestimate the horror of this conflict. This war staggers the imagination. It goes beyond the bounds of warfare as warfare has been known. I do not underestimate its horror, but I hope and I believe that this very horrible, newly barbaric excess will so revolt human nature against all things of the kind that the reaction will be great enough to carry us into the realms of reason. And the realms of reason are the realms of peace." Nowhere else did Carnegie so clearly betray his 19th-century faith in reason, in progress, in the future. Nowhere else did he so misjudge the dark century of world wars that was to follow. This was to be his last interview. In May it was announced that the Carnegies had taken the summer home of the late George W. Vanderbilt in Bar Harbor, Maine, already the watering ground of New York's elites. All summer long items appeared in the papers about Carnegie's health, which, it was always averred, was satisfactory for a man of 80, but there were telltale signs not reported in the press that indicated otherwise. Carnegie was no longer attending meetings of the board of the Carnegie Corporation, which had moved out of his home into its own offices. Beginning in August 1915, Louise entered into regular correspondence with Robert Franks, the treasurer of the corporation and Carnegie's personal bookkeeper, about individuals, charities, and cultural institutions that required funding. We do not know whether she was acting on her own or communicating her husband's wishes. The Carnegies returned to New York in mid-October of 1915. The following month, Carnegie celebrated his 80th birthday, but for the first time in years did so without inviting reporters in for a conversation. His new secretary, John Poynton, instead issued a statement, which was carried by the New York Times and other dailies on November 26th, reporting that Mr. Carnegie was very much improved in health, but had been taking life easy. He was, Poynton claimed, playing golf 2 or 3 times a week at St. Andrews and keeping abreast of the news of the world. He had even dictated a short statement on the occasion of his birthday. "Say to the reporters who usually call on my birthday that all goes well with me. Dr. Garmany marvels at the splendid return to health which a summer on the Maine coast has wrought. The world grows better, and we are soon to see blessed peace restored and a world court established, when, in the words of Burns, 'Man to man the world o'er, shall brothers be for a that.'" For his friends, his extended silence was both baffling and frightening. Not only had he given up public appearances, interviews, visits to Washington, after-dinner speeches, and his letters to the editor, but he had stopped communicating with them as well. John Morley attributed the engulfing silence to the recognition that there was nothing left to say. "It seems a long time since we exchanged letters," he wrote on January 12, 1915. "The reason, I suppose, is the painfully simple one, that the world gives us nothing on which either of us can say to the other a single, new, fresh, cheering, instructive word. Not one word." It is impossible from our vantage point to know the cause of Carnegie's silence. He had been, Louise remembered years later in an unpublished interview with Burton Hendrick, the most vital, exuberant person imaginable, until August 4, 1914. Then he completely changed. He became an old man overnight. The war practically destroyed him. Up to that time he had golfed, fished, and swam every day, though he was 78. After that he never did any of these things. He became thin so that his clothes hung loosely around him. His face became deeply indented. His zest for mere existence had gone. We cannot diagnose Carnegie's condition. Had he suffered some sort of involuntary breakdown, or had he simply retreated into silence because he had nothing more to say? The answers lie somewhere in between. His campaigns for naval disarmament, treaties of arbitration, and the League of Peace had become more important to him than anything else, more important than his business successes, his philanthropies, maybe even his family. For the past 2 decades he had expended every bit of energy and made himself a slightly ridiculous figure in Washington, London, and Berlin in his futile attempt to forestall the horrors of war. He realized now that he had failed. His faith that reason and good sense would ultimately prevail, his Spencerian beliefs that the nations and peoples of the world were becoming more civilized and less barbarous, had been spectacularly misplaced. Had there been the slightest glimmer of hope, any sign at all of sanity, goodwill, or good sense returning, Carnegie might have been moved to comment on it, but there were no signs of peace anywhere on the horizon. By early 1915, when Carnegie retreated into silence, the trenches had been dug, the soldiers embedded, the supply lines strung out for hundreds of miles in the east and in the west, the blockades established. In January, the war had been widened again as German Zeppelins crossed the North Sea in their first successful bombing raid into Britain. There was no end in sight to the carnage in the fields or the suffering at home. In the 5 months since war had been declared, the French alone suffered 300,000 military deaths and twice that number wounded, captured, or missing. In the absence of any word from Carnegie, John Morley began communicating directly with Louise, and she with him. "I had heard one day last week that something was amiss with him, and have been wondering how I should approach you. It is indeed distressing. I cannot bear to think of that pulse of such extraordinary vitality and force going down by a single beat. It is no surprise to me that the strain of the war should be counted among the causes of his illness. I don't believe there is a man in America or here to whom this black cloud of misery and horror that has swept over mankind could bring more mortification of heart and soul than to him. This crash of the best ideals of a lifetime may well break us down. I sometimes fall into the impiety of wishing that I had disappeared from a world that can never be the same for some of us again. If there is anything that I can do, in writing to him or even by crossing the Atlantic for a crack with him, you will command me. He has been my best of friends for more than 30 years. In sickness as in health, Louise saw to it that her husband remained in his favored state of perpetual motion. No sooner had they returned from the summer in Maine than she arranged for them to winter in Florida. As Lucy Carnegie was gravely ill, she would die in January, there was no possibility of their spending time at Cumberland Island. Instead, knowing how much Andrew loved the sea and yachting, Louise rented 2 houseboats in Florida for the season, one for the family, the second for staff. Margaret, who was completing her final years at Spence, was left behind in New York City with her Aunt Stella and a full complement of servants. Morley wrote on Christmas Eve 1915 that he'd received welcome news from a mutual friend of the Carnegies' movements, though he remarked with a rare display of humor that he was not sure that he should care for life in a houseboat. On a more somber note, he added that life is nothing less than hideous in Europe. Louise, as always, tried to put the best possible face on her and her husband's travails. "We now begin to feel more at home," she wrote Margaret on January 14, 1916, "and I can truly say I like it. After Daddy had his nap, he was willing to take an excursion. I let everybody go ashore and see the town, and the captain took just Daddy and me in the launch up the Miami River. The captain went ashore and brought us out a delicious kind of drink, and I let Daddy have a little, which pleased him greatly. We were gone about an hour and a quarter, and Daddy enjoyed every minute of it. He was quite ready for his massage and had a good nap afterwards." His favorite moment was in the evenings. At sunset, on deck just finishing tea, and the beautiful soft colors appearing in the sky. We sit there till dark, and then Daddy goes to his massage, and I usually go to my writing. We dine at 7:30, and Daddy joins us at the beginning of the meal. He also comes to lunch, but he is so natural there is very little restraint. We only avoid things we know would distress him. I am sure you will have a very happy winter and enjoy all these things which are perfectly right for you to enjoy with a free and happy mind. It is right for you to get all the enjoyment possible out of your life, and right for me to be down here helping Daddy to get well and incidentally resting and laying up strength for myself." Louise's letters to Morley were filled with as much good news as she could gather. Morley tried to take reassurance. "It is a bit of true sunshine," he wrote her on February 16th, "that my brave hero of a friend is still progressing. I wonder if he is allowed to read books or to have them read to him. Tell A.C. that I mean to send him a political epistle when you tell me he will like it. I do not promise that it shall be brilliant." Louise managed to keep the stories of her husband's breakdown out of the newspapers, but the news spread rapidly through his vast network of friends and admirers. "I hear from Dr. Ross," Lord Grey wrote to Oscar Strauss, who forwarded his letter to Louise, "that this war has broken our friend Carnegie's health and his heart. And you tell me that the effort he made in giving testimony before the Federal Commission on Industrial Relations broke him down. When you see him, tell him that many of us look to him as the great pioneer who has blazed the way to future peace. Because if his policy of collective responsibility on the part of the signatory nations to the Hague Conventions had been adopted, the United States would have been obliged to come into this war at the very beginning, and the knowledge that she would come in would have kept Germany quiet. I trust the result of the war may be to make Mr. Carnegie's policy not only a pious aspiration, but an international fact." In March 1916, Morley, unable to tolerate any longer the interminable silences, wrote his friend directly. "This prolonged severance of talk between us two is by no means the least of the troubles of the day. I don't know whether a letter really comes into your hands. I never felt before how much this privation amounted to. 'Tis a year and a half or more since our parting on the Liverpool railway platform. Well, I'm constantly with you in spirit, and imagining a ramble with you in the Skybo woods and gardens. We should be bound to hit on different points of view. We have never failed in that, and are never likely to. Yet substantial agreement below the surface of talk would always be there, even about the formidable curse that now hangs over what absurdly calls itself the civilized world. There was much remorse, but also a touch of anger in Morley now. He could not understand why Carnegie refused to speak or write when his voice was needed more than ever. Europe is devastated by plague and the Black Death, but that is no reason why pastors and listers should not persevere in search of healings. He concluded his letter with a plaintive plea to his long-lost friend. "Send me a little message, will you?" And so there began, albeit in abbreviated form on Carnegie's part, a renewal of their correspondence. Carnegie managed to write back a note to his friend that March. He was, he confessed, finding comfort for vacant hours in ancient sages. He proposed that the Morleys come to Miami to spend the next winter. In the late spring, Louise brought her husband and their traveling entourage back to New York City before moving into a rented house in Connecticut for the summer. "We lingered in the South until about a month ago," she wrote James Bryce in mid-May. "Our spring has been unusually fickle, but I am thankful to say Mr. Carnegie keeps on improving all the time. He is now allowed to see more of his friends and takes a keen interest in affairs, almost more than is good for him at times. And then the doctor has to be more strict with him. But he is getting along beautifully, and we are all so happy. We leave in 10 days for Brick House, Norriton, Connecticut, right on Long Island Sound, where the yacht will be within hailing distance all the time, and I expect we shall be on the water as much as on land this summer. Mr. Carnegie and I are very glad to enclose another donation to the Fund for the Relief of Aliens, in which you are doing such a noble work. Suffering is so widespread it is difficult to tell where the need is greatest. But there seems to be a feeling of hopefulness abroad in the world just now, which we hope may bear precious fruit." Carnegie wrote Morley from Connecticut, apologizing for the bareness of his letter. Morley responded that the letter had been a trifle brief, but far from bare. "When people are recovering their health, they are right to be brief." Morley had hoped to travel to Connecticut that fall and had even taken out a passport, but then decided that it was best that he remain in London for the opening of Parliament early in October. He closed with the postscript, "We have been friends for over 35 years." In October, Louise, on the advice of the doctors who believed that a higher altitude might be best for her husband, bought Shadowbrook, a 900-acre estate on the west side of Lake Mackinac, 2 miles west of Lenox, Massachusetts, developed by Anson Phelps Stokes, the New York merchant, banker, and philanthropist in 1893. It was a property worthy of a Carnegie, a gray stone mansion with a vaguely Scottish look to it, set on a hillside with more than 50 rooms, 2 stables, 2 lodges, 6 greenhouses, tennis courts, gardens, terraces, and a reservoir fed from mountain streams. In November 1916, Carnegie celebrated his 81st birthday. Again, there was no dictated message to the reporters, no mention in the newspapers. In December, Margaret Carnegie made her debut with a dinner and dance at 91st Street. Her mother formally introduced her to their 300 guests. It was, the New York Times reported on December 9th, a simple entertainment with a buffet supper at midnight. Carnegie was present early in the evening to greet some of the guests. He was feeling a bit better now, well enough to write President Wilson in January 1917 to congratulate him on his Peace Without Victory address to the Senate. "Yesterday you told the whole world that peace must reign throughout that world, and we all know that the world will have to hearken to those words. This is the greatest service ever rendered by any president, and if your Life of Washington and History of the American People have not already made you immortal, your address to the Senate yesterday cannot fail to do so." In the spring of 1917, the family relocated to Shadowbrook. Carnegie had deteriorated noticeably in the months since Margaret's debut. He was now an invalid under the constant care of nurses. There were occasional visitors, some friends, the heads of the Carnegie trusts, and Charlie Schwab, who had become closer to the old man and an honored guest at Shadowbrook, perhaps because when he visited there was little talk of war or peace, but only of the good old post-Homestead years in Pittsburgh. One of the visitors, who remained anonymous, confided to a reporter for a May 27th front-page article in the New York Times that Carnegie still suffered from disappointment that the World War had come to pass. The war came, as we all know, as a shock to Mr. Carnegie. The continuation of it over so many months has been even a harder blow to him and to the cause which he had so close at heart. Despite his steadfast support for Wilson's neutrality policy, Carnegie no longer believed that the German military and government officials would ever agree voluntarily to end the war. "Some time ago I wrote you, 'Germany is beyond reason,'" he cabled President Wilson in February. "She has ever since become more and more so until today she shows herself complete insane. You should proclaim war against her, however reluctantly, and then settlement would soon come." 3 months later, when the United States declared war, Carnegie could only applaud the decision. "You have triumphed at last. God bless you. You will give the world peace and rank the greatest hero of all." Carnegie, blessedly, would not live long enough to see Wilson's dreams for a League of Nations turn to ashes, as his own had done so many times before. In November 1917, Louise wrote Morley of her and Carnegie's excitement at the news that Morley had finished the 2 volumes of Recollections he had been working at since his resignation. "Just a line to say how eagerly we are awaiting the company of the new book. We are returning to our New York home today and hope soon to welcome its arrival. It will be next best to seeing you, and you may be sure we shall let you know at once and at the same time guard the fact that we are its proud possessors until the proper moment. The 5 months here, at Shadowbrook, have done Andrew worlds of good, and he goes back to town ruddy of hue and with a much stronger step. At the present moment he is sitting out on the sunny veranda all wrapped up, reading this morning's papers. The air is mild today, although in sheltered woods the heavy snow that fell 2 days ago still lingers. Andrew, Margaret, and I are just about to plant an oak here each to mark the founding of our new home. Margaret is doing a lot of thinking these days, but is coming out all right. There is a lot of her daddy in her. Well, dear friends, a lot of loving thoughts go out to both of you from all of us. We must all keep up good courage." 10 days later, now safely returned to New York in Charles Schwab's private railroad car, Louise wrote again. They had received Recollections, and Andrew, she reported, was sitting beside her as she wrote, totally absorbed in the book. "What rare pleasure he is having, and will have, in reading it. It is difficult to get him interested in anything but the newspapers and world events, and your book will do him worlds of good. I expect he will want to write you shortly. He is wonderfully well since coming back to the city. He has abandoned his wheelchair entirely now. He walks a little in the garden and plays a little clock golf with old-time vigor and interest. He also motors for an hour every afternoon and sees a few friends at tea-time. I wish I could express to you how much your kindness in sending this early copy of your Recollections means to us, and how we value the friendship that prompted you to send it." 2 months later, Morley was astounded to hear directly from Carnegie, who, it appears, had finally finished his friend's 2 volumes of Recollections. "I have read every word of it, as if I were again talking these things all over with you face to face on the terrace at Skybow. Your references to me are all too flattering, but I am not altogether displeased, though you know my modest nature. I feel confident that with America's help the Great War cannot last much longer, and Madam and I are talking and thinking of the time when we will return to Skybow and have you with us once more. We intend spending all of this winter in New York, for after all our own home is the most comfortable spot we can find at this season." In April of 1917, Margaret had celebrated her 21st birthday. In a photograph taken on the occasion, Carnegie sits stiffly, right arm resting on the side of the chair, his left on his lap. He has a somber, resigned, almost vacant look. Leaning over him, looking directly down on the top of his head, with her hand resting on his back, is an unsmiling, almost angelic-looking Margaret. Louise, also unsmiling, sits beside her husband, with her arm also touching his back. There is no joy and little life in any of them. It is a portrait of quiet suffering. Margaret had graduated from Spence and, according to the papers, had dedicated herself to uplift work. She had also met a man she adored, the brother of a Spence classmate. Roswell Miller was 3 years older than she and an ensign in the U.S. Navy. "On the day the First World War ended, November 18, 1918, Margaret wrote later in her journals, Roswell took me out in his open Stutz motor, parked it on the edge of the Palisades with trees all around us, and asked me to marry him. It was a very discreet affair. He did not even kiss me, and I didn't say anything except, 'I must tell you I have a stiff right leg.'" The next week, Roswell arrived at 91st Street to ask Carnegie's consent for his daughter's hand. He wept, Louise confided to her diary, but was dear and gave it. The engagement was announced on Carnegie's 83rd birthday. and the wedding planned for April 22nd, 1919. 32 years to the day he and Louise had married. In November 1918, as it became clear that the war was drawing to a close, Carnegie appeared to come out of his almost 4-year trance. On November 10th, he wrote a last letter to Woodrow Wilson. "Now that the World War seems practically at an end, I cannot refrain from sending you my heartfelt congratulations upon the great share you have had in bringing about its successful conclusion. The Palace of Peace at The Hague would, I think, be the fitting place for dispassionate discussion regarding the destiny of the conquered nations, and I hope your influence may be exerted in that direction." Wilson's response was generous. "I know your heart must rejoice at the dawn of peace after these terrible years of struggle, for I know how long and earnestly you have worked for and desired such conditions as I pray God it may now be possible for us to establish." While he did not know where the peace talks would be held, they would end up at Versailles, not The Hague, he was sure Carnegie would be present in spirit. The next week Carnegie received his birthday greetings from Morley. "I have no sort of philosophy ready for one of these anniversaries. You don't need that sort of medicine, perhaps less than any other man, past or present, known to me. The world has not gone altogether the way that either of us would have chosen, but I feel pretty sure that this mishap has been through no fault of ours. And it may possibly turn out that though the road may have been ill-chosen, the end of the cruel stage may not prove an uncompensated mischief for mankind. You and I shall not survive to cast up the great account, for I am 80 next Christmas, and you are just over." Carnegie was not yet ready to go. There was too much left to do and see. A daughter to be married, grandchildren perhaps, and a peace treaty enshrining forever the League of Nations he had dreamed of. He lived to see his daughter's marriage. Simplicity marked the wedding, the New York Times reported on April 23, 1919. Only 100 guests were invited to 91st Street for the noon wedding, followed by a reception. Bagpipes welcomed the guests, and the pipe organ in the hall played the wedding march. There were flowers everywhere. Pink, peach, apple, and cherry blossoms, white marguerites, and magnolia flowers hung in hundreds of clusters throughout the lower floor. The bridal party, with Carnegie escorting his daughter, walked through an aisle of flowers to the floral bower, where the ceremony was held. "It was a glorious spring day," Louise wrote in her diary. "Our darling's wedding day and our own 32nd anniversary. Andrew so well and alert. He and I gave Baba away, and later we walked down the aisle together. After greeting the bride and groom, he went upstairs and rested." The entry ended, "Andrew up in the evening. Backgammon." There had been talk of returning to Skibo. Morley had mentioned it in each of his letters. But Carnegie was too frail and Skibo too forlorn after the war, from which so many local men and boys would not return. Louise told Andrew that they would summer in Lenox again. "Well, we must do the best we can wherever we are," had been his stoic answer. He had no fuss, Louise wrote her daughter. He fully understands that it was impossible to go across this year. So the disappointment I dreaded for Daddy is passed almost without a ripple, and I don't have to put the big ocean between you and me even for a few weeks. Louise and Andrew, with their huge entourage of servants, doctors, nurses, and secretaries, but without Margaret, returned to Lenox. In years past, Carnegie had paid little attention to his flower gardens. That task was given to Louise, while he concentrated on the big projects, the roads, the dams, the waterfalls. But he took more pleasure from his gardens that summer than ever before, sitting for several hours in his wheelchair admiring the flowers. He was struggling now to stay alive and growing weaker by the day, though he refused to complain to his nurses or doctors or Louise. "He is so dear, tells me not to worry, but it is heartrending," Louise confided to her diary. The end was near. He was a hollow shell. All the spark had gone, James Bertram recalled on his last visit to Shadowbrook. The experience was a distressing one. AC would sit for an hour at a time and not speak a word. If he did, it was nothing to any point. On August 5th, Louise noted that he had become so weak and weary. A few days later, as his condition worsened, the doctors, finding his temperature elevated, feared that he had caught pneumonia. "I was called at 6 a.m., Louise wrote in her diary on August 11th, her husband's last day, "and remained with my darling husband, giving him oxygen until he gradually fell asleep at 7:14. I am left alone. I think he knew me, but he did not speak. Everybody so kind. But what is life to me now? There was no funeral or memorial in New York City. A brief service for about 40 family members and friends, including Charlie Schwab, Elihu Root, the directors of a few of the Carnegie trusts, and the wives of several old friends who had predeceased Carnegie, was held at Shadowbrook. Then Carnegie's coffin was placed in a hearse and, accompanied by Louise, Margaret, Schwab, and a few friends and relatives, driven to Hillsdale, New York, where a special funeral car was attached to a New York Central train for the trip to White Plains. The funeral party was met at White Plains a little after 4:30 and put into limousines for the final trip to the Sleepy Hollow Cemetery. Andrew Carnegie was buried amid rolling hills alongside the Hudson in a graveyard filled with Americans in a landscape reminiscent of Scotland. The inscription reads only, Andrew Carnegie, born Dunfermline, Scotland, 25 November 1835, died Lenox, Massachusetts, 11 August 1919. On August 28th, Carnegie's will, which had been written in 1912, with a brief and insignificant codicil added in March 1919, was probated. He had left an estate of about $26 million. He bequeathed to Louise his real estate, his books, works of art, household furniture, horses, carriage, motor cars, and the contents of their several dwellings. No separate bequest was made for Margaret. He did not want to burden her with a fortune of her own and the requests that would have descended upon her. Having years ago made provision for my wife beyond her desires and ample to enable her to provide for our beloved daughter Margaret, and being unable to judge at present what provision for our daughter would best promote her happiness, I leave to her mother the duty of providing for her as her mother deems best. A mother's love will be the best guide. In paragraph 4 he listed the dozens of legatees he had provided for. Robert Franks, his secretary and treasurer, and his cousin Mrs. L.M. Morris were given the homes they lived in. To his butler and housekeeper, his nurse, and Maggie Anderson, our oldest servant, he provided a pension for life equal to 1/2 their annual salaries. Special provision of cash awards from $600 to $2,000, equal to 10 times that in today's currency, depending on length of service, was made for every one of his household servants and for the head of departments at Skybow, including the gamekeeper, forester, chauffeur, yacht captain, superintendent of his golf links, his piper, gardener. Every laborer at Skybow, and there were hundreds of them, was also left a small sum. To the crofters who resided on his lands he remitted 2 years' rent. In addition to these legacies, which included sizable institutional gifts to the Authors Club, Hampton Institute, Stevens Institute, Cooper Union, Pittsburgh University, and the St. Andrews Society, Carnegie set aside sufficient funds to pay semi-annual annuities of thousands of dollars to his nephews and nieces, his Dunfermline cousins, the heads of most of his foundations and trusts, and several friends from Pittsburgh, New York, Dunfermline, and London, including John Morley and David Lloyd George, Dr. Garmany of New York, Walter Damrosch, Mrs. Roosevelt, Mrs. Cleveland, and former President Taft. Almost all of these annuities were $5,000, except for Taft's, David Lloyd George's, and John Morley's, which were set at $10,000. Carnegie had struggled mightily to give away his fortune during his life and come very close. According to his treasurer, Robert Franks, at the time of his death Carnegie had given away more than $350 million, in the tens of billions today. There remained but $20 million of stocks and bonds in the Home Trust Company vaults. In the 7th paragraph of his last will and testament, Carnegie directed that it be bequeathed in its entirety to the Carnegie Corporation. And with this he accomplished the final, and to his mind, most important goal he had set himself.